Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the bread. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm enlightened more. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm, far from calm. I know you feel me, brother. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm enlightened more. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm, far from calm. I know you feel me, brother. Soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time, and the towers looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, up all night, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. I'll take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Sunrise, sunrise, sunrise. Stay up all night, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise.
Try not to drift apart, 'cause you'll be right back at the start. And I don't wanna keep on falling. I gotta stay recalling memories we've lost and found. Explain to me what it's all about.
And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we cast away a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where we know again. Right from the start, I see the end. a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. Then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. Say you wanna be somebody. You say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park, but when you call, give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I
passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after.
We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
Baby, leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after.
We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. As long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixers 'cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing love, holding on for life.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
It's Playday 12 of 6 Masters. Welcome on in. We've got two very important series to play out tonight. A bit of a battle of the top and a battle of the bottom. My co-host is going to be, of course, Dev Marta. Welcome, Dev. It's a beautiful day today. It's a beautiful day for Siege.
Yes, it's a beautiful night, actually. It is currently about 7 p.m., quarter to or so, but look, I'm sure it's daytime somewhere, so Nox.
It feels like it's daytime in my room right now. It's that bright. But look, it's daytime everywhere at some point, right? Massive amount of games tonight. I'm excited. You're excited. We've spoken at length pre-broadcast about what we think is going to happen tonight. Cannot wait to see how it all plays out. Of course, you guys can let us know how you think it's going to play out tonight on the socials below, especially get involved on that poll vote. You guys were all correct pretty much last night, Dev. A couple of us were wrong and a couple of us were right. But we head into tonight's matchups and I'm excited.
Yes, me too. We've got some banger games with Wildcard Elevate, who I think a lot of people have been anticipating this match coming into this season. You've got Elevate, who are seed 1 out of coming into 6 Masters, coming second in the Pro League last season, and Wildcard, who are the most esteemed team in this league. And then later on, you mentioned the battle down the bottom as well. So lots of opportunities there for even teams that maybe haven't seen a map yet. Poor Kanga down the bottom. And especially coming off the back of some great games yesterday, particularly incredible performance from Vinny on Sinister and Itby style from Akami. It just makes me want to keep watching more of Siege.
Yeah, yesterday was an amazing day for Siege. Sinister pretty much did what they pleased with LFO, and Akami kind of shocked us a bit with how they were able to 2-0 dismantle Pittsburgh Knights. You know, we had Strider in the interview to close off last night. He said they were heartbroken, and I gotta say, I felt heartbroken for them. As we recap the standings, Sinister currently occupying first place. We do expect that, though, to not be the case at the end of the night.
Yeah, very much so. Wildcard is on the hunt to take on Sinister. You'll notice that under the matches column, some teams have played more maps than others, and that's because we missed out on Playday 10. And of course, we've got some matches to play tonight. So, you know, Wildcard has more opportunities to get points than, for example, Sinister, who's played 4 extra games. So we're definitely going to see a lot more shifting on the standings. I think most notably here you see Elevate, who have actually slipped all the way into 5th, and they're still within distance of getting LFO or Ferox jumping over them. In fact, if Ferox wins 2 maps tonight, they will also be on 15 points, just like Elevate sits at the moment. So that's really the storyline I want to be harping on. Elevate kicked out of that top 4, and it's definitely where they thought they could be coming in first seed into this season. And I think that they're going to be gunning for at least to get in that top 4. And even that's not enough for them. I think they want to be gunning for the very top.
Yeah, and obviously for Elevate themselves, they've only got 1 more series to play, which is next week against Akami. Akami have got 2 more, so they've already got the matches advantage. They're already 6 points ahead of them. That's going to be very difficult for Elevate to knock Akami out. They need to get something from tonight, at least 1 map, and then do the job against Akami. And from there, their fate will be determined on that final Playday, which, as you mentioned before, technically Playday 10 that has been postponed. Down the bottom, though, of course, the 2 teams we're going to be seeing tonight, Team Ferox and Kanga. It's hard to... It feels a bit disingenuous to have Ferox as a sort of a second last versus last, considering they're 9 points. They're still within a chance. Of course, they didn't play last week either. They've got a chance to catch up here. And truth be told, Dev, everyone has beaten up on Kanga. If Ferox do the same here, it puts them right back in with a chance for top 4 with 2 Playdays still to play for them.
A lot of people might mistakenly look at these standings and think, oh, Ferox, they're not a chance at getting top 4, but I think that's really wrong. If there's any team here that's most likely going to get knocked out of that chance for top 4, it's probably the Pittsburgh Knights, because while they are currently sitting there at number 4, they've played, as you say, 12 matches, whereas teams like Ferox, LFO, Elevate, who are nipping at their heels, all have played less and have more opportunities to get points. But it's going to come down to these last 4 Playdays and how they play out.
Yeah, let's have a look at the schedule for tonight's Playday. Of course, we had last night's games, but for tonight, Elevate versus Wildcard will be up first. The Battle of the Giants. You coined this pre-broadcast, Dev, that you thought you'd pencil this in at the start of the season and it would be 1 versus 2.
Yes, and while Elevate's currently sitting at 5th and Wildcard's sitting in 2nd, I feel like once Wildcard has an opportunity to play as many games as Sinister has, they're likely to retake that mantle as the kings in Oceania. And Elevate, well, they've actually played more games than Wildcard, and they're still not sitting within that top 4. So that's absolutely the priority for Elevate at the moment, getting themselves back in the running for those top spots. But still, in my heart, while it might not be on the standings 1 versus 2, this is definitely the battle of Oceanic's best teams.
And the battle, of course, that will be coming up after that will be second last versus last. Kanga versus Team Ferox would be a massive opportunity for Ferox. It would be disastrous if they had to drop a map. You can all but count them out as top 4. So a bit of pressure on them to perform against Kanga. I saw the snowball predictions. Many thought potentially a draw could be likely. Will be real. It's probably Kanga's best bet to finish off the season, to find a map somewhere. It would be in this matchup against Ferox. But of course, that will be later on. First up will be Elevate versus Wildcard. We'll look at the roster shortly, Dev, but I'm excited for this matchup. We'll look at Elevate first. We had Digital on before. Not sure if we'll get a suit from him tonight, but I'm sure we'll find some kills.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a lull for Elevate. Unfortunately, these past few play days with Knights, they lost in a 2-0 fashion in their last game, and they also dropped a map to Sinister previously as well. I think that's been a huge disappointment for Elevate, because for such a long time, these guys were first on the standings, and we looked at players like Red and God Legion and said, wow, these guys have been popping off last, as well. And we wondered, maybe Elevate are really challenging Wildcard for that #1 spot. But as soon as they dropped just those 3 maps, plus the LFO map earlier in the season, we really have come into question not only Elevate's form, but whether they're actually going to have a chance at making playoffs.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think this is the telling point now. If they can't get anything from this series, you can all but count them out. And in saying that, it makes it very difficult then, because they are going up against Wildcard. They had their chances in the past few weeks. Unfortunately, they've got no one to blame but themselves, dropping so many maps. In fact, 4 out of their last 5 going against Elevate. So while they started the season in hot form, they weren't that great. As for Wildcard, on the other hand, they have been impeccable, only dropping 1 map so far. That was against LFO on Clubhouse not too long ago, only in week 3, but still they're the top dogs, just not currently in that top spot.
I mean, Wildcard is effectively in first place. They've played 4 less maps than Sinister, and they're only a few points behind. So I'm sure that they're definitely gunning for that #1 spot, and that's really, for Wildcard fans out there, it's got to be quite a nice feeling to finally see Wildcard back into form, because Season 11 of Pro League, which wasn't that long ago, was the worst performance from Wildcard we have seen in a very, very long time. They went to 6 Invitational 2020. They didn't even win a map, and that was after peaking at Season 10 finals, almost taking out the eventual Pro League champions of Na'Vi. So we're talking about Wildcard, the team that's hit such great heights and then fallen to such great depths. And this is finally their opportunity in the 6 Masters to redeem themselves, and it's looking like they are on track to do so.
Let's get ahead with the map predictions, or what we think the maps might play out between Elevate and Wildcard. We have had a discussion beforehand. I've already sort of made my estimated guess based off what we've sort of got information on these 2 teams. I think we're going to be seeing Theme Park and Consulate. I'm going to get that out early. If I'm right, then I'll look a bit smarter. If I'm wrong, well, then I look like an idiot. But Dev, what are your thoughts going into these map predictions?
I mean, you've basically etched those in stone, right? But I understand your thought process. I mean, starting with bans, right? We talk about insta bans, and Wildcard just always bans Border. We're never going to see it from Wildcard, so I think it's just a given. They're going to ban Border. For Elevate, Clubhouse has been their most frequent ban. They did ban Villa that one time against LFO, and then LFO picked Clubhouse and absolutely smacked Elevate on it 7-2. So I'm going to take a safe bet that, especially since Wildcard are really good on Clubhouse, probably a smart ban for Elevate. So that does leave us with just 5 maps left in the pool, and we're wondering, well, where are we going to see it? Consular, as you mentioned, is a great map for both teams, and probably the next best map in line for Elevate after Border. So I expect that'll be their pick. But I don't know, like, there's still a lot of opportunities here. I feel like you could see a couple of ones, because there's a couple of maps in here, for example, Villa and Theme Park, that we haven't necessarily seen a lot of from some of these teams.
Well, we're going to get the bans out of the way, and well, Border immediately banned by Wildcard, and Clubhouse immediately banned by Elevate. Not much of a surprise there. One thing you did leave out was that Border is usually picked by Elevate, right? So that's the double side of it. While Wildcard always ban it, we actually see Elevate usually pick it. They're not going to have that option today, but they would have known that coming into this matchup.
Yeah, and so that's a great point. Now, the insta-bans of each team is the favorite pick of the opposite team, which is kind of ironic in this scenario. But, I mean, your prediction was that it was Theme Park you thought Wildcard was going to pick, right?
I did.
Well, I'm going to say that, like, Wildcard have played Theme Park 3 times, but they have never picked it. So I'm going to go against you here, and I'm going to say I have a feeling that Wildcard is going to throw us a curveball and maybe pick Coastline, because they picked it against Kanga where they won 7-2, and there's basically no information on Elevate. They haven't played Coastline since January, and aside from that 7-2 against Kanga, Wildcard only played it in March. They did lose it to Fnatic, but it's a decent map for them. So I have a feeling, I mean, yes, they could pick Theme Park. I have a feeling maybe we'll see a Coastline, maybe even a Cafe creep into there.
I mean, you know more than me, and look, I wouldn't be too surprised. It's both of us being wrong, though, in all facets. I mean, because I even had Elevate picking Consulate. It's Wildcard picking Consulate, and a Villa comes through from Elevate. They've never picked it. They haven't played it this season. They banned it once, in fact. And for them to now come out and pick it against Wildcard, who they themselves have not played it at all. So maybe in Elevate's thinking process here, Dev, they've looked at this and said, they haven't really played it. Maybe we haven't really played it, but we've identified that we were never going to get border. Let's practice our Villa. Let's take them to something that maybe they're not as comfortable on.
Yeah, wow. I mean, it makes sense. It's the same kind of mentality of going for like that Coastline pick. Sorry, I'm just going to jot down these real quick. So it was actually Consulate for Wildcard. And yeah, we talked about Consulate. We thought it was going to be Elevate's pick. Pretty good for both teams, to be honest. But just going on for Villa, right? So we know that Elevate already banned it once this season against LFO, who are pretty good on the map. So I think that was just some smart research from Elevate. And the last time that these guys played it, that Elevate played it, was in January in Pro League against the Knights, and they won that 7-4. It was a very different Knights, though, and quite a different looking Elevate as well, back when they still had Geo. And then looking at from Wildcard's perspective, last time they played Villa was in March in Pro League, and that was a loss 3-7 against Akami. So I think that's maybe the fact that Elevate can still look at that VOD that was back in March. You know, there's been a few changes since then, but it's reasonably recent VOD. I think that's what Elevate's going off of, hoping that maybe their improvements to Villa since January, well, will be able to help them out.
Yeah, I mean, look, I had this one sort of penciled in, and now I'm very much embarrassed. But we did get the Consulate in the end, so we were kind of on the money there. And I guess the pun intended wildcard pick coming out, even though it's from Elevate to go to Villa, maybe it's that expect the unexpected mentality as well coming out from them. And I like it from Elevate. I think that if they can back themselves in, they're in a bit of a dry rut, as I mentioned earlier. They've lost 4 of their last 5 maps. It's time to maybe, you know, go to something where they can feel like Wildcard might not be able to play at their best, right? If Wildcard play at their best, they win this series 2-0. The way that they've been playing in Six Masters this series, take them to somewhere where they might be not as comfortable, maybe mess up a bit, and it gives them an opportunity. Let's go and have a look, though, what you guys think how this is going to play out. I suspect it's going to be mostly in Wildcard's favor, 53% def. Not too much of a surprise with this poll vote.
Yeah, that said, you mentioned there is that, I don't want to say the word wildcard. There is that kind of surprise pick of the Villa coming out from Elevate, and maybe that's going to be an extra ace up their sleeve in this one. Also, the fact that Consulate, we talked about maybe that would be a pick for Elevate because it's a good map for them. Well, Wildcard picks that, so it's not like Wildcard's map pick isn't also good territory for Elevate. So while this is, I'm still thinking that the safest bet is a Wildcard 2-0 here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a draw where Elevate, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they take Consulate just as much as Villa, but on the flip side, we could totally see them take both maps as well. Yeah. The last time these guys played each other, it was a Wildcard 2-0 back in Pro League. They played Cafe, which Wildcard won 7-3, and they also played, mind you, it was Consulate actually, yeah. So 7-2 last time these guys played Consulate. So despite that being picked by Wildcard, I don't know, like what I'm getting at is anything is possible right now, even though it might look like it's Wildcards on paper.
I think you can take that sort of frame of mind anywhere, though, that anything is always going to be possible. Elevate, you can't sit here and say they've got no chance to take this 2-0, let alone take the series as a draw. Wildcard's got to be aware of that and make sure that they don't come into this matchup with a bit of incompetence and feeling like, okay, we're just going to walk in and get a quick 2-0. I still expect the 2-0 to Wildcard. That's going to be my sort of prediction. My vote myself is that I suspect Wildcard will take this series out, but Elevate will probably put up a fight. I'd like to at least see that. Unfortunately, though, if that does then happen, Elevate's chances of top 4 is basically done.
That's a great point. Elevate only have this game plus the Akami match next week to still to go in the Six Masters. And as we mentioned, they're currently sitting in 5th place. So that's not it for a playoff spot. If they can get one map here, then they'll need probably still to get both maps against Akami, even for a chance at heading in those top 4. But to be honest, the more I look at this, especially with the ban phase, Consulate being Wildcard's pick and being a good map for both teams, and I'm going to back that up. Like, Elevate beat Ferox here 7-3, beat Kanga here 7-2, they beat LFO 7-4. So, like, the last time Elevate played poorly on Consulate was against Wildcard last season, and on that night, Elevate was just off. So there's totally a chance here that Elevate could not only take Wildcard's map pick, but both.
Well, we're going to get straight into our first map of the night. It's going to be Consulate between Elevate and Wildcard. A lot on the line as we get closer towards the end of this season of Six Masters. Every game is more important than ever. All these points up for grabs. Would like to have fun, everybody involved to the ban phase we go. One thing I want to just touch on a little bit going back, just for the slightest of moments here, but if Elevate can get a map off Wildcard and then 2-0 Akami, Dev, they will be in the top 4 with only then Akami to play Wildcard in that final play day, which by all means, Wildcard could very well 2-0 Akami. It's must that Elevate do get a map here tonight.
There you go. The stakes have been written. We see the first few bans coming out. Nomad banned out by Wildcard. Nomad is just so good for countering these aggressive runouts that are really prevalent on Consulate. So especially if Valkyrie is left in, that's going to be really oppressive for the defenders. Pulse is another great operator for that kind of aggressive play. You can get information, get one of your teammates to run out on the back of it. So Elevate in their response to that Nomad pick. Maestro, okay, so I'm going to put some context here. Like, Maverick gone means that it's really going to be all about Thatcher and Thermite for that garage take rather than Maverick opening the wall. Nice little ban there for Elevate, just forcing, I assume it's Diesel who usually plays the Maverick, to kind of change things around a little bit. You won't have the grenades as well. But then that Maestro ban, maybe that's kind of in response to that Maverick ban, because usually, let's say you're bringing a team comp, you don't bring the Thermite, you bring the Maverick instead. You have those grenades, you can get rid of those Evil Eyes. But I don't know, like, that's just conjecture, but I can totally see that Maestro ban being directly targeted to kind of be a response to that Maverick ban.
Well, if you're wondering why I mentioned the mirror, I was surprised to not see it. It's mainly because it had been banned like 13 times in a row, if I recall. I'm not even sure if actually I counted onto that from last night, where it was banned. She was banned 4 times in a row again last night. So that streak is now broken. And last night was the streak breaker as well for LFO's draw streak. And well, Mirror's ban streak is now over as well. CON meeting on the second floor of Consulate will be our first attacking point for Elevate and Wildcard's defense, of course. Our first matchup of the night, first map of the night. We've all just started. Settle on in. It's going to be a fun night for everyone involved.
I love watching these teams just because these teams both play such a high level of Rainbow Six. I mean, it's always a treat to watch Wildcard and whatever strategies they've brought to the table. And Elevate is the same. I do want to point out Ethan's running this Valkyrie. It was 6 picked onto. Obviously, Elevate are going to be aware of the Valkyrie on account of that drone spotting it. But notably, I mentioned how... Ooh, is he going to get the second drone? That's 2 drones in prep phase that has been taken out for Elevate. That is huge. Do not undervalue how much significant that is going to be a dent in Elevate's information gathering. But I'll get back to what I was saying, which is that Ethan pops off on this Valkyrie. He went absolutely nuts in week 2 against Ferox. And especially with that Nomad ban, it's going to really allow Ethan to just be oppressive, jump out any windows that he likes.
How aggressive are you expecting Wildcard to play this? At times you see a very heavy roam, other times you got the turtle play. But I think the vertical control down the first floor is going to be very vital as well. No mirror, but still, you'd think that they're going to be a bit aggressive on that first floor.
Yeah, I mean, that Pulse getting banned does kind of change a little bit of that roaming potential, because usually you would use that to roam underneath. But I think this is really going to hinge around some of these key choke points. For example, the yellow stairs here, very common place to play your smoke. Diesel, one of the most well-renowned smoke players in the region. And that's why we see Elevate shaping up with some grenades from Worthy, as well as Thatcher EMPs to destroy those ADSs from the Jaeger. And of course, Vast with those firebolts on his crossbow can help try to pinch out Diesel. But there's the support of Pat as well nearby. With the Wamai, he can throw out those magnets to protect Diesel even further.
Minute and a half remaining for the first round. I think it's imperative that Elevate get off to a good start here. Ethan down below, causing a bit of mischief, Dev.
Yeah, he's keen to make a play. He used his C4 to open up the garage wall. Now, you can run out from the garage wall and peek onto players rappelling on the CEO windows, and they can't shoot back at you because of the angle. Oh, might be an opportunity for Geo here. Oh, no! What was that? All he landed was a single bullet, just hitting the window frame far too much, but Digital's taken a lot of damage, I think, from the smoke in the meanwhile. And Diesel, with a minute left, he's still safe here, and with one gas babe remaining.
Big reprieve, but still Elevate now running out of time as they're even struggling to just repel in. Diesel. Again, buying so much time, pushing over the yellow stairs too. Expecting to push up. Bubba's there too. As Pat found the opening kill, Elevate in a really tricky situation with only 40 seconds remaining for this first round attack.
Emo's playing so aggressively here. Pat finds his second, but that's yellow stairs control forfeited. Pat finds for 3, but then Emo Rin is traded out. Vast on the rappel, last man standing now. As Pat's gone for a 4K thus far. Vast really needs to clutch this one up, but doesn't look possible. 20 seconds to go. The 1 versus 3. Caught in that crossfire as well. Pat on for the ace, but no, it's not going to happen. Peeked from behind is Ethan. And Wildcard, quite a convincing first round on the back of Pat going huge with 4 kills.
Great start for Wildcard. Not sure exactly how much pressure you'd be feeling if you are Wildcard in this scenario. We've spoken at length about the fact that they've got games in hand. They're sort of playing catch up. They're sitting in second place already with 21 points, and they've got like, what, 2-4 games or so off the top of my head to get back into that first spot. They're probably not feeling too much pressure here. Elevate on the other coin though, Dev, would be feeling it all, knowing they've got to get something out of this series, not the start they'd like to see. In saying that, from what we've seen, especially from last night, the start, that first round, doesn't always provide a picture as for how not only the series, but the map is going to play out.
And I think that's a good point, specifically because of the way Wildcard played that. And I mean, the way Wildcard won that, it was on the back of Pat getting 4 kills while playing that shield at long desk. Now, of course, we didn't see all of those kills. I'm not sure whether he peeked out aggressively, but at least the very first one was, I think, him just playing quite passively on the shield at long desk onto the CEO windows. And those kinds of kills, if that happens in one round, Elevate are going to know about it and then just be like, okay, maybe just be a little bit more aware of that angle, know that Pat's really keen to peek that, and Wildcard can't get away with winning on the same basis next time. So there's every opportunity here that Elevate's going to come back swinging, and this will continue to be a close game.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
So no, I don't think Wildcard really did anything too unorthodox. Maybe Ethan down below in Garage, but besides that, I thought they played it really, really well. Keen to see how this basement hold's going to go too. Elevator going to, of course, have to deal with a lot of pressure from Wildcard. As one of the top teams of Six Masters this season, you expect them to be aggressive. Pat holding the first floor bathroom, usual to see. The Goyo there is actually a really good replacement as well, I think, since the mirror's not... Well, actually, the mirror is available. Yet still not seeing. I'm so used to mirror not being in that I literally
don't blame you at all, mate.
It's been like 13 games in a row, but hey, still not using the mirror there.
Yeah, I mean, mirror, you could use her, as you mentioned, on the bathroom, or you could use her mirror windows in the security room just to protect the bomb site, but it looks like Wildcard going for something a little bit less static, and in fact, Emo roaming at the yellow stairs. Got Ethan to support as well, and he finds that first kill. It's the hard breacher, no less. Digital, what are you doing upstairs when you haven't opened the main wall? That completely changes the dynamic of this round, and for Wildcard, there's no longer any opportunity that they'll have to worry about that main garage wall.
Attackers have recovered.
And similar to that first round too, where they, again, lost someone early, buy so much time for them. Wildcard, if they need to move pieces around, Pat's just going to easily stay there in that first floor bathroom. Well, Elevate continues to move around. If Pat finds one here, never mind, it's going to be droned down. We'll go down the hatch, back down the garage. Minute 20 though, but I think Elevate may have just gotten control of this first floor area. Red finds Imarin, and from here they can make progress down into the basement.
Elevate seem to have decent control. especially flushing out that Vigil does make a huge difference. They don't have to worry so much. They can fully trust their drones now. Won't be having that static effect. And now it seems to be an Archives take. Ethan was hanging around back there, no doubt droned out. And of course, this bathroom take also quite successful and quickly droned out. No time wasted at all for Elevate. But of course, remember, that Thermite getting picked. If Digital was still alive, this would look completely differently right now for Elevate. And they have to change their plan and go for this east side push.
Still a bit of time, 30 seconds, and as you push in, even though they're going to be funneling from one side, you find a couple of frags, it makes it a lot easier. Wildcard are ready for it though. Diesel up front, Pats, as I said before, fallen down, fallen back. Smoke's going to be able to deny Elevate so much as Diesel then pushes in at the right time. Wildcard just collapse all at once. Together, they annihilate Elevate. They'll take the second round, and it all went wrong after losing the third mine of the early goings.
Yeah, really losing that Thermite at the start did limit Elevate's options, but despite that, they didn't do everything perfectly because Ethan there was allowed to remain in Archives. I don't know whether they droned him out and thought, okay, we can't push him, but then they just weren't holding his rotations, his flanks. So, yeah, a bit messy there for Elevate, and it does make you wonder what had happened if it wasn't Diesel that was the opening pick, and sorry, Digital that was the opening pick, and I don't know, hopefully we see some improvements here from Elevate because we need to see something different here in order for them to get back into this.
Attackers need to locate and defend.
We haven't seen them at their best yet, though, in this series. I mean, it's only been 2 rounds. It's not enough to cause a whole lot of judgment. In saying that, the 2 rounds that we've seen, they've lost a player early both times. It's hard to then really set up the way that you want to play. Right now, it does feel like the game is being played on Wildcard's home ground. Like, this is, for whatever reason, they're playing like they've got an advantage at the back of them. Of course, they did pick Consulate, even though I thought Elevate would pick it. So Elevate should feel comfortable here on Consulate. This is not like a really one-sided map for them. They've just got to be a bit more cautious, pushing in early and making sure no one gets picked off. I think Digital definitely needs to heed that advice and not to be so rash pushing in the way he did in that last round. We'll see how it plays out, though, for round 3. Great start for Wildcard. Not too much of a surprise so far.
And Ethan wants to continue this aggression. A great Valkyrie camera outside. Emerin, a couple love taps through the windows as well. Remember, last time these two teams played against each other, it was the Pro League Season 11. On this map, Wildcard 7-2 against Elevate. Now, that's a pretty damning stat right there, but Elevate, we know they've had good performances since then on this map. We know they can do it. They just need to start getting back into the form that we recognize.
It's hard to find that form, though, when, as I said before, 4 of the last 5 maps haven't gone in their favor. That definitely does go into the favor of God Legion. Takes a lot of damage for it in the exchange with Immerin. It does go down early, and it allows Elevate to push in through admin on this east side. They can continue to clear the second floor, gain control, push down the first floor. They'll have the numbers advantage, at least for the time being. Diesel, though, in Projector, needs to be careful.
Using his gas to protect himself from that rappel on that balcony. Good work here from God Legion. Taken very low, as you said, in that first engagement means he's not likely to be getting aggressive in these later exchanges. Digital using a thermite charge to expose the angle deep into the conference room from Worthy. Just holding that angle now. Diesel's sitting pretty inside, just waiting. And Elevate need to try to find a way to pitch him out. Could be Vars as the linchpin of that, but Diesel's actually just rotated back. There's no pressure from the windows on the west side of CEO, so he could just sit really comfortably in this room.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Still a minute remaining. Time to push over the more western side of the second floor, but of course the objective on that first floor. Nothing found elsewhere besides that initial pick onto Immerant. The fact that God Legion's low, as you said, means he's not going to be really in the action, at least not at the initial stages of this push that's bound to come in the next 20, 30 seconds or so. This is the meta. Wait to the last second, push in, clear all that utility, try and find an entryway, try and open up as many entryways as you can. That way you don't all just funnel in from the same direction. 35 seconds though, leaving it to the last second, and it really does feel like it plays right into Wildcard's hands. They'll be ready for this push.
Gio was using his yokais to scout out Smoke grenades from Vast. Signals to Wildcard. The push is coming through. Digital getting into his plant spot, but Ethan was going for a flank. Meanwhile, the flank is spotted out from Worthy's drone. Surely he's going to be punished here, but Pat does take out 1-2 kills. The plant denied as well. This could be everything that Wildcard needed. Ethan, 2 kills. It's all on red now, and he's finished off. A 3-piece for Ethan and closing it with the Deagle. What a statement to make.
Three kills for the third round win for Wildcard. He made it look easy towards the end. Whips out the Deagle, still just picks up the kill no matter what. Wildcard are on top, that's for certain. Elevate had everything going for them in that round. The early pick, control of second floor, and yet still so much time wasted. Coming in with 15, 20 seconds left at best, maybe. Wildcard were in positions to go for a bit of a almost semi-roam there. You saw Ethan at the end pushing in, and they were completely caught off by surprise. 3-0 early on. Elevate have yet to really fire a bullet just yet.
Really did come down to, firstly, the fact that Pat was able to deny the plant. He not only denied the plant, but he also took out God Legion as well. Pat has been a player to watch so far in this matchup. I mean, we talk a lot about Ethan. He made MVP when they played against Ferox. And in fact, this map was Ethan's home playground on the Valkyrie and the Ashe. But I want to credit Pat here for a second, because he's just been going nuts. And the last time this bomb site was selected for Wildcard, it was a fairly convincing victory on the back of 4 kills, thanks to Pat playing this Wamai, sitting at this shield at long desk. Now, I should hope for Elevate that they're not going to just fall victim to the same angles. We might see something a little bit stronger here on their second attack of CEO.
Fortunately for Elevate, though, there hasn't really been a close round. I mean, that last round was their closest, and yet still end up, if I remember correctly, with 4 alive for Wildcard by the end of it. And unfortunately, that means for Elevate, they're just struggling to win these duels. Yeah, they got an early pick in that last round onto Immerant, who right now has probably had the worst of the bunch for Wildcard, but still he's able to find information for them. But Elevate just, as I said, have really lacked some firepower right now. Urgency as well. 2 minutes remaining, 4th round, Wildcard. I didn't expect coming into this that we'd see something like a 7-2 or a 7-0. But right now, it feels like that could be a possibility for them.
That said, Elevate are pulling out all the stops here. We talk a lot about banned operators. Ying has been very prominently banned, but Elevate bringing it for the 2nd round in a row here. Vast attempting to use it to clear this utility and flash out Diesel. He spots him crossover, but Diesel fully flashed out safely now in private. Digital can't push on out, but a nade from Worthy does deal a lot of damage. Geo, though, meanwhile, finds the Ashe of God Legion. Numbers still in favor of Wildcard. Ooh, I say that,
risky.
but...
Digital, I mean, expecting the run through from Diesel, who was already low, makes it even easier to just spray through that, expecting, oh, you only need 1 or 2 bullets to probably land anyway. And Ethan's got to be super careful. You breathe on him, he'll fall over. I wouldn't count Wildcard out of this yet, even though it's still a 4v4. Ethan's so low. Elevator got a lot of work to still do with only 55 seconds remaining. Worthy going to find Geo in the kill feed as Pat trying to put a lot of pressure on this window, but immediately the shots come from Red firing back. He took the first few shots, he stood his ground, and he was able to get the kill back. Ethan, though, able to find a trade. Immerant aggressive, though, pushing right up to this window. Is it going to pay off for him, though? Doesn't land the shots. Red continues to just hold on in this rappel position and Elevate, stand their ground, take the round. Back in the game, they are.
Nice way to finish there for Digital. Very aware of that run out. We did notice early flicking through between drones. There was a lot of good information there from Elevate, in contrast to that very first round when we saw Ethan take out 2 or 3 drones during prep phase. And I mean, I'm not saying that was the winning condition for the round for Elevate, but always important to keep your drones alive. I think what really made the difference there for Elevate in that round, despite losing that opening engagement where God Legion was taken out by Geo, not only did Vast clear all of the utility, all the ADSs and my magnets from Yellow Stairs using his Yin Candelas, but Worthy followed that up with a nade, which took Diesel to half HP. And then when trying to rotate back into Yellow from Private, he was sprayed out by Digital. And that opening pick for Elevate opened up the round hugely. And Wildcard continued that aggression. You noted Emerin playing aggressively inside of console office, and that just hasn't worked either time. So we're going to see a slight adaptation here from Wildcard, not choosing to hard hold this Yellow Stairs, at least not quite in the same fashion. Full reinforcements here, and Emerin switching off of the Rook and onto the Clash.
Yeah, definitely maybe for Wildcard a bit overzealous in that last round. Can't really blame them. They've been playing extremely well up until that point, and it really just came down to the fact that Elevate were able to really just land their shots, win those duels. You know, Red at the window probably could have died 2 times before he even found the first kill, and yet was able to fire back, get one, then find a second one as Emerin pushed up to him. He was able to withstand that pressure too. So you find those 2 kills. In reality, maybe he shouldn't have even survived much more longer than that anyway. So Elevate get a reprieve. They get the round, and we'll see if they can build off that 2 more here in the half. And if they can somehow make it 3-3, the storyline really changes. They have all of the shifted momentum on their side going into then the next half.
Yeah, if Elevate can steal a couple rounds here, it will change the tide. But of course, I mentioned Wildcard don't seem to be phased at all. They're changing their strategies on the fly. Geo bringing the castle, and notably, there's not a ton of utility from the Elevate side to get rid of that. Aside from breaching charges, just got those 2 grenades from Worthy, and of course the sledgehammer if you can get close enough, but you're probably mostly going to be relying on God Legion's breaching rounds. And he's very aggressive all the way into admin nice and early. Digital to drone him up, spots out the Clash. God Legion needs to be aware of that one. Vast, of course, holding the paper window. Now God Legion to drone himself up, sees the Clash once again. Decides to back on out.
He's terrified. It's like, oh god, it's a Clash, better run. Yeah, interesting. Minute 40 remaining, still time. I mean, theoretically, Elevate would probably still feel like they've got control of admin anyway. Trade comes out, so now it's a 4v4 scenario. They do lose the Candelas of Vast, as Digital will continue to just drone through. But the Wildcard, I think they're just content with sitting back here, turtling up a bit more, except for Geo, who's seemingly roaming down on that first floor, or at the very least, downward somewhere. Yep.
No C4s though for Wildcard at all, so they won't be attempting to deny plant with that method. I was going to mention that the best counter Elevate brought to the table for this Clash was the Ying, to flash her out and then potentially overwhelm her, but of course she was the first one to be taken out. That Ying's position was very much exposed by her covering that angle, and Ethan took advantage. But fortunately, Elevate traded it, God Legion. And Nade's going to come out maybe to try to get this Clash, but of course, fairly well protected from the front from explosive damage. And you'll notice Emerin only took a little bit of damage there, but God Legion to find another one, and that's Diesel. That's the primary plantinile of the smoke. That's a huge pick, and it opens things up for Elevate.
Wildcard very much relying on this Clash position of Emerin, but Elevate are doing really well to adapt, find picks around it. 20 seconds though. Emerin has done well to at least buy time here, but Elevate can push in. Digital's going to go for the plant. Pat's able to find Red from CO front desk. Pre-fires that window, expecting a repel in potentially. Still have to deal with the window there as well over in Projector. Pat's very low, and they've just lost Emerin as well. The Clash is down. 35 seconds and a 1 versus 2. At long desk, time to move. God Legion will continue to hold this window. In fact, both of them will hold outside.
This is a very difficult position to try to retake. A player above him and so low on HP as well. Takes out that drone, but Pat, he's 9-1 at the moment. He's been on fire tonight. Surely he can't win this, though. Not against 2 players. And there you go, Worthy. Very cautious on that peak. But he does find it in the end. And Elevate secure 2 attacks back-to-back on this top floor.
And only 1 more round for the half. Elevate have responded after what was a fast start from Wildcard out of the blocks, picking up the first 3 rounds. Elevate looked a bit shaky, fair to say. A couple of mistakes, unusual mistakes, especially from like Digital in that second round. But they have responded. They picked up their game dev, and they look like they're here to play and compete And they have forced Wildcard away from the second floor, back down to the basement and cafeteria and garage.
Six pick comes out and we don't see any switch. Are we going to see a mirror? No. Okay. The Qayyid. I'm actually surprised we're not seeing the mirror. I know you harped on a lot about its ban rate, but sometimes the case is that these teams are so practiced without mirror that they don't want to bring it. But there are some great ways to use mirror, specifically on this bomb site. You put one in the security office facing towards that main garage. You can get a lot of information to help your plant denial. And of course, you can put one upstairs as well. But no, it seems like the decision is instead to utilize the Qayyid, which, I mean, there was a tease out of the dock there. I don't know. Maybe it's because there's no Thatcher being brought at all from Elevate. I've got to say that's probably the reason here. It's going to be quite difficult. Yeah, actually, that's totally the reason here. That's absolutely it. Elevate aren't bringing the Thatcher. It's not banned. Wildcard have clearly identified that, and they're putting the Electroclaw in a position where it's very difficult to shoot, even once you take piano control. So I really like this move from Wildcard. A good read, a risky play, because if Elevate had brought Thatcher, it would have completely nullified Geo's operator pick. But that's why they had the dock selected and they 6-picked onto it. Really smart stuff here from Wildcard. I wonder if it'll work.
The other portion of that is that Goyo can play essentially the same role sitting in that first floor bathroom if Pat so chooses. I think he did it the first time around that we were in basement. Well, yeah, he definitely did. And so Goyo with that Vulcan shield is still able to sort of provide a similar impact in holding that position. Ethan, carefully at yellow stairs. Even on the vigil, though, I like to see this. Aggressive, looking to see if they can spot anyone on that second floor. So if they've got control of second floor, first floor, and basement, the vertical control for Wildcard is impressive here.
That said, we do have the ultimate roam hunter here. And that spots out the vigil. The man who can't be droned can still be scanned by Vast with the Inox on Jackal. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Surely not. God Legion got to be praying for his life, but somehow Vast managed to save him. And Imarin once again goes down first without an impact.
Oh, he tried to bait him, get the last tracker thing as he was exiting around the corner and then poked back, expecting the follow through. Ethan's just going to take his quick route down the hatch. Pat's still going to hold the position near that first floor bathroom. And Imarin continues to struggle here on Consulate. Ethan's low. Wildcard are in a very precarious position here to end this half. Now very likely that Elevate can continue on, make it 3-3. Pat finds a C4 kill though. Still holds that first floor bathroom for the time being. Hasn't been flushed out.
Wildcard, once they got put in that Devastate, they dialed up the aggression. It didn't work for Diesel, who tried to get aggressive, pushing up yellow stairs. Ooh, this Electroclaw might actually deny this wall in time. I think it's shot out, and Digital knows he's safe now. They in a pretty strong position here. Oh, okay, especially now that it's a 4 versus 2. You can't read the kill feed. All the bans come out. But it's all on Geo. Ethan's down, and Geo just getting lit up, and he's finished off. Elevate end the half. 3-3 with a massive comeback.
Incredible from Elevate to respond in the manner that they did. I still don't even blame Wildcard for the way they played that last round. Even the play from Imarin, you've got to take those sort of opportunities. Understanding he's getting followed. As I said before, used that last ping really well. Almost worked. Almost paid off, Emo. Unfortunately didn't, then you go and die early. And unfortunately for Wildcard, they just kept losing players elsewhere. As the round went on, Elevate did an amazing job to find those picks, find those roamers. They didn't even need to flush out the Goyo in the bathroom on first floor. But we go into this next half, and as I said a couple of rounds ago, Dev, if this was going to be tied at the half, the momentum will have shifted to Elevate, and it certainly feels like that right now. The mood in the room, I should say, feels like it's all on Elevate now.
Let's remember, this may have been Wildcard's pick, but Elevate have won it 3 times so far in the 6 Masters. They're in fact undefeated here on Consulate. We've seen some good performances from Wildcard, but they were pushed to the brink by Ferox and only barely stole this map away 8-7. That was when they picked it. So Elevate should definitely be aware that Wildcard were likely to take it to this map. And I think, we talked about during the pre-show how much we expected this map was going to come out of this veto. So Elevate have done their homework, and while it was a slow start, they've definitely come into this well. And that Nomad ban, by the end of it, didn't seem to matter because they punished every nugget of aggression from WILDCARD.
And how much of it, I guess, for Elevate, going back to that slow start, was mistakes? Digital dying early round 2. They had another player die really early in round 1 as well. You look at those 2 rounds as an example. The third round was quite clinical. Of course, the 3K. But the first 2 rounds, Elevate had played that better. Who knows? Maybe they could have taken an advantage from their attack. We switch sides. They go to defense now. WILDCARD are going to be looking to be aggressive themselves and try and take back a lead. They don't want to lose Consulate early here.
And can I just mention this beautiful strat being used by Elevate? A 11-hit castle barricade on the door to CEO with 2 ADSs to protect it. Well, that might have been an EMP to destroy those ADSs, but that castle barricade has been smacked 11 times. There you go. Ethan's going to get rid of it. That exposes a lot of positions. But Worthy still has that shield at long desk, and so does Red that he can use, but Red taken out from the roof, not aware that his feet were exposed in that position. A good first kill for WILDCARD, dismantling this strategy from Elevate quite effectively thus far.
And that almost replicates what we saw in the first 2 rounds of Elevate's attack, just losing a player at around that minute and a half, minute 40-second in a pretty easy affair. And WILDCARD can now take this advantage, start to push in. And we're on at top of yellow. Now push into the second floor bathroom if he so chooses. At least just cause a bit of noise and clear out the second floor. Look for any roamers. God Legion is up here over in meeting. That's a very vital fight if that does take place. Droned out though, now can peek it. Pre-fires through the wall, although that's going to be a misplaced. Oh, that tap was about a second away from Ema, and he doesn't even realize in the end. Unfortunate. And considering he's so low on health, he doesn't want to take those long-winded engagements. That's why he's just pre-firing and peeking and playing it really safe for as long as he can. A minute remaining as it gets hectic here. 4 versus 4. Both teams with a big opportunity in this 7th round.
Great setup on the bomb site around between public bathroom and benches, that castle barricade to protect, and that gives Vast a lot of mobility here. Digital getting pressured inside of Piano, and there's a full rotate from WILDCARD to try to pressure that. One goes from benches, it's Pat, while the rest of them all going from that Piano windows. What's the call here? 30 seconds left for WILDCARD. Elevate, they may have started on the back foot here, but things are looking so good for them. Choked out on the stairs is Pat, and he gets taken out from below as well. It's a 2 versus 3 now for WILDCARD. Just scrambling at the moment. 15 seconds remaining, all on Diesel, and he's surely taken out here. But he's not given any opportunity to take anything in the round. Elevate take 4 rounds in a row.
I won't lie, if you had said that Elevate were going to win the next 4 rounds after WILDCARD started 3 and zip, I would have said you're crazy. Despite the fact that Elevate are a very impressive team, and this is not really a surprise. If anything, it's probably going to script right now how we thought this series would go. You mentioned at the start of this season, these were 2 teams that you yourself thought would be among the top 2. And it's playing like that right now as we head down to basement for Elevate. 4 in a row, they're on form. They're only a couple of rounds away from taking this map. They're undefeated on Consulate. WILDCARD have only dropped 1 map this entire season. Could Elevate find the map that they need to help their chances of making top 4?
And you mentioned Elevate relying on at least 1 map victory out of this series to get that top 4, but the 2-0 is still on the cards for Elevate as well. We know that more than 50% of voters predicted WILDCARD to take this series, but those tips might not be super accurate once we see not only Elevate coming on strong here on WILDCARD's own map pick, but moving on to Villa afterwards. If Elevate have that momentum, and they're talking about a map that, well, they haven't exposed since January. WILDCARD, there was a vote of them losing it in March. Maybe Elevate have what it takes to gut WILDCARD here, 2-0.
And I mean, for WILDCARD, though, the last time they played on Consulate in 6 Masters, 8-7 Ferox, or not 2 Ferox, sorry, to WILDCARD, but still Ferox pushing them all the way till that overtime. So the proficiency for them on Consulate maybe not as ideal as they would have liked. And for Elevate, this has really worked in their favor. Even though Actually, the last time they did play on Concealer, they did lose to Ferox. Kind of ironic that, but right now, Elevate are looking more like the team we saw in the first half of this season of Six Masters, rather than the team we saw sort of in their last 5 maps.
Wildcard dancing around this garage wall at the moment. That bandit of red on the other side, ready to attempt to trick this. The Thatcher's there, so we can clear out any batteries that are already placed. But see, there are 3 players watching for anyone to peek that wall. The Zephyr trick comes out, using those concussions from the lifeline to cancel the animation of red putting down a bandit battery, and that gets the left panel open. But really the priority is to get the right panel open, and that's still not done for Wildcard. They got the left panel open because it's the one next to the drone hole. Now Diesel, with his teammates to cover, gets open the right panel, and that's good control there for Wildcard.
Smooth and precise from Wildcard so far in round 8. Playing against the grain right now because Elevate's got all of the momentum. So Wildcard have just got to keep their composure here. This is a much better start on this basement bomb site, opening up both sides of this garage door. Now they can start to push in, clear out a lot of these ADSs, clear out this utility. Don't leave it to the last 10 seconds, but still give yourself enough time. But even then, you can just now push in, get a very quick plant just in front of these doors that have now opened up. And then really, if that plant is successful, the odds of a retake are slim to none just about for Elevate. They're going to make sure that this diffuser does not go down.
One thing to note here for Wildcard is there's very little map control. That allows God Legion to play very aggressively here at the bottom of Yellow Stairs. He has an opportunity to peek around the corner as well to potentially deny a plant in front of White Van, unless if Emarin rotates to deny that. But there's no control above for Wildcard, and 50 seconds left. I think it's too late to attempt it, which means that denying these key anchor positions behind the yellow pillar, at pipes, behind White Van, it's going to be very difficult to do without that vertical control. And they're leaving it very late for this execute.
35 seconds remaining. Emarin's, I think, in that position, ready for the run out from Yellow Stairs or elsewhere, potentially keeping track of that left side. Last 20 seconds left. Now starting to push in is Ethan. Clears out the ADS, but finds a target that's far down below. Throws out the C4, expecting the push to come in through those garage doors. Diesel, though, finds an entryway. Takes out God Legion. Wildcard have now got control of Yellow Stairs, and Geo finds a pick. Red's going to trade back with him from the outside. It's a 3 versus 1 remaining. Elevate are all in control now. Diesel at Yellow Stairs finds an injure, but he doesn't have the diffuser. And he doesn't have the round. Elevate have got 5 in a row.
Insane there for Elevate, and Red to find 3 kills from that position at side White Van. It highlights the importance of taking map control, denying these heavy anchor positions, and preventing these aggressive rotations. Red had previously gone behind White Van. Maybe Wildcard droned it out, thought, okay, that's clear, but then they got caught in this crossfire. Dirty between pipes and White Van, and just completely exposed. Nowhere to go. They might have dealt with that main garage wall quite effectively with the Thatcher, the Thermite, and the Zephyr, but that's just not enough. And now on the back foot here, a reverse sweep is on the cards here for Elevate.
I mean, you kind of just sort of said why in your sentence there. When you commit so many operators to taking out that wall, you don't have enough operators to then go and roam around and find the other ways in. They had no vertical control, as you mentioned, second floor, first floor. It was only until the end that Diesel was able to sort of get in, push through Yellow Stairs, take out God Legion, but that was just too little too late. By that point, Elevate had already started to win most of those trades and fights, and it was a 3 versus 1. So for Wildcard, in the end, committing so many to those garage doors backfires, and Elevate will make them pay. Well, now the 5th round in a row. Can they continue on? 7-3 might be in the cards for them. At one point, I thought those first 3 rounds, Wildcard looked like they could find a 7-3 themselves.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Razor wire ready.
Bomb located by attackers.
2 minutes and 40 seconds. I'm not sure if Dev's hit that mute button again like he did last night.
What do you mean? I definitely did maybe do that. I just
Hold it.
I was just giving you the spotlight, Xenox. I was going to point out, there's been some huge performances from individuals on this team, and previously we talk about Ethan being that man on Wildcard to really step up, but it's been Pat who's tried to drag this team through, and it hasn't been enough so far. It's at 12-5 at the moment, but for Elevate, it's just been a nice, well-rounded team effort. WILDCARD, especially on these attacks, have just fallen into the traps Elevate have beset them.
A bomb has been located.
The goal this round for Elevate is to deny vertical control, because you think WILDCARD will look to get a bit more of it here. Coming into this 9th round, they had none in the last round. Well, that backfired. Propel's going to be vital. Take control of this windows, looking into meeting. CO. Minute and a half. But Digital's going to be able to waste so much time here, makes the run across safely in this private bathroom. This is the vital position. I was about to say, he made the first time across, the second time Geo will punish him. The longer that the smoke can stay in there, or at least in that vicinity, buys so much time for the defenders. Losing Digital makes it very difficult now for Elevate. Then you lose Red shortly after that, and it all now just starts to fall apart for Elevate here in this 9th round. The momentum may be just subsiding slightly here as WILDCARD find a couple of picks. Just a little bit better here to at least try and make it 5-4. Not over yet, 3v5.
Really good control for WILDCARD, though. Top of yellow, but there's 2 players downstairs, both of which have C4. Not sure whether God Legion still has one in the pocket, but it's likely. And they're both watching. They can't push up yellow stairs because Pat's there. But God Legion, in fact, does have a C4, as does Vars. So there's 2 opportunities here to thwart this plant from WILDCARD. No doubt WILDCARD will have to get very aggressive and completely overwhelm side, but it's just these 2 players left downstairs now. Diesel getting this plant down, Vars to deny it. Then he's taken out by Geo.
Bomb diffuser.
It's a 1 versus 4 for God Legion. This C4 might be good, it might be impactful, but surely it won't be enough. Imran getting that plant down. God Legion, what have you got for us? Surely WILDCARD's watching every opportunity here, and there you go. Geo's going to finish him off, and that's WILDCARD to finally get their heads back in the game.
Quick snap from Geo. Quick reaction time pays dividends. 10 rounds in, and we've got an absolute clinker. 5-4. It all started with WILDCARD, then a 5-0 run from Elevate. And finally, WILDCARD stop the rot. They now go to first floor. Elevate, lobby and press. And they're just so close to that sweet, sweet victory, Dev, getting that map. They're so close that maybe just might slip from them if they stumble at the finish line here. WILDCARD are certainly capable now to run away and get these next 3 rounds.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It was really on the back of those first 2 picks WILDCARD managed to get. So if Elevate continue this aggression and WILDCARD are ready to punish it, we'll see something very similar to what we saw in Elevate's own half. And in fact, it could be that the trend continues. WILDCARD got a stray of 3 defensive rounds at the start, and then
Bomb located by
Elevate continued and started to make adaptations, read into the way WILDCARD were playing and punish them for it. We started to see that trend maybe get even a little bit earlier here on WILDCARD's own attacks. They had 2 run by them at the start, and now they've started to figure out the best way to deal with Elevate on these
10
defenses.
seconds left.
It's really up to the defenders now to ensure they don't keep falling
5 seconds.
into these angles that WILDCARD are holding.
Attackers objective is
Raising our defenses. Ready for grenade.
Elevate. Big opportunity to continue to just be aggressive. Don't sort of fall back into their shells just because you lost that last round. A lot of presence up in this second floor, making a lot of noise, opening up a lot of holes. I think Worthy wanting to make sure that that top floor above the bomb site stays in their control for at least as long as possible here over at CO.
Yeah, that said, the push from WILDCARD seems to be coming from admin side. Immarin's already in, Diesel to join him up. Ethan on a rappel outside paper window, and here we have Immarin ready and waiting. An angle going downstairs, just to prevent anyone from flanking from the bottom of Visa stairs. Imran also taking out that default camera that's in Visa through the floor there. Nice one. Now he's watching in towards meeting, holding this long line to punish anyone who peeks. It might be God Legion. And the pinch starts to come out. Pat on these windows. Diesel to drone up. Spots out the Jaeger sitting inside meeting. Pat ready to contest that one if he needs to. We know God Legion. We know how good of a player he is. He's confident in his gunfights, and he's just waiting for someone to peek him.
Wildcard are going to peek him, though. They've got to do at least from 2 different angles at the same time. Make it difficult. You can only take one with him if he is able to land his shots. Pat, in this pro balcony. He's going to go back onto the drone. God Legion, though, has moved positions, though, back over the waiting. Worthy's still over at CO. And a lot of his second floor control on the west side is still in control for Elevate. Doing a decent job, but they did allow Wildcard, as you said, to take control of admin. Visa if they want to then drop down onto that first floor, which it seems is the case with Geo down there. Imran, though, I think wants to help out Pat, clear out this meeting room, and then eventually clear out CO, but they've only got a minute. How much time can they really commit to continue to flush out these roamers on the second floor?
It's worthy to go down from Ethan, maybe from the benches window, as I believe so. Wildcard very split up, but very in sync despite that. A lot of droning for each other. Ethan watching that long line. Diesel to force this plant down. Is there an answer? It's going to go down successfully. It is. Diesel gets taken out just after the plant goes down, and all the kills are for Wildcard. It's just Vast left, and, well, he might have found 1 kill, but there's 4 more to find, and this just doesn't look possible.
And it's not possible. Pat still sitting at the balcony outside of meeting, finds this kill as he's roaming around. Wildcard certainly back in the fight.
I didn't see the exact plant position, but I'm just going to assume it was at the lobby door, most common plant position. And I mean, there was plant denial just at the last moment, but it was right after that diffuser got locked down. I'm sure Vast is kicking himself and thinking maybe things would have been differently. Maybe there wasn't a possibility there if I had managed to deny that plant. But for Wildcard, you know, they've gone back from that deficit of 3-5 after losing 5 in a row, and they've turned things back around. They've made it on their turf now. They're putting Elevate on the back foot. That's not only a loss on console, which was the least favored bomb site for Elevate, but also once they returned to that lobby and press room where they were most preferred, they got another loss, and Wildcard really picked themselves up. Elevate now. Remember the last time they defended Garage, it worked out splendidly for them because Wildcard was unable to deny these anchor positions, and Elevate maintained those crossfires into the dying moments when they put that final nail in the coffin for Wildcard. Surely something will change here, though, for the attack.
The other part of it, too, I think in that last round, we saw Elevate commit at least two players up onto that second floor on the west side over towards CO, and yet there wasn't really much remonstration from Wildcard. They didn't really seem like they cared too much. Yeah, a bit of pressure put onto God Legion sitting in meeting, but for the most part, it didn't quite get involved. That allowed Wildcard to then push on that first floor, bomb site, push into lobby, get the plant down, and Elevate just didn't have the numbers to then deal with it. You think maybe that just plays a part into how that round sort of evolved. 5 versus 5 now, all squared up. As we may have sort of suspected coming into this matchup, we thought these rounds would be close, and so far that has been the case.
Elevate seem to be reattempting this bandit trick. They've got the Wamai magnets ready to counter this Zephyr trick that we saw last time. But Wildcard was pretty adept at countering this setup from Elevate and quite easily maintained the control over the garage wall, popped it open. For now, Wildcard just focusing on this roam clear, which is a nice adaptation. We talked about how maybe that was the downfall of Wildcard last round, not roam clearing. And instead, they are checking all of the top floor. You can see drones. Geo's got one at Spiral Stairs. Diesel also clearing out the top floor down to Yellow Stairs. There is Worthy, however, over at TV near admin. I don't think Wildcard have any information on him just yet. He also has a rotate down now with Digital opening up that admin hatch.
But just like that last round, will they actually push over to him? But this time in an opposite direction, also over towards the admin side. A lot of presence from Wildcard on the west side this time. Last round was on the east. Minute 25 seconds, they may not even make their way over to Worthy, and then Worthy may just sit there wasting time. If Wildcard then push in through, say, garage doors, get control of Yellow Stairs, they can overwhelm, say, Digital, Vast, and Red down in basement, leaving then the two roamers, God Legion and Worthy, up on that second floor, kind of doing nothing. Geo finds one through the Claymore. God Legion does get caught out. No one was even there. Geo maybe surprised by that, but a great Claymore placement. There's that pick I said that may just come out. Opens it up even easier for Wildcard. 50 seconds, so much time. They've cleared out so much here. Through the floor, surely Imran's going to find this kill. He was on 0 for a while, but in the last couple of rounds, he's just picked things up. He's now up to 2 with the last 2 rounds. And he goes out. Can't find his target, though.
Wait, that plant's going down from Diesel. Not denied, and there's a successful plant also to take one out, all on red. Things have turned around. It may be a flawless attack for Wildcard after so much difficulty. Indeed it is. They have redeemed themselves, and they've got themselves onto match point here on their map pick. It was merely a hiccup, just 5 rounds lost in a row to come back and make a return. On match point now is Wildcard.
Match point, Wildcard. It's been a roller coaster of a match. Wildcard 3-0 out the gate, then 5 to Elevate, then now 3 in a row to Wildcard. Elevate have got to respond though. As we go back to CO and meeting, where Elevate, I do believe, have had success as both the attackers. I'm not sure so much as the defenders though. They have got a big opportunity to send this one into overtime, give themselves a chance, especially going back later on into their attack. But for now, Wildcard have got everything going for them. One more map and they can then rest a bit easy. They'll take back that first spot on the standings, and they'll basically get a freebie going into Villa against Elevate here. And it puts so much pressure then going into Villa as well for Elevate. If they don't then win that, well, might as well say that their season may just be done.
For Wildcard, I want to credit the way that they've made this comeback happen. It's all about adaptations. We talked about how they really struggled on that first garage defense, which didn't really have any answer for the anchor positions. No counter. Yep, God Legion does in fact find that drone. But then, contrastly, this time around, instead of hunting those roamers down, we saw that there were in fact 2 roamers, God Legion, and I'm not sure who the other one was, Worthy, I believe. Wildcard just dedicated Ema into taking control of Piano, opening the floor, which is the reason you clear roamers, while Geo was dedicated to watching flanks. We saw him on the drones, and his Claymore also found one onto God Legion. And that worked excellently for Wildcard. They managed to get the best of both worlds without wasting time chasing down those roamers. And I've got a stat for you, Xenox. 3 rounds in a row, Wildcard have won their attacks. 3 rounds in a row, Wildcards have successfully planted the diffuser. And that shows how objectively focused Wildcard are. They're not trying to take on everything at once. They just bite off what they can chew and deal with little bits at a time.
Well, the power of 3s has been in favor of Wildcard so far in Consulate, but they're going to need the power of 4 to win the map 7-5 here against Elevate. The Elevate just reined it in a bit here. Maybe try and turtle it up a bit more. But then if you do that, you allow Wildcard to get so much control on that first floor at these windows. They look to then can have a bit more of an opportunity to push in. Doesn't look like Worthy wants any of that. He's going to roam down below. Red close by, and Digital at the top of yellow. Ethan just outside being a pest.
Remember, Digital was taken out nice on an early in the last defense of this top floor when he was running between Private and Yellow. He is peeking quite aggressively, and now that there's a player on that Private rappel, he does have to be cautious, but he smokes it off to try and stay a little bit longer. He still has his ADSs intact. The Thatcher could clear those, but Pat hasn't done so thus far. A magnet caught out for the flashbang. And another smoke. EMP comes out. Flashbang to clear the magnets. A nade comes out as well. Is it going to find its target? No, Digital's retreated comfortably back into Private. There was no opportunity for Geo to cover the cross, and now all the way back safe again. The 50 seconds to go. Wildcard need to deal with this.
The big plus right now for Elevate is that Digital's still in that private bathroom. 45 seconds. He doesn't get picked this time. You mentioned it last time we were on this second floor. Got picked really early on, crossing from one side of the bathroom to the other. Ooh. Oh, spots the legs and shoots the legs. Red's going to be taken out from Diesel at the window just outside On the garage roof, Vasto will get him. The trade back is confirmed, but only 25 seconds left remaining. WILDCARD have got in though. They've gotten a bit of position around the bomb site, clearing out the last bit of utility and cameras and everything that they can see before they go in. Actually, the diffuser was on Diesel, so they had to go and retrieve that. It's going to buy time for Elevate, but fortunately for WILDCARD, Ethan's just getting the job done. Inside, on site, the bomb site. God Legion finds one, running out of time to get this diffuser down. Pat will stick it though. He'll get it off. God Legion's got a big task ahead of him. He does get one, 2 more to find.
Buddy's finished off and WILDCARD secure that map after what was a bit of back and forth, just a streak of one team, a streak of another team, and it looked like WILDCARD weren't able to close that until Ethan just runs in and does what Ethan does best. Quick 3K on the Ash to clear out the bomb site and pave way for WILDCARD to take their map pick.
That was a very enthralling match that in the end didn't go to overtime, but 7-5 did give it credit. And for Elevate, they had that massive run in the middle of that match from Consulate. It just wasn't enough. They started slow, and then in the end, WILDCARD finished with a bang to get those last couple of rounds, take out their map pick of Consulate 7-5, breathe a bit of sigh of relief, and well, they're now also back at the top of the standings.
In fact, that was the only attack WILDCARD won without... Oh no, they did plant. Never mind. They won every single attack that they won. They planted. I like that. You know, it gives you a bit of an insight into how they were playing. And yeah, I really want to point out there that Elevate were totally on board to win that round and take us to overtime until Ethan, and unfortunately we didn't catch much of it on the camera, but until Ethan just runs in and gets 3 kills. And I don't know whether he came up from Visa Stairs. I wasn't watching at the time. I don't know whether he came in through Con or maybe repelled in CEO, but you could see that desperate attempt. As soon as there was finally a little bit of an opening pick, WILDCARD found 2 kills. There was no time left, really. They just fell into the bomb site and allowed Ethan to go nuts.
I mean, credit to Elevate, the way that they were able to respond after losing those first 3 rounds and go on a tear. They got 5 in a row. I mean, that's no easy feat against WILDCARD as well on WILDCARD's map pick. Unfortunately, they then weren't able to go on and finish the job. It did feel like when we saw WILDCARD sort of just stop the rot a bit, make it 5-4, that they had every chance to then continue that. And in the end, they did, right? They didn't lose a single round after that. So once they stopped the run of Elevate, so it was a game of runs. It was a game of, streaks, really, in the end. And it just so happened that WILDCARD was able to have 2 of them, where it was just kind of one long one for Elevate, and weren't able to obviously win 7 in a row. I don't think that was going to happen.
And I think Elevate's got to be kicking themselves at the moment because they let 3 rounds slip on their attacks in the first half. And if they hadn't done that, if they had managed to pull through on one of WILDCARD's first runs of defenses, and there was some opportunities there. Like, Pat just went crazy in 1 round and got a 4K. If Elevate had locked down on their attacking half and just won 1 more round, we'd be looking at overtime or potentially even a victory for Elevate. So, I mean, it really does come down to those fine details. And it may have been a 7-5. We didn't get overtime, but it was definitely a very close game. And that shapes up to be a very exciting series heading into Villa next.
Yeah, certainly so. We've, of course, got 1 more match to play out in this series between Elevate and WILDCARD. WILDCARD taking it 1-0 at the moment as we go to the break.
Bomb diffuser. 15 seconds left. The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Recovered their diffuser. 10 seconds left.
holding back. The shoot to kill in this leap of faith that you're in me true. You stand alone, but I'll watch over you. The clock is ticking, the clock is ticking. A single second could mean everything. Time is running, the time is running out. Don't give up, don't give in. Don't let me down. Be the one to wipe their grin when they hear this sound. Don't give up, don't give in before they catch a glimpse. I know you'll find the strength within.
Consulate went the way of Wildcard 7-5 in our centered Battle of the Giants. We head into Villa very, very shortly in what is, of course, the map pick for Elevate. This is their opportunity, Dev, where they must get this map win in this series, tie it up, get a draw, get something from this series. Otherwise, they're in deep trouble going into their final Playday next week.
Yeah, I mean, they've slipped down to 5th place on the standings, and they're not doing themselves any favors by not taking that map there, especially after getting 5 in a row. We really thought there was a chance there, maybe at least for the overtime. Not to be, though. I definitely think there is a chance here. We're going on to Elevate's map pick, and I mean, I'm just going to go on and have another squiz to make sure I'm right here. Yeah, I am. So with Villa, which is what Elevate decided to pick up here, they haven't played this since January, and they won it against Knights, but I mean, it was so long ago that is that even really relevant, right? And the most recent interaction Elevate had with Villa was when they banned it against LFO. I mean, aside from, it's not like it's been an insta-ban for them or anything like that. For Wildcard, they haven't been banning it at all in 6 Masters, but they lost it to Okami in the Pro League in March. So I'm thinking from Elevate's perspective, they've thought, okay, well, we haven't shown our Villa strats here. We have a little bit of information, semi-outdated information from March on our opponents. Let's do it. Let's take them to it. It's a bit of a gamble, but let's do it.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the poll vote as well, just one more time for this series. Wildcard were clearly the favorites coming in, 53%, 28% said Elevate. That's no longer the case, but the 19% who said draw could still be on the money depending on how things transpire going into Villa. Big opportunity for Elevate, a lot of pressure on them. And one of the questions I asked Strider yesterday in the interview with him from Knights was the pressure going into that map on Cafe, and the fact that losing that meant they've got a long uphill battle to make top 4. And they were devastated. They were heartbroken. They knew full well going into that series they needed something, and they got nothing in the end. And I think for Elevate's sake, it could be the case as we head into Villa now. They had their opportunity on Consulate. It didn't work out for them. Now they're going to have to do it here on Villa.
It is Elevate's map pick, though, so there is the opportunity there. The pressure might be on, but this is Elevate's best chance at taking Destiny into their own hands here and securing that top 4 playoff spot. Their only other opportunity to do so is next week against Okami, and that won't be a walk in the park. Let's jump in the ban phase. Wildcard to kick things off. What are we going to see here? Maybe a Thatcher. Is it going to get passed through? Nope, not this time around. So Thatcher banned out. Going to really make the attackers have to get creative in dealing with a lot of those obstacles, your ADS devices, Kaid, Electroclaws, etc. Here's an uncommon ban for you, though. Buck from Elevate.
Definitely agree with you. And again, the trend that we've seen, at least in the last week or two, is that Ying's ban rate has subsided. But will we see the mirror come back into the fold as well? Paul's going to be banned out again, as we saw on Consulate. Eyes a bit of that roaming potential. Wildcards, I guess, a team that could utilize an operator like Pulse, who can be aggressive at times, can backfire at times, but the Goyo comes out as the ban as well. That might actually be one of the first times Goyo's been banned this entire season of 6 Masters. I can get that information for you, Dev, because I have my own stat sheet too.
Please do. I recall, I don't know whether it was in Pro League.
It is the first time. Yeah, there you go.
Nice. Well, we did see a few Goyo bans when he finally was released into competitive play, primarily against teams like Okami, who are really prolific with the operator. But maybe that's a comfort ban from Wildcard because, of course, there's no information here that either of these teams really have against their opponents, specifically Wildcard, because last time Elevate played this was in January. That's ages ago. We're in June now. Xenox, like, I can't believe we're almost halfway through 2020. January was a long time ago. Like, back in January, Geo, who's here playing for Wildcard, was actually on Elevate, and Elevate didn't have Worthy, and Wildcard only have 3/5 of the roster from before. So this is uncharted territory for these teams. Elevate only have that one VOD of Wildcard playing on this map in March against Okami, and I'm sure that they've changed a lot since then.
But that's the thing, right? That's also where it makes it very difficult to look at results in January when teams were so different. For the most part, I think in terms of just recent games, I look at a lot at Six Masters. Obviously, if you look at just Six Masters, then you're not going to have the head-to-head matchup result, but more so how teams play against the other teams here in Six Masters. You know, how teams performed on Villa, for example. Elevate, this may have been their map pick, but it's not as if they are the kings of Villa by any means, Dev. This very well could easily just go Wildcard's favor too. You know, you mentioned at the start of this broadcast that Elevate had the big opportunity to go 2-0. And the same could have easily been said for Wildcard. Wildcard are at least now in that position. They will defend first. And if Elevate don't win these first few rounds, their heads may drop a bit.
And while we don't have a lot of information on how Wildcard played this, they've clearly been practicing it. I want to point out this electric claw placement from Emorin in just near the bar. If we zoom in, I would love to see. It's placed right near this deployable shield on the floor. You can see just slightly to the right there, where there's a bit of a break in the floor, and that means it can't be shot from below. It's on a solid wooden beam, and couple that with the Thatcher ban, it's going to be almost impossible for Elevate to get rid of that electric claw, which will be super difficult and basically nullify any chance at opening that wall using the thermite charges.
So what you're saying is Wildcard have said to Elevate, you've activated my trap card. We were ready for this. You thought we weren't, but here we are, and we're going to play it out, and we're going to take you on your map pick. It very well could be the case. Fast trying to push in, Elevate trying to push in, not getting very far at all. Wildcard are prepared. They're ready to go here on Villa. Elevate, I think, are in some trouble here.
Oh, and that's a deception there from the Alibi Prisma. Digital will attempt to open up this wall. Looks to be a freebie. Worthy watching that flank up through Classical hallway. But now there's a whole gaping hole in the bomb site. Is there an opportunity here, though, for this to be salvaged? Digital finds one. Worthy as well. Spotted out the gun of that Jaeger. Pat safely in vault. 1:12. There's still a lot of time to work with here for Elevate.
A lot of time, but not a lot of lives. 3 still up as well for Wildcard, who can still delay as well with the smokes from Diesel.
No!
That Diesel's going to be taken down, and you go to try and pick it up, you'll go down as well. It was the Worthy team kill that started all of that. Besides that, I don't think that we're going to get very far anyway, with Ethan watching from not very far away. Regardless of the team kill, Dev, I still think that wasn't going to be very good for Elevate in that round. Wildcard take it 1-0.
Can I just point out that there were 2 team kills there?
Wait, really?
Yeah, there was a team
Wait
kill
a
right at the
second.
end. There was a team kill earlier on. Worthy, I think, was it? I'm not sure which player it was. Maybe it wasn't Red. Maybe it was Vast or God Legion. Got team killed really early on when just pushing in through study, and then there was that team kill right at the end there. So I mean, if you looked at this, yeah, if you looked at the scoreboard from Wildcard, like they only have 3 kills so far. And I mean that's yeah, that's cool.
Fun facts with Dev, and unfortunately team kills with Elevate, I guess, which is unfortunate. Not sure
Not fun for them.
Not sure, you know, last night was sort of the talk about replicating sort of rounds. I'm not sure if Elevate are going to want to replicate that one, and I think for Wildcard, that's not something that they can probably bank on happening again.
And I mean, Wildcard are off to a strong start here, and it's only going to get more difficult. We know that there is an opportunity, of course, as always, to come back on the flip side, but we're going to see a closet hole. This is fun. Were you here when was it Kami played this and they did the like the frost strats? Do you remember that?
Yes, that was us.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was us. That was so good. I think we're going to see something similar just without the frost. So in the closet, you'll see a lot of ADS devices and a few were my magnets as well. A castle barricade to enable a rotate hole. Look at that utility invested. 2 magnets and 2 ADSs. Some holes looking downstairs and several rotates. This is a really sophisticated strategy from WILDCARD. And going into this game, Elevate won't be aware of it because, as I mentioned, this isn't something that WILDCARD has shown in VODs before.
Yeah, that was a fun time. The frost traps proved to be hit and miss at sometimes. At one point they were effective, at other points they really did nothing. And they had, if I remember correctly, like 3 ADSs with 2 frost traps and a shield holding in the closet.
Yeah.
Minutes and 10 seconds, not quite as much utility community this time around. Gio's going to pick up, goes and grabs God Legion, punishes him. Up on that second floor. Now Red is a bit nervous as well near those red stairs. And WILDCARD gets the opening pit, makes it tough for Elevate.
I'm so glad that Elevate picked this map because it's giving us a great opportunity to see some of WILDCARD's 300 IQ strategies here. I always love it when WILDCARD have a few pocket strats in there, up their sleeve. And, well, Diesel here playing the castle himself with the shotgun. The super shot is quite a good weapon. Got a rotation not only into bathroom but also one between. Oh, that's a nice C4 up through the floor. Thankfully, Red shot that one out. Here's the push coming in from landing. But of course, they have a lot of angles to be wary of, and the castle barricades are still molding the site to WILDCARD's benefit.
So close from Ethan. He has to be wondering how close it really was. If he hadn't got that off, would have that even got the kill? Probably. Or at least it would have done a lot of damage. Able to clear this out because there's no ADSs here. A lot of them were used, if not all of them were used in closet. May have been one used elsewhere. Vast is able to get Diesel, can now push in. Risky play though, immediately countered by Pat, holding long way down the corridor. Digital gets a return though onto Pat, now makes it a 3 versus 3. It's even Steven. Digital's gonna go the thermite breach. Ethan does find Worthy, makes it tough again for Elevate. Red's low as well, remember that. He's not gonna be able to be too effective in any sort of exchange. Definitely not effective when Ethan's below.
Just Digital now to salvage 3 players, and oh, this is so difficult. Doesn't realize that the players rotated back into stat, and WILDCARD. Look, their strategy in Master was dismantled, but Ethan cannot be contained. He found 2 kills below, and there were so many good trades from the rest of WILDCARD on site that Elevate just had no chance.
We're getting Consulate vibes so far after the first 2 rounds, especially if we see a 3-0 in favor of WILDCARD. Can't help but feel the similarities are already taking place. The fact that Elevate was slow out of the blocks on Consulate, now a bit slow out of the blocks here on Villa, on their own map pick as well, where it now seems like WILDCARD almost, or at least it feels like they're almost more prepared than Elevate. But it's easier to say that when I guess WILDCARD are defending, and it's easier to put a lot of practice in place, you know, holding certain positions and angles. Attackers have got to clear things out. It's not quite as easy to, I guess, pre-plan attacks as it is to pre-plan defense holds. Great start for WILDCARD nonetheless. And for Elevate, this is where you don't want to drop your heads. Keep going, keep pushing, keep being aggressive. And know, with the way that Consulate turned out, you can find a run of form somewhere here on Villa.
That's a great point. Maybe that Elevate coming back from that deficit, losing 3 rounds in a row, and then replying with 5 of their own. Surely that is something to give them some confidence and knowing that no matter how far down we are, we can always come back. But really, it's the same for WILDCARD, right? Because they countered that reverse sweep attempt last game. We've seen quite a lot of alibi here. Ethan picked it on round number 1, now bringing it again. Not a very common operator, but it's nice to see the Italian operator brought out on the Italian map here. And, I mean, Alibi, I actually advocate for Alibi. I think she's got a fantastic primary. She's a 3-speed. She has a fantastic secondary here with the Bailiff. Great for making rotation holes. She can also bring a deployable shield, reinforce anchor positions, and that pairs really nicely with her Prismas, as you can see, holding the top of Brown Stairs, and one also in Aviator as well. You put them in positions where you can't shoot the little base platform, and they can be used really nicely to deny lines of sight and give you the defenders a slight advantage in these engagements.
WILDCARD's not even a team who probably needs any advantage the way they've been playing this season. Are you serious? It's not even at the 2-minute mark and Ethan's already roaming around and finding pigs. He got a second one! Oh, it's easy for Ethan. Easy for Wildcard right now on Villa. And Elevate losing both Red and Worthy. They lose a lot of presence as they want to then push in. More Sledge, Capital can't clear out certain positions. And with 2 minutes still remaining, I mean, I know it's easy to sit back and say, well, you know, there's a lot of time for Elevate, but 5v3 makes it tough from here.
Wildcard just aren't giving any free map control. This bomb site is kitchen, right? Kitchen dining. And Wildcard is still contesting the entries in through study, as well as the top floor. But now they've found those 2 picks. They've decided to really just consolidate their efforts. Still, the drone comes out, spots out, I believe that was Ema in on the castle, who defaults back downstairs. I like this decision from Wildcard. You're in that advantage. Now, just knuckle down. Don't have to push too aggressively from this point out. You can roam horizontally instead of roaming vertically from here on out. Let Elevate take this map control, waste some time. Don't give them any picks through the floor because you're playing horizontally, roaming around library. And then when finally Elevate attempt to execute, you have a significant numbers advantage and can move from there.
Ooh. Oh, Digital
That's
takes
C4.
so much damage from that C4. Yep. Has to fall back for the time being, expecting maybe a push. Why not? At this point, you think Wildcard are just going to be pushing from any sort of corner at any sort of time. God Legion from above in this master bedroom. Doesn't find anything. Vast has to push down. 30 seconds left. I mean, you got no reason not to try, but try as you might. Wildcard are going to win this round. God Legion drops down. All he can spot is Digital go down in front of him with the oh, it's over. All this round, Wildcard are absolutely dominating. But I said the exact same thing after 3 rounds on Consular, and we know what happened after that.
It's true. I mean, if there's any time for Elevate to get back into it, it's right now. It's what they did on Consulate. Of course, it didn't lock out the map for them, but they got within arm's reach of that match point. Got to say, Wildcard are looking stellar here on Villa. They really do maintain a 6-map pool, and if no one wants to take them to Villa, that's fine. They'll just pick Clubhouse every day a team lets them. But when they do go to Villa, when finally a team takes the gamble and picks a map that Wildcard haven't shown off for a while, even though Elevate have no VODs on this map and Wildcard are going in blind, Wildcard have confidence in their own gameplay. We've heard it in the past. In interviews, Wildcard, they like to say, look, we don't focus too much on counter-strutting other teams. We've done that in the past, and it doesn't work. Our focus is on perfecting our own gameplay, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Wildcard.
Ethan's been very impressive in this series, both on Consulate, here on the Alibi as well, now on Villa. 6-0. Always a great sign over the first 3 rounds. For Wildcard, though, this is where maybe it's a mental battle. In their heads, they may not be thinking about it, but considering what happened on Consulate after 3 rounds, it's worthy of a discussion to say, all right, we're playing aggressive, we're finding early picks. Let's not maybe get overzealous. Let's not throw away picks needlessly and lives needlessly. Let's make sure we just keep it in a controlled manner, controlled aggression, I guess, here into round 4. Don't let Elevate into this round at all.
Gio got the opening pick last time Wildcard defended this bomb site. In fact, he's got 2 opening picks so far. He's been really confident on his engagements and he's playing this aggressive angle at the moment. From the top of Brown Stairs, Digital has to be cautious. Recently, he has been exposed a lot. The first player taken out, he takes a bit of damage. Shot to the arm from Gio. And now Gio goes back, activating those magnets. Still, his shield is protected by 2 of those magnets. Digital's all out of stun grenades. The combination of Jaeger and Wamai from Wildcard working out well to protect Gio. Ooh, but here's a push up from the stairs from bottom Brown. A smoke grenade to deny that long line of sight, and Vast as well to push in from study. Can he lock out this kill? He can. There's a trade, however, and the players trying to push up from bottom Brown just can't do it because of that smoke, babe. Genius stuff from Diesel, and now they're all locked out of the bomb site. Wildcard have perfected this so well, but God Legion trying to get back into the game. It's him and Worthy to push up.
I just don't think Vast pushed in with someone watching his back like that, or at least was never going to be able to get a trade. Unfortunately for Elevate, just didn't quite go the way that they thought that push would go. 3 versus 3 typically doesn't seem so bad, but considering the health states of Worthy, even Digital to a degree on the Thermite, the fact that WILDCARD are defending here, there's still 1:10 remaining. WILDCARD certainly in control of this round to go for 4-0. Last time they went 4 rounds in a row was at the end of Consulate when it was 5-3 in favor of Elevate. Since then, it's been 7 rounds in a row on both maps now to WILDCARD. They look to close out round 4 now, 55 seconds. Can Worthy, Digital, or even God Legion have something to say about it? Now's the time at Classical Hall. Ethan gets Worthy. He was low, only needed a bullet or 2 to take him down. God Legion now pushes up from bottom brown, and he's going to take the fight at long. Doesn't find anything. Ethan and Pat now in a 2 versus 2 with Digital and God Legion. 36 seconds remain. Massive chance for Elevate to get back into this round if they can find something in this 2 versus 2.
And if Ethan overpicks here, it could be to his detriment. Pat as well takes out the first player, pushing on, he gets both of them. A huge play from Pat, locking out that round and denying any hope for Elevate to get into this game.
Oh, just so brutal from Pat. 4 rounds in a row now for WILDCARD. What is going to stop them at this point? I'm not sure what can. This is fast. As you can see, the immediate trade came straight after that. God Legion was able to find one through the floors, but it was just messy from Elevate's perspective. Pat holding back in hunting was able to then get the double at the end on the Digital and God Legion. And this has not gone the way that Elevate would have expected on their map pick of Villa. It's their map pick, Dev. And they're getting slaughtered right now.
Attackers need to locate.
It goes to show that this is a huge gamble from Elevate to take WILDCARD to a map where, I mean, neither of these teams have information on how either of these teams play it. So there are 2 key factors that really make the difference going into a game where neither you nor your opponent know how each other's play. It's 1, how good are you on that map? How well practiced are you? Is it on your regular scrim rotation? And clearly it is for WILDCARD. Of course it would be for Elevate as well, otherwise they wouldn't have picked it. But the second thing is, how good are you at adapting mid-game? And so far, WILDCARD have just been hammering the exact same strategies round after round, this defense, but Elevate haven't adapted. On top of that, having a couple of players on WILDCARD who are just on fire. I mean, Gio's had some great opening engagements. Pat as well, not only on this game, but in the previous map was been on fire. And Ethan hasn't even died yet on Villa. He's 7-0. I mean, what can you do when that's what you're going up against?
You just got to have faith in your own teammates, in your own tactics, and try and sort of just pinch 1 or 2 here. At the very least, get at least 1. Give yourself a chance then on your defense. Clearly, if you're going to pick Villa, you've got something up your sleeve on the defensive side. But it's all been WILDCARD right now. God Legion and Vast going to push in on the 2nd floor. Red's going to drone out down below for them. Digital just making sure also they're safe on this 2nd floor. From the looks of it, no real presence on this 2nd floor except for Pat and Diesel. Everyone else roaming around below them. But this is kind of what you expect from WILDCARD. And it puts a lot of doubt into the mind of Elevate. They've got to drone everything. They've got to be cautious of everything. At any point, look at where Emo is. It's hard to get a gauge as to how WILDCARD are going to play this. You say that they've been playing standard, but at times, the little movements, the little positions, they keep adapting.
But Elevate have made really good time here. Only a little over a minute wasted, and they've already got that control onto landing. Now that they're aware of how WILDCARD like to hold on here in Master, they're ready to try to counter it. They did so quite effectively late round last time, trying to burn as many of these ADS and magnets as possible. Drone's going to come in. Diesel's going to contest this with the UMP. That flash there gets caught in the magnet. Ooh, Diesel droned out. He doesn't want to peek too aggressively here. Multiple angles, no shot! That's nuts stuff there with the UMP, no less. Good night, boss. And still, Elevator just gonna deal with Diesel here. Worthy, what can you do? Can you support Digital? No, the magnet catches his utility. The smoke grenade comes out, and Elevator in shambles.
Diesel's low, but so is Digital. Finally, he's going to be taken out in that closet. Ethan finds 2 in the kill feed. Not a surprise at all. I mean, the The way that Ethan's playing right now on Villa, completely unstoppable. There was a C4 kill in there as well, roaming around on this first floor, making life so difficult for Elevate. Digital extremely low from that exchange with Diesel over in Closet. Worthy watching from Master. 2 versus 3? No, never mind. It's traded back immediately. Unfortunately, now Worthy in a 1 versus 3 starts to push, but doesn't get very far. 5 rounds in a row for Wildcard, and they say, well, if you can get 5 in a row, so can we.
I mean, where does it end, Xenox? This is just an avalanche that is picking up speed. I mean, how many rounds have Wildcard won in a row now? 9 rounds in a row, if you count the 4-round streak that closed out Consulate. And yes, we get to see this. Beautiful. That's art. That's a work of art right there from Diesel. Threading the needle. All he needed was 1 bullet onto Vast's head. And I mean, if that is just an analogy for the round and the map of how this has gone so far, I mean, that's it.
The Capcan 6th pick for the final defense round for Wildcard. And you're right, where does this end? Does it stop now? Does Elevate find at least 1 round on their attack? If not, it's going to be a very, very long match point, or a very, very short match point for that matter. If a 7-0 were to come out, how demoralizing it would be for the team. You know, I've spoken at great lengths throughout this series, both pre-show and during these matches, how important getting a map for Elevate was. They're not going to get it now, surely, barring a catastrophe on the side of Wildcard, because they're the ones you would think would have to slip up. You got a guy who's 9-0, for instance. Elevate aren't going to get anything, and now they need to, well, hope for the best. And a lot of their fate is now out of their hands. I'm 100% certain of that going into next week.
And if Elevate don't wake up here on Villa, like you say, they're going to rely on just those 2 maps left remaining against Akami next week. And even that might not be enough for their chances in top 4. For Wildcard now, though, you mentioned Ethan. What's he on, 9-0? Something monstrous like that, and he's just going to jump onto that Capcan. There you go, 9-0. The man's only got 6 deaths this entire series. And he's on that Capcan. Just when Elevate are in their own heads, you just chuck a little IED at every doorway, and I mean, that's just going to tilt them even further. But Elevate, they've made good control so far. Good progress, clearing in from Study side. No presence this time from Elevate, from Wildcard rather, to contest that. But how do they convert this to the mid-round, to the late round? That's the real question. That's what we will wait to see.
Well, you just got to back yourself in, though, at this position. If you're Elevate, you can't drop your heads.
Nice shot.
Tough from here. But then you find an opening pick, and maybe things just feel a bit better. Yeah, throwing the nade, I'm pretty certain there. Misses, though. All from above. They surely can respond. No. Hits the beam. 1.5 minutes remaining as Elevate start to push in. This has probably been the best of their attacks so far. They haven't had many that have looked good. 1:20 left. Found the early pick. Got control of the 2nd floor. And they can clear some of these gadgets.
And that's what's so essential, especially with that Thatcher band. You really need to take control from above. Digital likely to push it from launching. What are you doing, Diesel? Get out of my house, mate. And Elevate now in a 5 versus 2. Surely this is where the trend breaks. But Ethan, he hasn't died yet. And I don't think he has any intention to this round.
He's going to need a couple more kills to add on to his tally of 9 if he's going to get out of this one alive. Wildcard, I don't want to say they've thrown this round, but it's been a bit unconventional, at least not like the 5 rounds that we've seen from them so far on their defense. They can afford to drop 1 or 2 or even 3 for that matter. Dev, when you're up 5-0, 30 seconds left in round 6, they're not sweating bullets too much. The fire in the kitchen is just too much though for Ethan this time around. He gets burnt out, burnt alive. Elevate will take the final round of the half. Unfortunately for them, they're down 1-5.
You got to start somewhere though, Xenox, and I mean that's what a near flawless round there for Elevate's one way to get back into it. We know how much things can turn when the tide shifts, and Maybe that could be all that Elevate needs to get back into the game. Of course, I'm a skeptic here. Unless if Elevate are going to bring out some crazy looking defense. There's a bit of BM from God Legion saying, you bring the cap can, this is what we're going to do to you. They're going to pick the cap can. No doubt that'll be a 6 pick there, and it is. Bit of a reminder to Wildcard that they did lose that round, and well, we will need to see Wildcard convert their success from defense onto the attack.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Shouldn't be too difficult for them. Fair to say. Although, when it's your map pick, and you have elected, hey, we're going to go to Villa, you've got to have something up your sleeve, and this is where now Elevate can implement that. Going down to first floor, into the kitchen, into the fire. The control on this second floor is going to be super vital. We saw it actually, Elevate gave us a great demonstration of that in the last round, in fact, Dev.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Elevate did a great job at punishing all those players from Wildcard, and there was really no opportunity for a refrag there. We saw, you mentioned how Geo was playing in Library, using those impact grenades to try to get something through the floor, and it just wasn't happening. I like the use of these soft barricades just to delay a bit of time and give your team a bit of a sound cue if the attackers try to push that direction. Geo's currently actually droning in through Library, and it looks like most of Wildcard are forming up on that west side to push in on the first floor. Emo in as well. So unlike Elevate, who always push on that second floor study where Worthy is currently holding, Wildcard are just making very swift entrances through Mudroom and through Library as well. A good first step, and it looks like they're ready to hit the site hard.
Yeah, it definitely seems like they're opening up the map a bit more than Elevate, who were quite congested at times and very concentrated into singular areas or a bit one-directional. Except for that last round. That last attacking round I thought was a lot more clean from Elevate. They had more control. But it seems like Wildcard are more than happy to just, as you said, push straight on onto this first floor. You'd expect to still see some presence from the second floor at some point from somewhere. Maybe Diesel, but Diesel's got the diffuser, so curious to see how he's going to elect to push in. Drones out this eastern side. At repelling, Geo is going to come back out, so kind of a push in and then a push back out. With a minute 45 seconds remaining, Wildcard seem not so convinced here, or they've got it all primed and set up and they've already just ticking the last few boxes as they then push in at the last second.
It's getting too late, really, for Wildcard to consider going for that map control. There are 3 players from Elevate still upstairs, so Wildcard's going to prioritize just going straight into the bomb site. They do have to be careful, though. Angles can be generated from above, but Pat finds that first player. It's God Legion. He was roaming upstairs, so till 2 on site. But in closing on this bomb site is Wildcard and ready, enabling more rotations in. They have to be cautious of vertical angles from those roamers. And the possibility for a retake, but numbers advantage still in favor of Wildcard.
Especially if they're just going to be pushing straight onto the site. This is where the numbers advantage is going to pay dividends more than anything. If they're roaming around, if they're trying to clear roamers themselves, then it's a lot of 1v1s, a lot of duels will take place. Yeah, you'll have some trades, but at least Vast is able to find a trade after a bit of time. Unfortunately for Ethan, didn't watch above. And from basically heaven, Digital sends him a warning. He's standing still in my yard. Immoren found a kill, but it's now just that 20-second meta style of push in. 20 seconds left remaining. Find some frags, try and even it up. Get those trades if possible, and that's exactly what Wildcat have been able to do. Unfortunately for Pat, he's by himself. Geo's injured. And in 1 versus 2 against Vast and Worthy, does have the diffuser, can stick it if he can feel like he's got a bit of breathing room. Shoots straight through the wall, gets Worthy. Triple kill, now can go for the diffuser. Pushing in his Vast. No, he's going to let him get the plant down.
Oh no, he gets off the plant last second.
Oh no!
Why would you do that? I mean, he was probably going to die anyway. He still had like 2 seconds left, but come on, you got to commit, mate. But hey, I mean...
Well, you say that, but I don't know. He definitely didn't seem like he knew where Pat was. Still kind of just glancing around the room.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an excuse there for Pat. I just don't. And that's the double-edged sword for Wildcard of not contesting that top floor. We saw how much of an impact Digital could have all the way from Stat looking through the Sheets room over the wall. He managed to get one kill, was eventually refragged, but did get a bit dangerous there. I like this 6-pick from Elevate onto that mirror. Wonder where we'll see them placed for this Aviator defense. Likely just to be on these key walls into the bomb site, or out of the bomb site rather. Looks like Vast is opening a few just now. Okay, so one maybe on the bar wall that Digital's reinforcing at the moment. What about the second one though? So that other wall into B was reinforced from the opposite side, so definitely not going to happen there. Maybe both mirror windows placed on this wall, looking into study. Maybe one for the roam. Yeah, it is. There's a mirror window going out to hold Master by the looks of it. Or is it to hold... No, here we go. I'm just speculating here. So, mirror window here in stat is going to hold the Astro and Bathroom push. But of course, it needs to... Digital needs to be careful because he could get pushed as well from... Oh, whoever's playing that mirror could get pushed from Master in towards stat. So, I like the idea there. Second mirror window placed on site. Wildcard's going to have to spot this out and decide how to deal with it.
A bomb has been located.
You wonder how much of that mirror window actually over in stat is going to be utilizing. You can see God Legion kind of just sitting behind it for now. They can then fall back away from it. I mean, the mirror window setup like that can be concerning. If you like to push in, you see it, and you think, all right, well, there's someone around here. But if Wildcard take their time, a lot of this also depends if they push in from that stat side. But if you see it, you can fall back all the way back over to the south side, and they can just buy time just by being there, I guess. But first floor again for Wildcard. We saw it in that last round. Not electing to push straight for that second floor. They'll take control of the first floor. We'll see how it plays out for them in round 8. 2 rounds in a row now for Elevate. Are they building something here? A comeback potentially.
Now I can see why Elevate banned out that bark. It's to protect their mirror windows, which otherwise could be exposed from below. And look, Wildcard could just shoot downstairs through the floor and destroy some of those mirror windows, but they don't seem to be very aware of it at this point. Bit of an unorthodox push for a Wildcard, but Diesel here opening up some long angles into Vault, as well as into the pool table room as well in games. Exposing a lot of positions, but that's all the hard breach exposed. Going to be a freebie there for Diesel onto Red, and that's a good way to kick things off, but still, they need to convert that.
Wildcard weren't able to convert, as you say, in that last round by getting an opening pick. So still a lot of work to be done for Wildcard. Only 50 seconds of time. And Worthy is on the move here over at Red Stairs. Can have a very big role to play if he can catch someone off guard. That's Geo. Takes a tag but falls back and is able to avoid going down. Wild Legion, of course, going to be roaming around on the Vigil too. So Wildcard may have an opportunity to get onto site. Elevate would be immediately ready for a retake, but at the most part, Elevate should be able to find some roamers. Wildcard roaming around near the site. Immoran's able to get Vast. Is the round slipping away from Elevate? It seems that's the case because Ethan is on the cards. He's on the case. 1-5 remaining. The mirror turnaround somehow doesn't even get the kill. Flawless round deserved anyway as Geo takes out Digital.
And maybe there were 2 rounds there where Elevate could get a look in, but we're on match point here for Wildcard. Elevate decided to take us to Villa. Maybe an ill-advised decision because Wildcard have made this look like their playgrounds. Not only have they done a good job of bringing to the table some new and innovative strategies, but they have also found ways to counter everything that Elevate has brought. And that round going flawless is just something that Elevate cannot afford to lose at this point. They'll have to see 4 rounds in a row just to get a look in here for overtime. But Xenox, I don't think it's possible. I think Elevate will hang their heads low after this game and be thinking nervously about their matches next week against Okami for their chances, their last chance.
And defuse bombs.
Last chances, of course, next week.
To keep...
The big chance was this week.
So...
Can I just ask, where is your mute button? Because
It's what happens is I have my mouse moused over it, and then every time I accidentally knock my mouse, I click it.
Well, maybe
I'm
don't
sorry.
put your mouse helmet over it.
But what if I need to cough really quickly?
You're a big boy. You'll figure it out. 2-6 though, wild card. Well, they've definitely figured out Villa.
10 seconds left before insertion.
And it puts a bit of a warning to everyone else that their map pool is deep, it's rich, it's
seconds to
resourceful.
insertion.
And it's going to be really hard to knock them off going into
Attackers are
the
moving out.
playoffs, into those final four. I don't think that anyone would be remiss in saying that they would probably be considered the best team when it comes time for those playoffs. Wildcard should be all but cemented, you'd think, Dev, once they get this map win.
And Wildcard, I think after this, will retake that top spot on the standings over Sinister, who was just keeping it warm for them yesterday. But Elevate, I mean, the game's not over yet, and it's not just here for the potential of that map win, but every point counts here. Every round counts, and if Elevate, they can get a few more rounds on the board, it'll look a little bit better for their round differential. Of course, this is a defense of stat and trophy. Wildcard looking to form up around this master bedroom side. Elevate feeling the need to make some kind of a play, but what is it? What is the answer here?
Is the answer to be aggressive, keep just sort of throwing everything at Wildcard that you've got? Roam potential, or do you turtle? I mean, we haven't seen really much turtling at all on Villa. A lot of reasons for that, but you never know. If you're going to sort of try everything, that's something that hasn't really been tried and tested so far. Long angle opened up for Diesel, although this time around doesn't find an immediate pick. And the match point when you're down 6-2, in Elevate's case 2-6, is just such a daunting task. Knowing even if you win this round, you've got so many more that you have to achieve. It's a long way back up to the top.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Pat droning up here on 90 window for Ethan and Imarin, who have pushed in through the bathroom. Ethan safe from C4s in the shower. Ethan spots out one player while droning out two players, in fact, and Imarin and Ethan ready to explode here onto the bomb site. I think that was a shield destroyed now. Imarin is ready to throw out this grenade at the rotate hole. Don't think it's a proper rotate hole. Ethan files in, and this is always the man we need to watch. Spraying on towards the statue. 45 seconds left, but Wildcard, they're not waiting for it to happen. They're going to take matters into their own hands.
Unfortunately, not the way that they would have liked, though, as the start goes in favor of Elevate. 35 seconds remaining. The push is unsuccessful from Wildcard. Regardless if they want to take matters into their own hands or not, at least Elevate have been able to respond in a very calm manner here. In the last 20 seconds, they would have been expecting that push to come in from Wildcard. They were ready for it. Even though this hasn't quite gone their way, the map as a whole, this round was much better on the defensive side. Gio, last one alive, and he won't be alive for much longer. He'll find a few display kills towards the end here, but nothing more, nothing that's going to achieve a win. So 3-6. Round 9 goes the way of Elevate.
It was a nice idea there for Emo and Ethan pushing in aggressively, but they were a bit distracted there when God Legion pushed up from the Astro stairs and took out their teammate of Pat. And from that point on, I mean, I think the jig was up. Elevate was well aware of the push Wildcard attempted to do, the ground they attempted to take advantage of, and they had an appropriate answer. But now, a reattempt of the Aviator Games Room. This was a flawless round for Wildcard. Just 2 rounds ago, and now Elevate looking to reattempt, hopefully, to some more success. Perhaps the Kaid is the answer to the Habana X-Kairos pellet placement from Diesel. Repelling on the 90 window, he exposed any position inside of Vault, and also got a kill on Games, but hopefully Digital will be a bit more aware that that's where Diesel wants to place his X-Kairos, and he can counter it with an Electric Claw.
We say it all the time, but if you are going to mount the comeback, one by one round at a time, will get you there eventually. And if you sort of have these short-term goals, let's say for Elevate's sake, all right, we win the next 2, 5-6 doesn't look so bad. We've seen a whole bunch of 5-6s week in, week out that then turn into overtimes. If you get to that 5-6, it's only one more round after that. You've done the work.
10 seconds
So for
remaining.
Elevate's sake, they've played this really well to not give up, not look like they've given in. Still trying everything here. And I thought they played that last round perfectly, expecting the wildcard push. They were ready for it, dealt with it. Not sure if wildcard are going to make the same mistake again here. They need to be more methodical with their pushes. At the same time, they also need to make sure they're not leaving it to the last second, because it makes it so much easier then for Elevate to hold what few angles there are.
Worthy and God Legion are roaming here. They've decided to abandon that mirror strap, but I will point out that was, and our observer Marshall was showing it. It was a really nice placement of the Electroclaw from Digital. The wall was reinforced from the study side, and then he destroyed the soft part of the wall and put that Electrical actually inside. Immorin's taken out through the floor, I think. Oh no, that was potentially from the bottom of Red Stairs. Worthy though, keen to secure that kill. Doesn't know that he's got the injury, I don't think. Gio's going to get this revive, nice and safe. Wildcard once again doing this first floor push, going bottom up rather than trying to take directly from study, at least for now. But surely they can't just repeat the same attack that happened last round. Digital will surely have an Electroclaw to counter those X-Kairos from Diesel rather.
Immorin's got to be so careful now towards the back end of this round as he elects to then open up floors, walls, wherever. Can't be too aggressive now on that sledge, and that's due to the fact he's so low health. Mentioned it might have been Red Stairs. I swear it might have actually just been a shot through the floorboards. It was opened up. Ethan just going to hold this angle and trophy on the second floor. Minute 20 seconds remaining. Wildcard left it late in the last round. That played into the hands of Elevate. May just happen again here. In the 4-6 scoreline, then becomes a bit daunting then for Wildcard. Surely a throw is not going to happen. They only have to win one more round. It's going to be difficult. Elevate going to give it everything they've got. So much on the line for them. One more minute here. It's another late push, but this time they'll find the opening frag. That's going to give them the numerical advantage going into these last 50 seconds. Pat swings in, gets the defusers. Time to push.
And there we have Ethan, good for 2 kills. 5 versus 2 now. A flawless round previously. There was no adaptation from Elevate, and it looks like this is where Wildcard makes their statement, pushing on in a 5 versus 1. Red, what have you got for us? Absolutely nothing. Flawless round 2 times in a row, and that's Wildcard taking the opposition's map pick 7-3.
As soon as you see Ethan in the kill feed, you know things are going to go the way of Wildcard. He had an exceptional series, not just on Villa, but even on Consulate, really tying into Wildcard's domination in this matchup. 2-0. A lot of people had some draws, devs. We both suspected a wildcard win. 7-3 in the end on Villa. And Elevate must be feeling distraught after losing that, not getting anything.
It's a bit of a slump that we see Elevate in at the moment, but for Wildcard, it's fantastic to see they're finally out of their own slump, because remember, coming into 6 Masters, Wildcard had their worst ever Pro League season in Season 11. It was just absolutely horrendous. They sunk out of not only that top 1, top 2 spot that they were really gunning for, but they sunk all the way down to, I believe, 5th place. I'm just going to double check that right now. Indeed, they ended up in 4th place in the last Pro League season after reaching such great heights of the Pro League finals in Tokonome and 6 Invitational. And Wildcard finally in 6 Masters here. They have made their mark, and they are currently the kings of Oceania.
Well, the ticket down below says only dropping 3 rounds on Villa. At one point, it was 5-3 on Consulate. From that point onwards, we saw it go all the way to Wildcard. Ended up dominating. It was like 11-3, I guess. Yeah, just quick maths in my head. Very convincing. Very, very convincing. Consulate was very much a roller coaster. Both sides had moments where they were in control, getting 3 rounds in a row in Wildcard's sake, and then 5 in a row for Elevate, and then another, 4 in a row going to Wildcard. But Villa was very much the opposite. It was all just one-sided. It could have easily been 7-1, 7-2, 7-3, I think. is fine. That's definitely, the scoreboard's doing justice there. But wildcard 2-0, Elevate, now their chances of top 4 slim to none. After a great start to the season in this Six Masters season, they have, as you said, gone in a bit of a slump.
It makes you a bit worried for Elevate, doesn't it? Because for a while they were actually at the top of the standings, at the top of the leaderboard, and things were only going to get more and more difficult at the end of the season. And I mean, that's where we are right now, when still Okami to go, and Elevate sitting with 15 points at the moment. Pittsburgh Knights is ahead of them in 4th place at 18 points. I mean, it's looking to be a very difficult climax to this season, but there is still next week to make up for it.
We've got our interviews, of course, as always. The first one might be a bit somber. Digital from Elevate. Mate, a bit of a rough series for you guys. It looked like there was a beacon of hope on Consulate. That was quickly flushed out. In the end, it wasn't to be, and then Villa definitely didn't go your way.
Yeah, like Consulate, we were definitely there. Like the map was there for the taking. But yeah, we just fell out. They did really good to sort of reassess how they were attacking, and yeah, they definitely just like ran it back, I guess.
So Villa was a bit of a gamble for you guys. The last time you'd played, it was in January, so it's not like there was any VODs for wildcard to counter strategy. You guys bet on, there was also not a lot of VODs from those guys before. They hadn't really been picking it recently. Last time they played it, they did lose it though. Was it that weakness that you saw from their previous VOD that made you want to go there? Or can you maybe talk us through a little bit of the thought process behind picking Villa, and then what actually happened when you got into the server? Because it wasn't maybe what you're expecting.
Just like the thought process behind that was like, we were like sort of reinventing our Villa a little bit. So we thought we had confidence in sort of taking to them. And we knew it wasn't their, one of their stellar maps. We didn't like go into it thinking, it's one of their bad maps, but we thought, with a bit of, reinventing from our side, we just thought we could take it to them. I think they have a pretty good map pool. They pretty much like everything except for border, so it's definitely more. It comes from more like the opposition. Like they've got to be confident in their map to take it to wildcard. So, I mean, they did well on Villa. I think as well, just sort of the intensity from our side. After that first map, following into the second, it's always hard to sort of roll up the boys, especially after the 5-3, comeback that they made. So, I think the Villa, it wasn't really a strong showing for what we've like sort of what we were doing in Villa in like scrims and that, but it is what it is, I guess.
Mate, I'm not going to bore you too much with the maths. You've of course only got one more series now. It's against Okami, which is fortunate. If you are able to 2-0 them, then it all comes down to round differential. But you've been in a bit of a slump recently. 6 out of the last 7 maps have all been losses. What's sort of in the, I guess, the thought process off the back of that, now going into your final match where you've got no choice but to turn it around and find 2 maps?
100%. I don't know. We're just not ourselves. Like, this is not us 100%. Like, we know we're much better than this. We just got to sort of reassess our situation and, take a step back, I think. This season is definitely not an indication of what kind of team we are. The last 2 games, it's out of our hands now. All we can do is, have a really strong showing against TBD, sort of prove ourselves, and then it comes down to other games. But we're gonna work. I mean, we're gonna work as hard as we can to sort of get the 2-0 against TBD. But definitely sort of take a step back, reassess everything, and just talk it out, because we are not playing well. It's safe to say we are not. We're just not playing well.
I know that you guys will definitely give it your all next week against Okami. Best of luck then, mate.
Thanks, boys. Cheers to the cast.
Cheers. Very much strong words said by Digital, and correct words as well in that, Dev. You probably have to agree with that they're not playing at their best right now. Wildcard was always going to be a tough ask, and the damage, I think, for me was done in the last few weeks when they just weren't able to beat teams that are maybe considered more on their level, or at least competing at around the same point this season of Six Masters.
Yeah, it's not the first time that Elevate have dropped maps to a team they really thought they shouldn't have, and there's been quite a few fairly one-sided games that they've lost this season. It started with LFO. They lost 7-2 on Clubhouse, which probably shouldn't have even gotten through the ban phase. It was the only time Elevate didn't ban Clubhouse. They were punished for it, so a bit of an oversight, but surely they can move on from there. They had a couple wins under their belt. They dropped a game to Sinister on their own map pick of Border, and then Knights last week was just atrocious from Elevate. I think that was really the start of things looking down. They didn't get a single map off of Knights, and one of those was 7-2 against them on Cafe. So, I mean, Elevate are definitely in a slump at the moment. Not getting any points on the standings for tonight's definitely going to make it tough for them. But on the flip side of things, for Wildcard, things are really looking up at the moment. And I think that a lot of people are going to be happy to see Wildcard revitalized and ready to take on anything that anyone else can throw at them.
Yep, definitely agree. The next interview that we've got coming up should hopefully be a little bit more of a happier one with Silex, the team coach from Wildcard. Welcome, mate. You got to be happy. Firstly, you're back in first position as well on the standings. Everything's going great. Still only dropped one map. You must be pleased with how that was played out on both Consulate and on Villa.
Yeah, really happy with the boys. It's nice to be back in first place. I believe those 2 wins guarantee us top 3, if my maths are correct. So yeah, already better than the outcome of last season.
Fantastic. You guys were in a bit of a slump for quite some time. I know I've spoken to quite a lot, and whether it's Tokoname, where you guys did really well, but was still in a bit of a slump. Six Invitational didn't work out so well. Pro League Season 11 was the worst we'd ever seen you guys. How does it feel now to finally, retake that mantle? And you guys are definitely in top form. What has been changing for you guys over the last few months?
Well, key difference is the lineup, of course. Boys are working hard, working a lot on individual plays, especially teamwork and communications. Yeah, can't really say much else other than that.
Just to go a bit more into the specifics, especially into the Consulate game, you guys at one point dropped 5 in a row to Elevate. What was sort of done to, I guess, adapt to that and then bounce back and get those last 4 rounds?
So the boys didn't really have their heads in the game. I heard just a couple of key issues. One round when we were attacking Garage, just we're not hitting the right steps. The default cam was left up till 30 seconds into the left of the round. So you can just tell Elevator's just okay, no, default cam's still up, I'm on it. Just sit tight, let them tick the clock down. We don't have to move. And it's just stuff like that where we're stalling out. It's really costing us rounds. But at the same time, you could see that we were taking the initiative on gunfights, getting the first shot most of the time, but just not hitting the shots. But yeah, managed to bounce back, got the win, and that's all that really matters in the end.
Certainly, so. I mean, a winning sort of fixes everything, and you guys are doing a lot of that recently. You've got 2 more matches next week. Best of luck, mate. Appreciate you coming on.
Thanks, guys.
I mean, look, when you're sitting in Wildcard's position, Silex, as he said, thinks he's mathematically they've got top 3 locked up. Probably have. I wouldn't be surprised if that stat is correct with where they're sitting on, 24 points, and they've still got 4 matches to play. They're so far in front. It's incredible, Dev.
Yeah, and I think that they're going to be backing themselves going into next week. They've got 2 more games, Knights and Okami. Okami in particular is set up to be quite a difficult game, but I have confidence in Wildcard, and I think that they could definitely finish the rest of the season potentially even flawless. That's on the agenda for them now.
Well, don't go anywhere. As we do go to a break, we've got one more series on the other side. Ferox and Kanga, the bottom 2, will duke it out.
legend.
We will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under beach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
Well, there was a slaughterfest on Villa in favor of Wildcard over Elevate. They take the series 2-0 as we come back from the break. Though, now coming up, it's going to be Kanga versus Ferox. A lot of eyes on this series. Kanga still yet to find a map win this entire season of 6 Masters. Some believe this is going to be their best opportunity to do just that. Of course, a lovely Dev Mata. James, do you think this could be the case? I saw your snowball predictions.
I guess draw for every match this week. You know, partly for fun, but also
many
because
have
it's
we had?
plausible. 0. I'm 3 out of 4 incorrect so far, so I really hope Kanga and Ferox draw this game, so at least I have some semblance of pride remaining. But I mean, talking about Kanga, right? They haven't won rather a game in 6 Masters. They also haven't won a game in Pro League last season, with the exception of one map that they won. Funnily enough, it was against Wildcard of all teams, but it was on Bank, which is a map that's no longer in the map pool, and this was also way back in January. So TLDR, Kanga haven't won a map since January. That's a bit of a feels bad for them, I'm not gonna lie. But if there's any point where they're gonna actually get a map on the board, in my eyes, it's got to be here against Ferox or against LFO next week.
Yeah, and a lot of people saying that this is going to be potentially Kanga's best opportunity. Ferox, you know, eyes on them wise, they're second last on the standings. We were speaking a little bit during our short break in the interval that it's a bit deceiving, right? They've got a lot. In fact, out of every single team, they've still got the most matches remaining to be played. You beat Kanga here 2-0. And then you've got a massive, massive matchup against Sinister the following week. After that, they could then very well find themselves in a series against LFO in that final Playday. Determining the winner of that could then make top 4. So Ferox are in a prime position here. As long as they take care of Kanga and do decently enough against Sinister to give themselves still a chance for top 4. So if you're a top 4 team, I hate to say it, but you definitely can't be losing to Kanga here in any fashion.
Yeah, and the thing is, every team other than Kanga has basically got a shot at those top 4. So it's really a question of who loses to Kanga. And if anyone loses to Kanga, that's probably your chances of getting top 4 gone. So let's have a look at Kanga, this team that we're talking so much about. This is the team that, I mean, a lot of people are being really highly critical of these guys. But let's remember, they went into this season on the back of getting 2 of their best players poached by 2 of the best teams in this league, Elevate, who picked up Worthy, and Wildcard, who picked up Pat. So these guys have just been dealing with the hand that keeps running away from them.
Yeah, 100%. And look, they've got a new addition, if you want to remind me how to say. Is it Nova X? Nova X.
Nova X, apparently.
Nova X, yeah. Apparently, which I think we theorized that might be incorrect, but hey, if you want, however you want to call yourself, so if you want to call yourself.
It's his name, mate. He gets his
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying. He gets free reign, okay? So we have to just go with what he says. But he made his debut last week, Dev, and now backing it up here this week against Ferox. Definitely eyes on him, seeing as to how he's going to perform for this Kanga lineup. I don't want to put too much pressure on the lad. I'm sure he's going to do great. from what I saw of his debut, he was great, right?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And it's his debut into high-level competitive games. I mean, he's played for comp teams in the past, but nothing at the pro level. I do want to say that Spruce told us earlier in the tech testing we were doing that he's not going to shave until they win a map. So hopefully he gets to shave tonight because he's looking a bit rustic.
Yeah, definitely a bit of 5 o'clock shadow happening there. I mean, I don't know when he started that. I actually should have asked him if that started
we'll ask him
prior. Yeah, we can ask him after. Although, who knows? Maybe if Kanga get a map win here against Ferox, maybe he can shave it live in the interview himself. It's not that big. We're making it sound like he's got some giant,
dangerous.
like, grizzly bear beard. As we have a look at Ferox, yeah, we've mentioned it. We've said it. They've got a still massive opportunity to make top 4. It's in their grasps. They've got to get the job here tonight. Make sure that they at least don't slip up against Kanga. They can rest easy, prepare for next week in what will be a very big series.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Team Ferox here, they've had some great performances, even in games that they've lost, right? I mean, we can talk about their matches against Wildcard in particular, who we know they're in top form at the moment, but these guys pushed them to their limits on Consulate 7-8, nearly took that away from them, and we saw how good Wildcard were on Consulate tonight. And then on Clubhouse, which is another one of Wildcard's great maps, Ferox only edged away and lost 5-7. So these guys have had really good form despite dropping a few games. They've also taken maps off other great teams like Okami and Elevate and Knights. So there's a lot to be said here for Ferox. And we were saying this before, these guys are definitely contenders for those top 4 spots, despite currently sitting in 7th place.
Yeah, I mean, we keep saying that. In terms of their results recently, you know, their loss against Elevate on Border now looks a bit poorer after what we just saw in the last match against Wildcard for Elevate. As we go and have a look at the maps that are going to be banned out. And Kanga take away Theme Park, Ferox take away Cafe. We actually were discussing the maps off air earlier, and we were saying that for this series, we really had no idea. Both teams have picked and banned just about almost every single map at least once. They've been a bit all over the place without having a specific, say, insta-ban map or an insta-pick map.
Yeah, and Kangaroo have never banned Theme Park, and Ferox, let's check Cafe. They have banned it once, but the Theme Park ban is funny from me because Kangaroo actually picked it against Wildcard and got smacked 7-0. So maybe it's just that embarrassment from their game 2 rounds ago that they just don't want to get and repeat. So let's have a look. Coastline picked out for Kanga. Interesting, dangerous one. And Clubhouse picked for Ferox. I just want to loop back for 1 second and talk about that Ferox ban of Cafe. The closest that Kanga has gotten to any map victories have exclusively been on Cafe, where they lost to Sinister 7-8 last week and previously also 8-6 to Okami. So Ferox are just getting rid of Kanga's best map, which forces Kanga to change their tack a little bit.
But the other thing as well, you know, the pick from Ferox, not a surprise. They've picked it 3 out of 4 times now. So when I misspoke when I said that there was no sort of insta-pick. Well, that really is the insta-pick for Ferox. So that's where maybe I would have thought we might have seen Kanga ban out Clubhouse. They have picked and played Clubhouse before prior. 2-7 loss to Knights. I mean, you look at any map that Kanga have played, unfortunately, this season, they are all losses. But that was a map maybe they could have banned it out. Still, regardless, we've had our predictions. We're very much in the side of Ferox for tonight. We want to hear, though, what you guys think this series is going to go. 60% feeling it's going to be Ferox taking the 2-0. There are a couple in the side of Kanga's camp, 20%, and then the other 20% for a draw. So really, if you look at it, it's kind of like 60-40 dev in terms of either Ferox getting the win or Kanga finally getting on the board.
I respect that. A lot of people have hope for Kanga. I think also a lot of people just really like the Kanga logo. So that's why they get a couple votes as well. I got to say, if I start reading into the maps that we're actually going to see, which is Coastline, which Kanga picked, and Clubhouse, which Ferox picked. Let's talk Coastline for a second, right? Last time Kanga played this was against Wildcard. They lost it 2-7. Last time they played Clubhouse, they lost it 2-7 tonight. So we have some pretty significant losses for Kanga. On the flip side, Ferox beat Okami on Coastline 6-8. And lost to them on Clubhouse 7-8. So definitely a lot of possibilities here.
Big possibility that Kanga may find their first map win. It's going to happen. You think it's going to happen tonight. Coastline is their map pick. no better chance and time than now. FHLG says Spruce. Of course, the cheeky guy, as he always is. For Ferox, you got to make sure that they're not too complacent here in this matchup against Kanga, who last week were able to take Sinister into that 7-8 on Cafe, surprising many. And if they play that sort of style and that, you know, and play that well against a team like Ferox, they could very well have the 8-7 in their favor. Nomad's going to be our first ban out. The second to follow will be the Habana. And again, we aren't going to see the Ying get banned. That ban rate has definitely come to a grinding halt.
I would love to see it get a bit of play here. It would be really explosive, especially on Coastline, one of the most frag-centric maps, really. It's all about moving around and a lot of tight positioning, and especially with the Nomad out of here, means that it really enables a lot of aggressive play from the defenders. That Hibana ban means that you have a little bit more freedom to play in Cocktail when defending Hookah. That's the primary reason you would bring a Hibana, is to counter that, open up that wall. Potentially, you could also use it to open the sauna wall near the Sunrise Bar. Mira banned out. No Spanish lady in the server today. And Pulse, which has actually been, 100% ban rate tonight, right? That's crazy. That's so unusual.
Yeah. It definitely is unusual. The bans have been unusual tonight. Some of the map picks have been unusual tonight as well. You know, we saw the Villa map pick between Elevate and Wildcard come out when we definitely didn't think we were going to go there. Boat's going to stay on this Lion. I think I've only seen Lion once since I've started casting this season of Six Masters, which was a few weeks ago. And, well, it looks like Boats is going to stick with it here on Coastline, as Blue and Sunrise will be where we're heading. First up, the first round of this second series of the night. Kanga versus Ferox will get us underway now here on Coastline.
Attackers need to locate and
Well, if there's any way you're going to bring out the Lion, it would be on Coastline, where you can really suppress that mobility. I mentioned how the Nomad is banned. Lion, I mean, it's not exactly the same thing, but they're both operators that prevent aggression. Lion is often good. The way you might use it is if you're going in for a push and you get a kill, pop that Lion device straight away and try to prevent that refrag from the defenders. And Ferox clearly want to play aggressively here on their defense. That's the reason for banning that Nomad. So Kanga needs to ensure they don't get caught off guard.
5 seconds left.
What are you expecting to see out of Kanga here on Coastline? It's their map pick. They've got some funky picks. The Lion from Boats, for example. Do they play super aggressive, or do they keep it a bit composed, I guess?
Well, I mean, I mentioned here that Kanga only won 2 rounds against Wildcard, which was the last time they played this map, and that was when Wildcard picked that one. And then Ferox won this just 2 rounds ago against Okami. It was a close 8-6, so Kanga do have information from that VOD to go off, but hopefully Kanga are going into this with a little bit of counter strategy and a little bit of confidence, because that's definitely what Kanga needs right now.
Had the exact same bans as well in that matchup, so potentially a line of thinking. Okay, Wildcard's a great team. They've been playing impeccably well this season. Ferox, well, maybe they doubt their abilities a bit. We'll see if that backfires, but if Kanga are going to have the same playstyle as they brought against Wildcard here on Coastline, look, they didn't play that horribly. You mentioned 2-7. If you actually even go further than that onto the theme park, where they got 7-0'd, their first 3 rounds on theme park were actually really close. Like 50-50s, they had the 3-2 advantage both times. They played well on Coastline too for quite a few of those rounds. Just Wildcard were able to execute a bit better. Gruesome finds an opening frag here in the first round. And it should allow Kanga a bit easier of an entry towards Ferox at Blue and Sunrise.
Good control here for Kanga. Not a lot of contest from Ferox. On a map like this, information gathering is king, and Deptra shut down. Leb trades out Warden after finding that pick onto Novakes, and straight on the back of it, the Lion charge. That EE1D roars out to suppress any attempt at a refrag. Still, Kanga in the numbers advantage, and now starting to execute. Opening up angles down into Sunrise to locate these defenders. Still a minute to go. Ooh, that's a player spotted out in office. This might be a free kill.
Easier said than done, though, in terms of the execution. Campo over at Hallways able to find Shade. This is going perfectly for Kanga right now. Starting well.
Oh, Todd's
found from
position
Todd,
gets
though.
revealed on that run out. Yeah, and he got spotted, and now the Lion charge at EE1D rings out, so Ferox would be batted into the corner here. Kanga, 30 seconds. Can Sushi make a play?
Well, Sushi's the one where they didn't quite know where his position was. Over at Cool Vibes, the fact that they knew where Todd was meant they could push straight onto the site. Leb actually cancelled the defuse. Now he's going to go for it again. Sushi did find Campo. Fortunately, Spruce above over towards Cool Vibes is going to be accurate with his shots. Now in a 1 versus 3 for Todd. Man who went for the run out earlier on. I don't think he's going to run into much of a success. That's fine, Leb. 1v2 is not impossible. Back over to Cool Vibes, but only 30 seconds left, James.
Oh, no. Bruce caught with his pants down, gives Todd another lick in, but 22 seconds going for this run out. He's going to get spotted. No way he wins this, so low on HP. Both.
No way.
He's just going to run away, not giving him any opportunity. Surely this isn't possible, and there you go. Boats to close it out. Kanga, we've hyped them up a lot, but they've started strong here on their map pick.
That's their map pick. They're going to start well. A couple of the opening frags. Got a bit messy towards the end. Todd played well with the hand that he was dealt. You know, to be fair, he ran out himself. He caused his own demise in that regard, but he played it well from that point onwards. Repositioning and, well, maybe Kanga just a little bit overzealous in trying to find him and spot him out. Still, the Lion definitely effective. You mentioned wanting to gain information here on Coastline. Can do that at times. Not definitely not as powerful as Lion used to be, though, which is why we don't really see it too often.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, but I mean, it was decent usage from Boats there in that previous round. Just putting Ferox under the pump at all times. And looks like the defenders will change up their bomb site choice and rotate over to Hookah and Billiards. Pretty common bomb site choice, but Coastline is a map where you can really pick any bomb site. Maybe Penthouse, not so much in the comp setting, but I'd like to see from Ferox more successful information gathering, because last round Todd going for that run out, if that was timed based on information that he knew there was a player out there, then I mean that would be huge. That would make such a difference. He would be able to use that info to get a frag, but so far we need to see some. Oh, this Valkyrie camera is going to get spotted out. Oh no, the player flicked off their drone, so they won't see that. Unfortunate. This information gathering is going to be essential for Ferox to win the round.
I say unfortunate, but it's also then fortunate for Deptra. So the way you want to look at it, either side, it's either fortunate or unfortunate, depending on where your allegiances lie, who you're sort of wanting to win. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of neutrals who would be definitely rooting for Kanga in this setup. Almost every week, you got people who just want them to finally get a win, finally get away from 0 and 10, and at least make it 1 and 10 for the moment in time. They've made a good start here on Coastline, but starts don't tell the whole story. Deptra roaming around. The Lion charge is going to come out with the E1D. Doesn't find anything though. 2 minutes remaining.
Good info gathered from Kanga. Not sure what info Ferox have. We saw Spruce droning Leb into Sunrise previously. A lot of horizontal pressure from below. But of course, this is not where the bomb site is. I hope Leb spotted that Valkyrie camera, the black eye that we saw thrown out into Sunrise. Otherwise, Kanga would have Ferox would have full info on where Kanga are. Shots through the floor, exchanged between Shade and Leb, but no kills thus far. Half the round down, and not a lot of progress made for Kanga on executing the actual bomb site. That said, Novex to find one. Deptra elsewhere does get Campo, but there's an opening here for Novex if he wants to take it.
Considering his health, though, don't want to just rush him blazingly. He does have the freezer in hand. Love the patience. Generally, it's a virtue. Minute and 10 seconds remaining. Noveix straight into the hot seat, if you will. And he's handling it really well here on Coastline. One more E1D charge will be played out from Boats. Now Noveix can push onto site. He can play it if he wants to. But he's expecting a peek, a pre-fire through that wall to come through. Still 3 up for Ferox. Kanga have started really well here. Can they capitalize on this second round? 45 seconds remaining. Leb putting out so much pressure here.
Spruce trying to find these players at Cocktail through the floor, but hasn't found anything yet. Looks like the execute to come out. Novakes hands that diffuser over to his teammate, and he's taken so low on HP, but still up. The spotter on blue, player on blue stairs is spotted out, and changing who has the diffuser, but these gas canisters could spell death for Kanga. 20 seconds left. Ferox takes out Novakes, 2 players for them, but there is another one. It's all on Leb now, and things have fallen apart. A few seconds left, and surely there's no chance this is going to happen for Kanga. Leb trying to push in a desperate attempt. Caught in the crossfire, nothing he can do about it. Ferox to close out that round.
You just wonder if Kanga maybe just overthought their situation. Maybe they had a bit of an easier time than they truly believed. Novakes was on site, could have planted, was really worried about the sort of pre-fire coming through. Didn't come. Regardless, though, credit to Ferox. Didn't panic. Sometimes you give a little, but then you take a lot, and they were able to do that towards the end. Tie it up 1-1. Both still sticking with this Lion. Not sure how much it's really finding, although it does just keep them still for the short time period
Attackers need to
of that charge.
and defuse bombs.
So,
Attackers have located
Ferox
bombs.
getting back into it, and they're going to go kitchen. No reattempts at Sunrise. Kanga looked a bit lost there. They really struggled to clear that position of pipes, which proved to be the power position. It was Sushi on the smoke. We remarked upon multiple players from Kanga low on HP after earlier engagements, and Smoke is the player. You want to lie on the defense when your attackers are low.
Insertion.
A couple of inhalations of that gas, and I mean, they're no more.
5 seconds remaining.
Proved to be very powerful. Kanga needs to be able to eliminate these power positions.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
They've looked good, though, so far, Kanga. They're going to maintain their current form. You lose one, that's okay. And Coastline, probably the sort of map where you only need to essentially get probably 3.
Attackers have located a bomb.
If you can go 3-3 at the half, Kanga can then feel confident going into their defense. Obviously a long way to go here, as Avx will rappel up to that second floor, now drone through. Take control of second floor, make your way from there. That seems to be the plan for Kanga here in round 3.
Of course, a lot of this floor above the bomb site is soft, where Boats and Campo and Novakes are droning currently. So once they make their way inside, breaching charges and the skeleton key can tear up this floor and find players on site and eliminate these core positions. It's textbook 101 stuff here. Leb just ensuring that there's no possible information gathering. Oh no, the pre-placed C4 is blown, and that costs Bruce his life. Good information gathering there from Ferox. Leb, unfortunately, not able to counter that. His teammate pays for it.
I was waiting for you to mention the C4 game. You didn't quite bring it up. Todd brought it up for you, though. Something that has to be contended with this first floor position. Leb can make his own holes in the floor as well. Not going to find anyone on site there, though. Minute and 20 seconds left. Kanga haven't really been able to flush out Ferox just yet. Not a lot of information gained. Running out of time. Ferox have definitely woken up a bit after that sloppy first round. They're looking more prominent here. Straight into the goo mine for Campo. Still going to check downwards here. Sprays, expecting maybe a push, expecting someone close by because of the goo mine. Just keeps walking through. Doesn't care. The EE1D will go out. Shade will find Novakes, though, and it's still all going the way of Ferox in this third round.
Campo desperately pushing in from lobby. 2 of his teammates have fallen now, with Novakes going down.
Attackers recovered
What
the bomb.
opportunity is there for Kanga? That first E1D didn't really have a lot of effect. And now Kanga just over 30 seconds remaining, and they still haven't found a single pick. No real progress, no opportunity to execute. Team Ferox completely in control. That might be a pick there. Just can't land the shots. The Lion charge to go out. That EE1D to capture it, and it's Campo to persevere through, pushing in. He gets 1 kill. Mine in his foot. What can he do about it? Spots out the Geiger. Gets the injure as well. Campo going massive, but he'll need to do a lot more than that to keep his team in the game. It's on Leb. He does find another one. He can get another one there. It's a 1 versus 1 all of a sudden. It'll have a plant. 7 seconds is the plant. No doubt Todd can secure this one with the knife. And there you have it. Ferox close out that game. Bit too close for comfort.
Doesn't matter how you win them, as long as you get the wins on the board. Ferox able to do that in round 3. As you said, close for comfort. Credit to Leb towards the end. Definitely didn't give up on that, despite how things were tracking. Losing Spruce so early to that pre-play C4 made it very difficult for Kanga. Yeah, they didn't waver though. They kept pushing through. They kept being aggressive. We saw Campo step on the goo mine, still push through those main stairs, downwards into lobby, expecting someone to maybe capitalize on that mine. So they're playing a bit aggressive, finding kills. Kanga have looked good here. Definitely better than what we last saw from them, for me and you, on that theme park game against Wildcard and Coastline, where it was, what, 7-0, 7-2. They've been competitive, and that's the step in the right direction for this team, is just being competitive.
Yeah, they don't look too bad on Coastline. Just a couple things need to be tightened up. Like you mentioned, losing Spruce early just really made Kanga... Not only did they have a numbers deficit, which of course makes a difference in the last few moments when... Oh, and throughout the round, you have one less player to do anything, but there was a lot of utility in Spruce's pocket with that skeleton key that wasn't able to be capitalized upon. And Leb had to do all of that soft breach himself. Perhaps Kanga could have leveraged that to more success had Spruce still been alive, but I digress. We move over here to Blue Bar and Sunrise once again. A Valkyrie camera thrown outside by Deptra. That black eye will have vision on the hookah balcony. Another black eye placed here inside Sunrise. Where is the push from Kanga going to mount? Previously, they took control of hookah, looked down through the floor. Oh, Spruce, just a spray through the wall from Sauna. And Sushi is captured off guard. That's an essential pick, that one. Huge play, as it's the smoke off the board. No more late round denial.
He was the first one to go down in the last round. He finds Sushi this round. Bit of payback from Spruce. Even if it's not at the target who killed him, he'll still take it every day of the week. Kanga now have a numerical advantage. Couldn't even finish the sentence before they lost it. Now it's all tied up and Spruce goes down early again, just prior to the 2-minute mark. Well, that was a short-lived sort of victory dance for Spruce. And Kanga are not going to have the buck here again.
And that's the power of those Valkyrie cameras. Enabling that run out from Shade. Ooh, here's an opportunity for Leb to find this one. Just completely trapped. How do you win that fight, Warden? You never, ever meant to win that fight. But Warden just does. Is he good for more, though? Holding on. Can he take out boats? Surely not. Finally, is shut down. Kanga can breathe easy for a bit longer, but numbers may be even. That said, Kanga short on the soft breach utility. They want to open up the floor and expose the positions of Ferox on the bomb site. And they'll have to figure out another way to attack this.
Still 2 more charges of the AE1D for boats on the line. 1 minute remaining. Breach utility may not be the best, but they've still got the ability to sort of keep Ferox grounded as they can push in, gain control of rooms and positions. Novaix. Tough times. He had his debut last week, but as I mentioned, straight into the thick of it here against Ferox. Diffuser in hand once again. They trust him with it. 40 seconds left. Deptra holds his position, and all he can do is wait and see who pushes in through Sunrise. I think there's one more EE1D after this. Campo gets Shade. 2 versus 1 now. Deptra gets to get the double. He gets the first one. Soft wall, no, never mind. Pushed through the door. Did Boats. And Kanga tie it up after 4 rounds.
The second round, it's gone down to a 1v1 at the end of it. I don't know how this is happening. Bit of an XD chucked in chat there. Cheers, Boats. Always appreciate a bit of an XD.
Wow, BM.
Yeah, well, I feel like there were a lot of opportunities there that Ferox made for themselves and that Kanga got to be face palming about. For one, that first pick to refrag Spruce was just that Valkyrie camera that was thrown outside. It was right in Spruce's face. He was just a bit too tunnel vision to see it. And if you can't just look for the Valkyrie cameras, blind, then you need to use that IQ electronics detector. And if Leb's not going to be doing that, then Ferox is going to take advantage and go for those runouts.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
On top of that, the fact that Warden was able to do what he did in Aqua, that's just going to bewilder me. I have no idea.
We're all tied up though, going into this 5th round. Both teams have looked good various times. As we get closer to this half though, it's 3-3. If it does go to 3-3, who's sort of the winner of that, right? Here on Coastline, attack, defense side. Who would you feel more comfortable sort of then backing going into the next half?
Probably the whoever was on defense. Attack is somewhat favored on Coastline. It does depend, but it's because it's such a small map and there are so many open angles that the attackers can get. Very claustrophobic if you're a defender. Don't have a lot of mobility. That does tend to make it favorable to the attacking side. So Ferox would be pretty happy with a 3-3 split at the half. Kanga really do have to run away with this. If you recall, in the previous round, the only reason they had a man advantage was because Spruce randomly sprayed through a wall and killed the smoke. That's just something that's not going to happen every day, every round.
We keep saying that, but yeah, we still see these early picks, and you may not get him in that position again, but you may find someone on your team may find someone else in a similar manner. How you get it is how you take it. Doesn't matter. You get that opening pick, you get the opening pick. There's no two ways about it. And AX will drone through office. 2 minutes. Kanga have been pretty good for time as well. There hasn't really ever been too many situations where there's like 15 seconds remaining and all 4 or 5 push in. A lot of duels early on. A lot of players getting picked early on into these fights. Warden just above an aquarium, 2nd floor. Hatch is open. The Kanga are aware of this, and they're going to make sure that they don't give him an option. But this is decent. Can run out, I would assume, through the door or can drop down the hatch. There's a few options here for Warden going forward in this round.
That said, as soon as they start to have presence on this balcony, he may get trapped in here. Leb and Novaix ready. Boats to throw a drone in as well. Novaix doing his best worm impression.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Did they drone him in? I don't think they did.
I'm not sure, actually. I didn't see a drone go through. Perhaps there was a pest on the door. Ooh, an angle there from top right. Oh, no! Completely punished there. Warden somehow gets that. Dropping downstairs, and he gets away free. Deptra was taken out, however, by Leb, so it's even in the man count, but Ferox still doing pretty well with Warden allowed to creep on this roam.
Recovered the diffuser.
I feel like if they had been able to drone him out in that position as well, he probably would have just dropped down the hatch and fallen back and given it up. And then roamed from that first floor. Could have been the case. 40 seconds remaining now in a 4 versus 4. I did say prior to this that they've usually been pretty good for time. And pushed to Aquarium now as Kanga. Sushi's going to be able to respond to this push though. Todd for Ferox, a bit slow going through a hallway. Back over to Aquarium we go. I believe final EE1D. If not, there's one more. Yes, there is one more for Boros, who is low. Very low. Now he maybe just about to fall over soon. 2v2, 10 seconds remaining. He does fall over to Sushi Smoke. And Spruce has got a lot to do here. Doesn't have the diffuser. Not going to be able to get there in time. And is not going to be able to find the kills onto Todd and Sushi. Ferox take the lead once again here. Round 5 is done.
It's a bit messy, but Ferox are getting it across the line here. That timer just not enough for Kanga. Really stalling out on that Aquarium push. The fact that Warden was even allowed to get 1 kill is pretty ridiculous. If they had droned him out and he decided to drop down the hatch, surely someone from Kanga could have just watched that from the safety of outside. But Ferox's crossfires and their positioning is just too much for Kanga to deal with. And even with that line, they can't suppress these rotations from Ferox. Back to kitchen and service.
And for Ferox an opportunity now to take a 4-2 lead into the half, going into their attacking side. When you made the call, Dev, you said Coastline's maybe slightly attacking favored. Kanga have kind of shown that, though, to a degree. They've pushed in early. They're usually getting onto site with around 30-40 seconds remaining. It hasn't been a struggle getting in there with the final seconds ticking down. The problem is they're losing players early on, and as you said, it's usually quite messy if Ferox are able to respond, and while respond, they have been able to do so far. 3-2 in favor of Ferox going into this final round of the half.
And we talked about maybe being on the attack is in the advantage here, so Kanga need to step up. If Ferox end this half 4-2 their way, I have no doubt they'll have some strong attacks and really put it to Kanga. We return back to Kitchen. Last time Ferox played this, it really started with just a successful C4 through the floor. Deptra, Valkyrie camera to assist with the placement of C4s, but once again, an early pick. And that was just, again, caught off on a rotation there. Todd wasn't even trying to go for an aggressive peek. Kanga, if you've learned anything, it's always spray through windows in the first 20 seconds of the round, because sometimes you'll find a kill.
Yeah, I mean, well, sometimes you will. Most times you probably won't, but in this case, does get Todd. Doesn't mean that it's going to be easy, though, for Kanga. Still a lot of time, and considering how Kanga have been generally
Attackers have located a bomb.
quite able to clear out this second floor at Kitchen site, it'll be interesting to see whether or not Ferox can find a C4 kill at some point. It helped them last time on this first floor site hold. It's a big part of it, considering how much presence you expect to see from Kanga on the second floor above.
Remember that Kanga haven't successfully attacked this bomb site yet. The only bomb site they've successfully won is Blue Bar Sunrise. Ferox have just been too good on these other two bomb sites. But of course, that numbers advantage does help. That early free kill. Shade holding behind the lobby desk. Spotted out by Campo. This is such a difficult angle to attack, though, when someone's hiding behind that desk. Just waiting for the angle to be exposed, but wait a second. Leb's in the bomb site. Novax is planting. What is this? But Ferox find these kills. This still could be salvaged for Kanga, and Boats does get one. Another one for him. It's a 3 versus 2 now, and Ferox have to retake.
This is a massive opportunity. Boat stays alive. Now he can get off another E1D. Shots back towards Shade. He's able to avoid them. Dodges back through the doorway. And then Kanga have just won the round in a very quick fashion. Mostly thanks to Boats. Campo Novax also coming in clutch. We end the half tied 3-3.
I feel like that plant crept up on me as much as it crept up on Ferox. Did you see that coming? Because I had no idea that was about to happen.
I saw it all the way. I was wondering, what are you talking about, Dev? Come on. Yeah.
Sure you did, mate. Sure. Also, I said Novax, or no, I didn't say Novax. I'm sad now. I apologize, Novax. It's just hard to say fast, you know?
Well, if you've just joined us, we're halfway through this first match on Coastline between Kanga and Ferox. The map pick of Kanga. They're only 4 rounds away from potentially finding their first map win of the season. Earlier on tonight, we had a very interesting one-sided affair between WILDCARD and Elevate. WILDCARD taking that 2-0 pretty comfortably. Not too much of an issue. That was on Consulate and Villa. So this is our final 2 matches, or 2 maps, I should say, of the night. Halfway through Coastline now as Ferox go over to the attack.
Spruce did 6-pick off of the Echo onto Doc. But unusual to pick the Doc. Echo is, you know, quite strong. And when left unbanned, highly recommended to be used. But of course, these stim pistols can also come in handy. And Spruce looks like he's actually going for a spawn peek. Wants to run out service door. Let's have a look. Going for this really wide peek. Does he see player? No. Coming from the pool side. There were 2 players who spawned there, but they didn't go too fast. Spruce doesn't get that pick.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Shade playing the Jackal. Getting that information, roamers and coastline common. We saw it from Ferox on their defense. Kanga elected for the Lion, but Jackal's probably the more prominent pick here. We'll see how Shade plays it out here in their half. Sledge. So quite a few different operator picks for Ferox on their attack. For Wamai as well for boats, and you mentioned the dock and the run out for Spruce. So both sides electing for very different compositions. 2 minutes. Main thing though we saw from Kanga was that they were being able to get onto the site with a lot of time remaining. Can Ferox achieve the same thing here?
And remember that bomb site is Sunrise and Blue Bars. Ooh, Ferox making some good progress here. Todd, careful. A nade goes out through the drone hole. Does light up that player. He's trying to destroy that shield at least. But no progress as of yet. Boats get stimmed up as well. That's one of the benefits of that stim pistol. Back up to full HP. Shade trying to clear out this position behind the lobby desk, but it's so difficult. And Noveix can sit pretty for now.
And Kanga as a whole can sit pretty for now. Right now, 1 minute and 18 seconds. And then when Boats finds an opening frag that makes things easier, pretty sure that's a dead body, Sushi. You'll it's all right. Just falling over. Let him be. He's already had enough. Stops the diffuser to go for a bit more of an aggressive peek. There's a player sitting at cool vibes behind this shield that Sushi does know someone's in there, but he's also wary that he's going to get peeked from cool vibes. Now pushes in, super aggressive play. Still unable to actually get this elimination onto Boats. Shade, is he wary of the fact that there's Spruce on cool vibes? He is. 3 versus 2 here. Ferox bringing it back after a slow start. Kanga found the early picks. But Ferox have got control of the second floor now. Still with 40 seconds to go to 2 versus 3.
Not impossible after that attempt at salvaging things for Ferox, but little to no information here, and Noveix can get that one pick. Diffuser down as well. Sushi, last man standing for his team. Surely this is difficult. 20 seconds, no diffuser in sight. What hope is there?
15 seconds to go.
Well, very little hope. The fact that he's got no time is the more damning aspect of it. Regardless, he also was outnumbered. Lep gets the elimination, and Kanga have a lead here on Coastline. 4-3. A story is brewing here at Coastline.
Hey, I mentioned maybe the attack was favored, but Kanga come out and, well, they're doing strong things on their defense. 4-3, like you mentioned, just 3 rounds away from their first points on the board in 6 Masters, their first map win. I've been rooting for it. I guessed a draw here out of the series on my snowball predictions, but you know, honestly, I have had a feeling that Ferox would be favored here, especially because of that recent result. Ferox beating Akami on this map in that 8-6 overtime. Kanga losing this map to WILDCARD 7-2. Didn't give me a lot of confidence for them, but they're proving me wrong here.
I mean, that's not that difficult, Dev. You've gotten everything proven wrong this week in all your predictions.
Well, technically, they're proving me wrong from what I said on cast, but they're proving my prediction right, actually.
Yeah. Well, for now, I mean, what if Kanga
they
go
do
ahead and get it
2-0?
2-0? Yeah, exactly.
Well, at least everyone will be wrong if that happens.
Yeah. You know I love you, Dev. It's all fun and games.
Yeah.
Right now,
you're
though,
just-
right now it's not fun and games for Ferox, though. There's a lot of pressure now potentially falling on them. If they lose this next round, 5-3 is very daunting. And Kanga are then just 2 rounds away. And for Kanga, you'd have to think that they're building towards this first map win. So much pressure on it, so much enthusiasm to get it, and desire that they're just giving everything they've got more than usual. Spruce brings out the Echo. We haven't seen it for a long time. It's usually by the band or, quite frankly, just not even picked.
Nice couple of bullet holes to try to protect against a push from security, but one thing Spruce has to be wary of is the IQ. If Deptra spots out those yokais, of course they're vulnerable once they're actually spotted. It might be hard to detect being invisible, mostly cloaked, but if Deptra can find them, a single bullet will deal with them, or perhaps a grenade. Spruce will have to keep them close to him. Good progress made thus far, however, from Ferox on this top floor clear. A lot of early presence. That said, ooh, Kanga find the first pick. Leb, aggressive, in towards bathroom from Theater. It's a good start, and they're not going to let up anytime soon.
We mentioned good presence on this second floor, but what Kanga keep doing here on their defense is picking up, making sure they've always got their own presence on the second floor, making it very difficult for Ferox to sort of move around and roam. Todd gets Novaix, expecting it at this point. You can kind of just see they're expecting Kanga to be moving around, roaming, being aggressive on this second floor. Diffuser's down, no one's really near it. Deptra can go back and get it. Oh, that was just really unfortunate timing for Todd. Todd now gets leapt, and that's going to be very unfortunate for Kanga here. Diffuser in hand, numbers in hand for Ferox. And from the game and the match going in their favor, Ferox should be able to tie it up from here.
A very strong roam clear for Ferox, despite losing that initial engagement to Leb. And now Boats and Spruce on site to defend for a whole minute. Rather, Boats was in lobby, but Spruce on site by himself. He has his yokai to deny that plant for as long as possible. The roof above him is soft, so Spruce needs to be careful. A drone, don't believe that spotted him. Contesting these long angles. 40 seconds, time is ticking away. Ferox, they need to make some progress here.
I wouldn't stress too much. 4 versus 2, 30 seconds, still enough time, and they've got the very large numbers advantage as well as they slowly but surely push down into this first floor kitchen site. One over at the stairs was spotted from Spruce. We actually just missed it at the last second, but you can see that it was always going to be that case. Unfortunately, Deptra then does get Spruce. 1 versus 3 now for Boats. He is closer to this site. 10 seconds. If he can find and disrupt the planter of the diffuser, it may just give him a chance to get the win for Kanga just yet. Never mind. Goes down himself. Ferox tied up 4-4. Coastline is definitely back and forth right now.
It almost felt possible for a second there for was it Boats on the moot, but just no C4 in hand and the attacker planting behind the reinforcement. I think really that round was won for Ferox in the roam clear. Despite losing Leb nice on early, they had 3 kills in reply. On account of Kanga just maybe getting a bit too overzealous on their peaks, 1 by 1, no opportunity for a refrag there, except for Ferox. Now, as you mentioned, 4-4. It's really anyone's game at the moment, but keeping in mind this is Kanga's map pick, and I would still think that they have a better chance on Coastline than on Clubhouse later. So Kanga got to be feeling the pressure right now.
I mean, look, for Kanga's sake, I'm just going to say they're probably not feeling any pressure at all. This has been a rebuilding season for them. And at this point, when you're 0-10, how much more pressure can you really take here? Yes, they will definitely feel like they can win, not only this map, but the series 2-0. But it's hard to say there's a lot of pressure. There should be more so pressure on Ferox. The fact that it's 4-4, this is a team that should be doing away with Kanga, just like every other team has done this season, so that they can set themselves up with a chance of finishing in the top 4, or at least putting themselves in a position to do that. You don't beat Kanga here, you even just drop 1 map, Dev, and that chance is going to be almost taken away immediately.
Yeah, look, that's a great point. Ferox is sitting in second to last place on 9 points. They've played the least number of games out of any team, but losing to Kanga here would be detrimental to their chances of making playoffs. And now Ferox on the attack. On the back of that previous victory, some good control taken once again. But of course, that hold in theater. Leb and Novaix upstairs. Sushi to drone it out. Boats supporting from bottom white. Novaix at 90. Previously, Leb got that opening pick and then Ferox picked them apart 1 by 1. What's Kanga learnt from their mistakes?
Bullseye, says Spruce. Drone captured for Kanga.
Oh,
Novaix has really stepped up after a bit of a slow start. Was 1-3 since then. Has gone 4-3. And is proceeding to find a lot of opening picks. Yeah, so far on Coastline, Sushi's going to get revived. Although on such low health, how impactful can he really be for the remainder of this? Won't be impactful at all. Kanga just slicing through Ferox's attack at the moment. And can they get to a position where if you get to 5-4, only one more round, and a match point could then be in the hands of Kanga. Still a bit to do here. Teptra and Todd have got to be flushed out and eliminated. A minute and 15 seconds gives them enough time to adapt, relocate, and have another crack at it.
And Deptra still does get downstairs. Todd, with the sledgehammer in hand, has the opportunity to open up that floor and expose some of these positions, but I don't think that's the play for him. Glacier on the SMG-11, and he'll rotate over to the service door. Needs to be careful. There was a player very aggressive. It's Noveix. Already found one kill on the round. As the door is sprayed down, Todd finds one. That's Spruce. Suddenly a 2 versus 4 has become a manageable 2 versus 3.
Noveix is wary of that, knowing that his teammates are sort of just getting picked off here. Changes his position, and it plays out perfectly. Well played from the new member of Kanga. Does get traded out by Todd, and yet we find ourselves in another 1v1 for what I believe is now the 3rd time here on Coastline already in just the first 9 rounds. You'd hate to be sort of a fan of either of these two teams. It's been so back and forth. All the shots both missing. They're both Neo, and they're both now going to have a chance, and it's going to be Kanga who come out on top. Boats in the 1v1 against Todd. Kanga take the lead once again.
SMG-11 versus SMG-11, and Boats to close it out. That could have swung either way. I mean, hats off to Ferox for turning that 2 versus 4 into a very doable 1 versus 1, but Todd just wasn't enough to hold out. And man, this is definitely getting close, and we're 2 rounds away from seeing Kanga finally get some points on the board. And on the flip side of that, seeing Ferox really getting it handed to them and shut out of playoffs.
Feels like some history making happening here. I'm glad to be a part of it, Dev, alongside you, because if Kanga pick up this map win, it'll be their first of the season. We keep harping on it, but for good reasons. It's a bit of a reward for sticking with it. It's very easy to just give up. I mean, you look at their round differential as well, and it just tells the story. They haven't had too many close losses either. There's been a couple, most notably the one last week against Sinister and Cafe, 7-8 in overtime, but massive chance for Kanga. It would be, as you said, detrimental to Ferox, but Kanga don't care for that. They're not here to make friends, they're here to win. They haven't done any of it this season, but now is their chance. They've probably not had a better chance than this all season.
10 seconds to go.
That said, Ferox is only 1 round behind. Very possible for them as well. On the attacking side, we ended the half at 3-3. We could see another 3-3 half here and head to overtime. I'm getting overtime vibes here. Xenox, I'm feeling it.
I'm getting cool vibes here on Coastline. Cool vibes are in the favor of Kanga. You say overtime, I don't know, I'm starting to believe here. Just starting to believe. The Kanga can find their first map win. 2.5 minutes. This round will be telling. 6-4 puts so much pressure on the back of Ferox. But 5-5, and Kanga's momentum is just halted for the time being.
Campo holding on to Hookah as long as he can. The smoke already using one of his gas babes so early in the round. May help Ferox later in the round. Shaping up. Pushing from VIP. Really all sides is Ferox. Ooh, that's a good drone from Todd. Spots out the player at Vaz. Now pushing on in. Might try and throw a nade. We saw him do this before, but this time it might net him a kill. Surely it wasn't cooked enough, and Noveix gets out of dodge. I don't know what happened there. The nade just missed, but a thermite charge rings out and opens up that VIP wall. Ferox making some great progress thus far, and now have completely exposed the majority of that A bomb site.
Time for Ferox to pick up the pace, though, in just a general sense in this match, in this series. Flick a switch and try and find another gear to outperform Kanga in these final few rounds of Coastline. It's Kanga's map pick, but Ferox are not in any position to be trading maps with Kanga. Sushi pushing through Aquarium, just clearing out Gadgets are so close to the site, yet it feels like so far. So much time, a minute. Don't be surprised if this stalls out. Although, Ferox could take the approach of just trying to push in, clear it out even early. They've got a lot of time in the bank though.
5v5 in this last minute of the round. Ferox, they, like you said, they do seem to be mounting for this push through Aqua. Smoke goes out. Shade finds the first kill of the round onto Campo. There's still presence though from Kanga downstairs, and they can deny the plant vertically. A couple of shots rang out either direction. Leb now very low on HP, needs to be cautious. 30 seconds left, and Ferox get another pick.
Falling apart for Kanga, but I wouldn't count them out yet. Spruce, Boats, they've both been in these similar positions over the first few rounds, these first 10 rounds, and generally it's gone their way. Plant's going to go down, time for the counter defuse to come through. Lab's going to find Depture to open it up, but they're very low. He's very low. Boats too is taking some damage. Very in close, just on the other side. In hooker pushing through. Oh, he looked away at the last second. He would have been able to get that kill, surely. Sushi goes down. Has Ferox maybe thrown this? They're right on it. They can go for the defuse. And keeping watch is Spruce outside. Ferox, never mind. Warden gets the double. And a sigh and a breathing sigh of relief for those in the Ferox camp. 5-5.
We're just trading rounds back and forth. The only time someone has won 2 rounds in a row was Ferox in round number 2 and 3. But aside from that, it's just been back and forth, back and forth. We haven't seen either of these teams get a leg up more than 1 round apart from their opposition. And if the trend continues, we'll definitely see that over time. But still, this is the last opportunity here. If either of these teams can break the trend and break away with 2 rounds here, that's the game. Done and dusted. We'll move on. But still, Kanga just within their grasp is that match point, is that opportunity to get their first win of the season. Ferox certainly don't want it to be them that's the victim.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Well, we've only had 1 overtime this week of 6 Masters. That was yesterday between Akami and Knights. As you said, whoever wins this next round, though, at least gets the match point. They get an ace up the sleeve. Things that then in that following round fall by the wayside. At least they know that worst case scenario, they just go to overtime. It's so much more stressful for the team that's on 5 rather than the team that's on 6. So in a way, it makes this round so important. When you look at a team like Kanga in this position, if you win this round, you go up 6-5. The confidence that they could then feel going into that next round is paramount. For Ferox, on the other hand, if you go up 6-5 after this, you feel like you can then have the confidence to go and crush them in that next round, finish off Coastline 7-5, breathe that sigh of relief, and move on to Clubhouse.
Warden live droned through Sunroom, through security, just to clear out that lobby side, take out the default camera. No pressure in office from Kanga, dangerous. And Ferox made some good progress so far. Shade, a drone in a bomb site as well. He'll just leave it there. 2 players in Sunrise for Kanga. Bit of a roam upstairs vertically, still with that same setup at Vars with the Wamai and the shield. Also presence from Navaix in kitchen. Ferox are starting to get all the information they need, and well, that's a thermite charge to open up the blue bar wall. With only 1 minute down, Ferox have made fantastic progress.
You can see it there visually as well with the wall that was opened up in office on the blue bar. Shade can go in. I'm not sure if that was intended. You may have just blocked that flash. Smoke's going to be placed. So is the diffuser. They have 1 minute and 40 seconds. That's now just going to be 45 seconds. Spray through the wall from Spruce, realizing that they've been snuck on. But a retake can now be possible. The Vaix coming from kitchen's going to be able to get Sushi. 4 versus 4, but only 30 seconds remaining. A big opportunity for either of these 2 teams is now present. C4 goes out. Thought for a second that might have gotten the kill. No, laying right down. The Vaix, don't fall for it. Fortunately, spots the foot sticking out from Warden. Kanga are coming through in the clutch. Depture still alive. 3 versus 2, 13 seconds. Campo is on the diffuser. Going for that counter diffuse.
No way.
3 seconds remaining. Depture goes down. Kanga's going to pull it off. Shade can't stop him. Kanga win the round, and they've got match point on Coastline.
What was that 4 versus 4 retake? And to hold on, Ferox had so much confidence. They droned out all the ground that they wanted to take. They completely took Kanga by surprise. They thermited open the wall into Blue Bar, got the plant down with less than half the round done. And then that 1 minute 40, as you said, it turned into 45 seconds. The tables turned. Kanga has to retake, and they did just that. They welcomed the opportunity piece by piece, dragging it back. And now they're on match point. I just... Is this when it happens, Xenox? Is this how it happens?
If it is how it happens, it's been a just deserved win if it does go that way. Match point 6-5 in favor of Kanga on Coastline. It is their map pick, but who cares? They've earned it. It's been a long season, but you've still got to get the job done. There's one more hurdle to still leap over. You fall here, and then there's a couple more hurdles that will be on the way. Ferox, though, have got... Well, they've got a long jump in front of them, I guess you could say, Dev, because if they lose this round, their season might be done. I'm not going to go into the maths. I'm not going to look at it. They've got a lot more matches still to be played, but it will make it just that bit more difficult when you're the only team to have then dropped the map to the team that everyone else has beaten. It makes it difficult from that point to then make the playoffs. Still, let's see how this round plays out. Leb has been amazing. 12 kills. Has been in the thick of it. We've had so many 1v1s towards the end of these rounds. I'm nervous for Ferox, but I'm also excited for Kanga.
I wonder what it's like for Kanga at the moment. Is Spruce gonna finally get to shave? Are they thinking right now, we're within arm's reach of this, let's just do it? And if that is their thought process, surely that's not something that can slip away from them. For Ferox, the pressure is on. Like you said, they have the attack. They need to take the initiative here, and they're the ones under the pump. They need to force this overtime to sustain their chances of making top 4 for playoffs. Up until now, it's looked like Ferox was definitely in the running, but maybe this is where their road ends and Kanga takes back their pride.
At least mends it. And as you say, take it back for the time being. So Kitchen gives them the ability to play the C4 game as well if Ferox select to take second floor. But I think we've seen more so a lot of the attention, especially around this first floor bomb site in Kitchen, is that both Kanga and Ferox have neglected second floor control and just going straight for this first floor. It's been the play for both teams. And it seems like that's going to be the case here again. Minute 40 seconds remaining. By this point, the diffuser had already been placed down in the last round. For Ferox, it looked like everything was going their way. Things were perfect. Warden pushing up cool vibes. Making sure there's no one behind them. Is this a round where they leave it to the last second? The opposite of what we saw in the last round.
It's slow and steady progress for Ferox, but that shield is still intact in Kitchen to contest that kitchen door for Kanga. An attempt at destroying it was Warden with the Ash Charge, but it's just at the rotate hole near the B-bomb, and it's still intact. 2 smoke babes go out, so still a lot of the round left. The Dokkaebi Logic Bomb is blown, and now the call rings out. Shade gonna start to get this plant down. Kanga, though, are they making it happen? They get 2 kills. There's one against them. Shade opts not to go for that plant.
Oh my
Ferox is still in it, though. It's a 3-on-3. Just desperate to find this kill is Shade. Only 11 rounds in the mag. That C4 goes out. Doesn't find anything. Todd waiting for the player to enter his sightlines. And this is where everything comes to end.
The last 30 seconds. Is it going to be the last 30 seconds of maybe Ferox's season if they don't win this round? Avax, he had the spray. Todd was able to beat him in that 1v1, though. Very low with that, though. 3 versus 2 to end this round. Got to still get the plant down or find these kills. Boats and Leb may just be able to hide. Buy time. 10 seconds left. Plant's going to go down from Shade. Leb gets Sushi, though. Leb pushing through. 2 versus 1. Shade, has he got what it takes? He hasn't got it down, but he's got to find Leb, who just hides. He's going to be able to stick it. There will be time. But Leb now pushes in slowly. Never mind. It's quick. He gets it down. Doesn't want to immediately be finished off. Checks the door. Final shots about to ring out. So much on the line. 35 seconds, and it's got to be won by Shade. Ferox somehow. Hold on. And they breathe that sigh of relief. 6-6 in overtime.
What was a 3 versus 2 for Ferox suddenly slipped away and turned into a 1v2, but Shade just desperately held on to Ferox's chances, not only in this map, but of course in the season. Every point counts. They can't drop a map here. They have no intention of doing so. And you could feel that suspense for Kanga when we were just holding as the timer hit 0, the Mozzie lying prone in anticipation as that timer hit 0, wondering, is this our first points in Six Masters? But no, at least not yet, because Ferox, they're going to have their say first.
They had it in their hands, Dev. I thought it was all but done. 2 versus 1 towards the end. I'm speechless. This has been an amazing match on Coastline. Kanga rightfully taking it to Ferox. Ferox can escape a travesty though now by setting it to overtime. You come out of here with the win. At the end of the day, it may not play a big part in their journey towards the playoffs.
Oh, and it's got us in anticipation, doesn't it, Xenox? Ferox, last time they played Coastline was Okami, and it went to overtime, but they edged out the victory with 2 straight in overtime, ending at 8-6. Ferox were the ones who pushed us to OT. I feel like the momentum's in their corner at the moment.
A little bit. I think it would be fair to say the fact that it's obviously 6-6 going into overtime means it's all squared up. So yes, you could say Ferox take the momentum since they forced the overtime. Kanga lose that match point that they had. But the way that Kanga have been playing, we get a bit of a rehost here and a bit of time to breathe for both teams. That in itself also kind of negates any sort of momentum. So I think we're all square here going into this overtime. Any of these two teams can win it. And what it means for both of them is 2 very stark differences.
Yeah, very much so. And it's Kanga who gets to start on the attack here. Remember, we ended up at 3-3 for each split, so it's not easy to say one team is favored on the attack other than other. But I'm just going to have a look and see. With Kanga on their attack, the only bomb sites they managed to attack for the most part was Blue Bar and Sunrise. They did, however, get 1 attack onto Kitchen successfully. I didn't happen to see. Did you notice which bomb site they'd taken just for that first round? I actually didn't see.
In the first round?
I mean, in that round just then.
In that round with
we just
Kitchen.
rehosted. Was it Kitchen? So that's funny because Kitchen was actually won.
That round that was rehosted, or the round that they had actually won was Kitchen?
The rehosts. The rehosts.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Not sure? That's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Ferox probably would have chosen Hookah because that's the only undefeated bomb site for them at the moment.
Yeah.
That said, if it is Kitchen, that's a 50-50 split because Kanga won it once on their attack and Ferox won it once on the defense. So can go either way. I've got to say, despite it being 3-3 each half, I felt a bit more punch in Ferox's attacks than in Kanga's attacks.
I mean, I guess you could say that. The way I look at it, though, is I don't care how hard you're punching. If you end up knocking the other guy out, you kind of got the job done, haven't you, right? And Kanga definitely did that. They had their match point deservedly. They got into the lead. They very closely could have won it. We've had, is it 4 or 5 1v1s now over the course of this entire match on Coastline? It's one of those two, right?
Yeah,
so
I've got 4
and
clutches.
Kanga, 4 clutches. There you go. And Kanga, in that last clutch on Kitchen for Ferox, they had a 2v1 advantage. It was just the fact that the diffuser could go down and buy a bit more time for Shade. So they'd be spewing that they didn't get the win in that scenario, I think. And yeah, okay, I guess you can take that thought process going into overtime, but I think you'd be silly, and I think it'd be very detrimental if you're even thinking about that if you're Kanga. Right now, they just have to be assessing and saying, look, we've been playing well, going into overtime, everything's even, we've got a massive chance here, and I think that's probably what they're talking about right now.
Yeah, and that's the question, that these guys will be talking and saying, oh, we have a chance, just try and chill out, but surely that pressure is eating away at them. And that applies to both teams here. For Kanga, what's on the line is maybe you're actually going to get some points here. And I mean, there's not just pride. There's Spruce's beard on the line. I mean, there's a lot at stake here for Kanga, right?
You keep going about this beard. It's not that big.
No, it's not. That's what I find kind of hilarious about it. I mean, I would like to see Spruce actually grow it out, but I kind of also want Kanga to get some points in this league for once, and this
I'd
seems to be a
rather-
pretty
yeah.
good chance for it.
Yeah, exactly. Look, it's very difficult. You know, we're obviously impartial. We're completely neutral on it because there's two ways to look at it. I'd love to see, you know, a team like Ferox really have a chance as a bit of an underdog coming into this season, you know, formerly as Fury, to reach playoffs, to make top 4. There weren't many who probably would have predicted them in the top 4 to begin this season of Six Masters. So you win this map and then you win Clubhouse. Obviously, you've still got to do the job in next week, but they at least give themselves that opportunity. So you kind of love that storyline, that underdog spirit that, you know, us Australians really love. But then the Kanga, it's hard to not want to root for them. It's hard to not say, come on, I want to see these guys get a map. They've deserved it. They've worked really hard. You know, they've had retirement Wayman and Nevaix coming in and making his debut. And yet they're still, throughout all of this, haven't given up. They've continued to persevere. They had a match point. It didn't quite go their way, but now they're into overtime on their map pick of Coastline as we head back in. And you were right. It is hookah and billiards for this defense of Ferox.
It's the only bomb site Ferox managed to win flawlessly. Won it both times. Also remember on a lot of Kanga's attacks, they just had random wall bangs from outside. In fact, 2 of the rounds that they won, they got an early man advantage just by randomly spraying through a window or a doorway at the start of the round and finding one of the Ferox players cut off in a rotation. Yeah, I don't think that's something that Kanga can rely on here. If the pattern continues, Ferox will send us to match point after this round. But Kanga, we've talked about, the pressure is on for them. For Ferox, we have said these guys are a serious contender for top 4 despite sitting in 7th place. But they need to lock out 6 points against Kanga here to even get an opportunity
10 seconds remaining.
to make playoffs.
Yeah, and you say 6 points, not just 3. It's a draw's not ideal for Ferox. It's not like, okay, we lost Coastline in a very close one. We'll go over to Clubhouse. We'll win that. Happy days. No, they need a 6. They need all 6 points here tonight. And right now, they're on the verge of potentially losing 3 of those 6 points here on Coastline. They force the overtime, though. That's a start. It's a way forward for Ferox. We mentioned Clubhouse. Of course, it's coming up after this. But we both probably believe Ferox should be stronger on Clubhouse.
Bomb located by
Yeah, I mean, it is their map pick, and we haven't seen great things from Kanga on it, but we haven't seen great things from Kanga on very many maps at all. So, I mean, that summarizes their season. Ferox was smart to get rid of Cafe, which is the only map Kanga has taken to overtime this season, the best they've done. But leaving Coastline in was a bit of a question mark, and clearly Kanga are pretty good on it. As you can see, the result thus far. Still, definitely within spitting distance of taking this map outright is Kanga's map pick. And they're keen for it. So close they can taste it. Pushing in vertically from below. If you recall, Spruce likes to mince up that floor in hookah, flush out these key positions, but it hasn't been successful on the previous attacks. Just under half the round gone. What is the play for Kanga? They have to make a move.
Their attack was good. You said they both went 3-3 in their halves. They both did 3 on attack, 3 on defense each. But you did make the point that you didn't feel like they didn't punch as hard on their attack. I disagree. And generally, we're able to get onto site with a lot of time remaining. This has probably been one of their slower pushes. Not much of a surprise in the fact that it's, you know, overtime. It's a bit of a stressful situation. They're not far from the site, but typically was about, I'd say, 40 seconds when Kanga would then start to push onto site. EE1D is going to be used by boats. And as I keep talking about, with a minute to go, now they're going to start to push through. Aqua is fully controlled as they look to push on the blue bar, and Sunrise Spruce loses that exchange though to 1 versus 1. It was immediately traded back though by Campo. Fortunately, oh boy, that was extremely close in favor of Campo. Doesn't find anything though. Second EE1D goes out, 40 seconds remaining.
Can Led make an impact from this master window, as well as the question boats to file on through? The Leisure Mine goes out. No doubt Sushi knows about that position, but Novaix gets him. There's a trade. Novaix looking for another one. Campo as well. It's all on Deptra now here. Kanga in a 3 versus 1. Can Deptra deny this plan? He doesn't have the information. C4 goes out and finds absolutely nothing. The plant is on. The retake has to come out for Deptra. He can find one kill. It's a 1v2. We've seen clutches like this happen before. Does Deptra have what it takes?
1 versus 2, 30 seconds. Time is not really of the essence, not just yet anyway. He's got to make use of the time that he has. Can't just leap out expecting the repellers in the window. Nevaix has been clutch so far. 20 seconds. Do you go for a fake? Expect someone to pre-fire it. They're going to have to at some point. They're close, but they expect the fake. They buy their time. Deptra surely doesn't win these. Only 10 more seconds left. He gets pushed away from the bomb site. The only thing he can do now is just get the 1v1. 5 seconds left. Running back is Nevaix. The new member of Kanga is going to get them the winning round. 7-6. And time was in the end of the essence for Ferox. Kanga, once again, have got a match point in their pocket.
A really great post plant there for Kanga in the 3 versus 1. And we know those can get thrown, but throwing a drone out there just to cover that diffuser. And now it's all on for Kanga. Where do you go for your defense? Do you go over to Blue Bar Sunrise? It looks like that is the case. It's the only bomb site that they won flawlessly. That said, we were saying the same thing about Ferox for Hookah, and look how that turned out. We're going to be looking at Ferox now. Switch back onto your attacks. We had some good one. We had some bite. Now they're going to go with the Thermite. 6-pick onto it. Might be able to get some early presence in office. Go for that quick execute onto Blue Bar. It was an amazing early plant for Ferox last time. But let's not forget how that ended up for them when Kanga were on for the retake. Anything is still possible here. But it's match point for Kanga.
Their second one as well of this match on Coastline. It would almost feel undeserved if Ferox win this. Kanga's been the better team. They've looked more in control. That certainly was a harder punch there on their attack. And now on defense, where they've looked good as well. And Nevaix has really stepped up. I keep talking about him, but when you consider the circumstances around his debut last week, you know, fresh into the competitive scene, it feels like he's been playing for months at this level, at this sort of competitive environment, and you've got to give credit where it's due. And for Ferox, though, well, you lose this round, and the season could very well be gone with it.
And that's why the pressure's on for Ferox. Spruce holding hard inside office this time around, not going to give up that ground for free, as Ferox took last time. And it does appear the attackers have changed their mind. They'll look to go for a Sunrise-centric push. Lots of players there. Spruce opens up the office double door so that he can go for a run out if he so desires. Potential for a Valkyrie camera to be outside. Deptra needs to be on the lookout for those. But where is the push from Ferox? Todd outside near the pool. Looking to potentially hold on to Kitchen. Deptra just to cover this run out on office. Needs to be careful. He's vulnerable. Someone peeks. There you go. Crouch out. Won't be so exposed. Nevaix and boats roaming as well. No doubt a lot of vertical pressure from Kanga. They can just be patient here.
2 minutes, plenty of time. And say patience, but frags are going to matter more. Not going to get too overexcited yet for Ferox, because we've seen Kanga have been able to, well, bring things back when the deficit has been large. And in this case, it is quite large, 3v5. Leb up on Hookah, though. You know, you just, if you don't count it out in from that position, I wouldn't be surprised if you find 2 kills. Even if he has to then drop down at some point. Minute and a half, still a lot of time. Ferox are going to make sure that they don't rush this scenario. You rush in, you lose 2 members, all of a sudden then it's a 3 versus 3. And this is the way that a lot of these matches have been going down. And speaking of going down, Leb's going to move from Hookah, go down Cool Vibes, join the rest of his team in this first floor.
Ferox looking to simplify this, not going for that top floor control. Just a minute left now. They have thermited open sauna. Now very late. They start to go for this top floor control. Looks to be a sauna-centric execute. Shade open to all kinds of angles, but that's the man advantage even further now. Kanga just 2 players left and have to hold for 50 seconds.
You think now Ferox should be able to win this round, and it sets it all up for what's going to be 7-7. Sushi gets boats. Sushi's gotten 2. Can't find a third. Leb's going to trade it back, but he's got to get 4 more trades after that. Finds one on Cool Vibes. Ooh, all you like. I still don't think he's going to have it done. Prove me wrong though, Leb.
Attackers are activating the diffuser. Defenders
Never mind, he
have located
can't.
the diffuser.
Ferox win the round, and Dev, we go to what is going to be the final round.
Whoa, I mean, this game has deserved an 8-7. Whichever way it goes, this match deserved full 15 rounds. You know, I mentioned earlier, Ferox got 2 rounds back-to-back right at the start, but aside from that, this has literally been Kanga, Ferox, Kanga, Ferox, Kanga, Ferox, back-to-back, all the way on. Will that trend continue? If it does, Kanga wins this and takes their first points onto the Six Masters ladder. They'll be on the attack for this round as Ferox attempts to defend Blue Bar and Sunrise, the only bomb site on their defensive half that they didn't win a single time.
I'd say
Attackers
that.
need
Don't
to
jinx
locate
it
and
like that.
defuse bombs.
You got me nervous.
Just saying. Wait a second. Yeah, no, they didn't win this once.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah.
Kanga
Wait a
won this
second.
both times. Kanga won this bomb site twice. This is a risky and confident play from Ferox, not going over to Hookah, not going over to Kitchen. Sticking with
I can
what
already
they
just
believe is their best site.
I can already just picture you. You got your pen out, writing down. Okay, interview. Why did you pick Blue and Sunrise? Why? Why? They'll win it. Watch them win it, and you'll still ask the question. Why did they? Look, all I can say right now is you mentioned that 15 rounds is what has been deserved for both of these two teams. I am so nervous for both of these two teams. I'm going to be upset for whoever loses this because, you know, if Ferox lose this, playoffs, probably done. If Kanga lose this, best opportunity to win their first map of the season, probably done. So much on the line. The ramifications are massive for both teams. Different manners. An early pick could be just so detrimental for the morale of the team who does get picked. So if you're Ferox, maybe you play very close to home, or Shade has got other ideas though on the Vigil. And that just might be the trick to get the win here. Expecting Kanga to push in towards Blue and then have the Vigil come in behind them at the last second.
Kanga made good control, progress on the top floor, pushing from the east side. Noveix to find the opening pit. Warden shut down once again. Noveix turning up for his team, but Todd to find one onto Campo through the VIP floor. 1 minute down, and we're already at a 4 versus 4.
The rookie finds the opening pick. But Todd was fortunately able to find a C4 kill for his own. 4 versus 4. You know how this is going to end, right? It's going to be a 1 versus 1. If it doesn't end in a 1 versus 1, I'll be surprised. It's been that sort of game. It's been that sort of match. It may end up being that sort of series. If Kanga can win this, who knows? Maybe Ferox would be so demoralized that they drop Clubhouse that's to come after this. Both with the EE1D. Has 2 more after this. Of course, a bit of a cooldown between them. Minute and 24 seconds remaining for Kanga. Over towards Cool Vibes. Not sure how much presence they've got over towards Aqua. That's usually, not Aqua, sorry, Blue. That's usually where we're seeing a lot of these pushes come from. Towards Blue. Deptra with the C4. Not sure how many more are available as a team. But in this final minute, 1 more C4 kill could be the difference.
He hears him.
Goes for it. He's going to throw it out, but he's going to miss. Oh my days. 1 minute left, Dev.
And Spruce opening up this floor to eliminate those positions being played by Deptra and the rest of the team. Still vulnerable to C4s, but of course that single one missing its target does give him a sigh of relief. 4 versus 4 here for Kanga. No numbers advantage, and this is match point. They have to make this happen.
Match point for both teams. Massive opportunity for both teams. 34 seconds left. Who has got the cool nerves? It's the rookie. Noveix coming up huge. Diffuser in hand. He finds the frag onto Shade. He's found them both so far into both Shade and Warden. The Vigil goes down, losing so much of that roam threat now for Ferox too. And any sort of retake is just that little bit harder. 15 seconds remaining. Only 1 more E1D remains. There's a frag back from Sushi though. 3 versus 3 in the final 10 seconds. They're still going to go and get the plant down. Noveix is able to get it down. It's denied. 5 seconds left, denied. Ferox have done it. In the final seconds, they get the win. The GG's come out. Oh, it was so close. And it's so heartbreaking for Kanga.
I gotta say, Sushi's having a heart attack right now. And I don't blame him, but a well-deserved MVP. What a game that was. From start to finish, a roller coaster up and down, side to side, with no end in sight. But finally, it's closed out, leaving Ferox in the running still for the playoffs positions.
I mean, that's the best game. That's the best match, at least in the last few weeks. At least. I don't care. We'll go with there. I'm going to put it out there. At least for me, Dev. That was intense. The storylines for both teams, everything that was on the line for both teams. Wasn't quite a 1v1 in the end, but it was still so chaotic. The plant denial with about 1 second left from that going down. Whether or not that makes a difference, doesn't matter. It was still something that happened. Nevaix, the rookie, the debutant from last week, got the opening pick, found a second one shortly after that. Everything was leaning in Kanga's favor slowly in that final round, but Ferox just got it done. And this is what I was saying before, Dev. They get out and they run with those 3 points. And as they head to Clubhouse, they're going to be favored heavily.
And it's their map pick as well. Surely Ferox are in it to win it now with the 2-0. Kanga just, I mean, that was their best opportunity. Maybe there's an opportunity to maybe get something back on Clubhouse, but they're going to have to put their big shoes on and really step up to the plate.
Yeah, they're going to have another crack at it. It's going to be tough. It's on Clubhouse where Ferox are going to feel a bit more comfortable than Coastline. It was an amazing match. Hopefully, the second match will live up to it.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music, so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it. 'Cause I'm out here staying, it's back to my soul. 'Cause lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over, not until I leave the floor. So that's a question, baby, I can't ever get enough. So won't you
Well, we had an absolute brawl on Coastline. 8-7 in favor of Ferox. They take it out over Kanga, who had 2, technically 3 match points if we were to go down to the nitty-gritty, Dev. But unfortunately for Kanga, they fell short. In the end, Ferox win the map. We go to Clubhouse, and they've got the opportunity to 2-0 this series.
And if anyone is just jumping in now, like, you need to go back and watch this Coastline game later. That was just something else. I don't have an answer. Like, if you haven't watched it yet, just block your ears so we don't tell you the result, and just click off this. We'll go watch that and then watch this one, because it is just ridiculous. That game was nuts, and hopefully Clubhouse is going to prove to be the same, because I mean, an 8-7 either way, you know that's going to be just insane. But Clubhouse, we're now on Ferox's map pick. Maybe that's going to favor them even more heavily. And they've had some losses recently on it. They lost it in an 8-7 against Okami just 2 series ago. So there's actually some weaknesses exploded for Ferox on this map that maybe Kanga can exploit.
Yeah, I agree. I still favor Ferox going into Clubhouse. You can see the poll vote that was polled earlier on this evening, and a lot, very evidently going for Ferox tonight, 60% expecting them to win 2-0. Well, that's still a very real possibility going into Clubhouse. But the one thing that we haven't spoken too much about is also this round differential. Because it was only an 8-7 rather than, say, like a 7-2, for example, they don't quite get as many points there for Team Ferox. I don't think that they're caring too much about that, though, as we head into Clubhouse. They're happy to have just gotten the win on Coastline. They've escaped very hurriedly over to Clubhouse. Kanga have followed them, who are still aiming to steal a map. They're going to have to do it on Ferox's home turf, though.
Only 3 more maps left as an opportunity for Kanga to steal away a map win. It's here on Ferox's map pick or next week against LFO, but surely you want to get it done here. Kanga lock in the first operator ban, and it is going to be the Maverick. Very common here on Clubhouse. Bit of a have fun smiley face coming out in chat from Novaix. Can I just say, Novaix is really been demonstrating why he got picked up. Like, he has been so good.
Yeah. When I was mentioning that sort of in the Coastline map, a lot of responsibilities as well. They're typically having him hold the diffuser for most of those rounds. He got a lot of plants, and well, he found a lot of opening picks as well on the offense. Definitely stepping up. Bit of a slow start, but then got going. A bit of a warm-up period for him to join the rest of his team. Look, Kanga were very impressive on Coastline. I'd like to see them bring that impressive play style now over to Clubhouse. Don't want to doubt them too much. His bans so far, pretty normal. Nothing too much of a surprise. But Ferox definitely going to be favored here. I think we have to make that obvious more than they were favored on, say, Coastline.
Although we are really looking at kind of a polarly opposite map here on Clubhouse to Coastline. Coastline, very small, claustrophobic, not a lot of opportunity to really just solid anchor because the map is so small. You have to really just roam. Whereas Clubhouse, it's a very a map where you really can just anchor, and it comes down to a lot of those utility battles, especially with that Maverick and the Thatcher gone. There's going to be a lot of pressure on the attack to eliminate wall denial, and Thermite and Hibana is not going to be enough. There's going to be a lot of opportunity for hard breach counters. In this case, it's the Kaid, which will protect and be safe from any kind of Thatcher EMP or Maverick Torch. We'll see how Ferox decide to deal with that as we progress in. A couple of 6-picks coming out. We talked about how the 6-pick doesn't always get utilized, but it does twofold in this particular round. As for Ferox on the attack, they bring out the Ying. I know Shade quite prolific on the operator, but it's not an operator we've actually seen a lot of in the season so far.
No, we haven't. For 2 reasons. When it obviously gets banned, which it was for a heavily amount over the first 4 weeks. In the last 2 weeks, though, it hasn't quite been used. Not because it hasn't been banned, just because teams haven't elected to use it. And Shade gonna give it a go. So Ferox attacking Clubhouse, their map pick.
10 seconds to insertion.
It was a 3-3 half on both halves on Coastline. I think Ferox would probably prefer to go to at least 4-2 on their attack here of Clubhouse.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
That said, attacking is going to be tough. As I mentioned, no Thatcher, no Maverick means Waldenile is going to be king, and especially on this bottom floor bomb site. With Electroclaws, if you put an Electroclaw on, let's say, the Moto hatch and the blue hatch, there's just like no way to get rid of that. And you can't Hibana it, you can't Thermite it. The best chance you've got is opening up some of the floor and throwing a frag grenade on through. Same case for Dirt, really. You could protect Dirt quite easily as well using the Electroclaws. It looks like there are actually none yet on the hatches, which is really surprising to me. I wonder where the boats is primarily. He's got both of them in his pocket. He's going to do it late. Come and chuck it up. Oh, he might actually catch some Hibana pellets. He is. They're going to get zapped. Good night. See you later. I love that. That's already one set of X-Kairos from Warden eliminated.
Is it just a bump in the road, or is that going to be very detrimental for Ferox moving forward here on this basement push? I expect a lot of the more successful attacks from Ferox to take place up on the second floor, more so than down here in the basement, which Church and Arsenal can usually be very difficult to take for the attackers. As you said, without the Maverick as well, it's going to make things difficult. But utilizing both the Hibana and Thermite, you think Ferox really have all the tools necessary, as long as they play this well, to get the job done.
There's some good openings made so far for Ferox. Is Toad going to use his second nade here to try to get rid of the Electroclaw on the Moto hatch? Maybe in just a moment. That nade's going to come out, or is he just watching the flank? Is that all he's doing? Really? Okay. Not going to try and use the nade to clear out the Electroclaw. I'm surprised that Warden was actually able to pop that main hatch in kitchen as easily as he did. There was really no contest. Ooh, but here's a drop down. The Ying Candelas come through. Shade pushes on fourth and gonna take out the Legion of Camper. Gets concussed, stunned out by the Sonic Burst from the Yokai, and there's a trade here. 2 versus 3 as Warden gets the diffuser down. 2 versus 2 now. This retake is very much possible for Nevaix.
Is it though? Lab's going to be injured. Nevaix able to get Water now in a 1 versus 1 against Sushi, who, if he knows and has this location, it is opened up. Or smart from Nevaix. 2 kills so far in the round. A triple kill would get the round win for Kanga. Even smarter to go for the revival to Lab. Now 2 versus 1 rather than the 1 versus 1. Sushi still has prime pole position though. But now there's at least someone who can trade at the very least. Does he go for the hatch? Is he expecting someone to push up? Now he knows there's 2 up. Either way, you have to stick his plant, and especially while time is being wasted. Drops down with the pistol. Sushi's well played. Not going to be able to defuse this one. Ferox win the round.
What a way to do it as well. Oh, Sushi, a bit of BM at the end there too. He knew that with 7 seconds on the timer, there was no chance that even if he died, that was going to get disabled. So, a nice job there. And what was that, a 2 versus 4? For the attacks, I think almost everyone died just trying to get that plant down. It goes to show the power of that Ying was the real enabler for Ferox there, taking almost no map control, or rather opening almost no avenues onto the bomb site, not even opening up the Moto hatch, the blue hatch, no one pushing from blue, just one guy in dirt, and everyone else just trying to drop down kitchen hatch. And hey, it worked.
Great start for Ferox, who escaped an absolute heart attack on Coastline. And then the first round was going the way of Kanga here on Clubhouse. This just, again, reaffirms that regardless of how many rounds the differential will be in this series, 2 wins and 6 points is all that's going to matter. And every round matters severely. Back down to Church and Arsenal, second go for Kanga. Nevaix continues to impress now onto the Wamai. I've been talking about him a lot, but I think it's really important to give him a bit of hype time as the newer player, the debutant on this roster. And Spruce himself said that this is a bit of a rebuilding process for this team and using this time as well. This is a lot of really valuable game time for Nevaix going into whatever future tournaments Kanga participate in.
We'll say it's not a good sign that Kanga lose their first defense, especially with that Maverick and Thatcher ban in combination. I feel like it does favor Ferox, especially with their tendency to use the Ying. You can get around not being able to force that utility onto the hatches and such by just brute forcing the issue using the Candelas, which is exactly what we saw in the previous round. But despite that, Kanga will reattempt Church and Arsenal.
Bomb located by attackers.
Hibana pellets X-Kairos on the kitchen hatch, but I believe the impact grenade is successful in denying. I didn't quite get an eye on there. Nope. Okay, the X-Kairos somehow detonated anyway, so a failed impact trick from Campo. And Ferox has already made great progress, and without wasting too much utility for it as well.
Oops, we're going to miss. Yeah, good progress. A minute 40. I mean, they didn't have a lot of time in that last round attack that they were able to win. And, well, with a minute and a half, you can see Sushi's going back over to dirt. He was able to do that last round, picked up a frag from there, rotated out of dirt after that, repositioned back up into that first floor in kitchen, and then fell down. So you've always got that opportunity with Sushi being able to do that from dirt. Goal is to just find at least one tag. Minute 18, but Ferox are now just starting to make their push in. Thrown it out, see what they can find. A lot of this floor has been opened up as well in kitchen.
I haven't really seen much from Kanga to make me believe that Ferox isn't just going to do the exact same thing successfully, drop down the hatch. I guess that'll help a little bit for Leb. One kill onto Warden, the designated planter.
Bomb diffuser. The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
25 seconds remaining. I don't think they're going to be too upset with how this has played out. I mean, I know they lost Warden just then. They've cleared out a lot. They've got a lot of control up above. It's time, though, to start sending Sushi a bit more forward into dirt. Get a bit of presence. Candelas are going to go out now from Shade. Sushi does push up, but he's going to get flashed by the Candelas as well. Shade, of course, isn't going to be, and he gets the double kill. The perks of having the Ying, making a third. Oh, he's going for the knife. Is that going to backfire? No, he's still got the kill. That was all he was probably going to get anyway. 2 versus 3. Plant goes down from Deptra, but immediately dies shortly afterwards. Todd and Sushi still remain, and now a 2 versus 2 against Boats and the Vayix. On the Omai. Can they get the counter defuse this time around?
Well, there's good coverage from bottom main. And Todd backing off now, all on Boats. Probably not going to happen. Let's be honest here. Todd's got some good angles. Sushi as well. Just trying to find these kills. But yeah, not happening. All right. What happened there? Ying. And Shade is... Oh, nice shot there, mate. Hats off to you. I'm not going to get the defuse off, so that's the round for Ferox. And yeah, I mean, Shade is scary. He just drops down and everyone's blind and he just... I mean, it doesn't matter what your aim is like. If everyone is flashed, it's great. I love it. It's a beautiful sight to see because your enemies can see nothing. And yeah, Shade just made short work of all of those defenders playing around the green boxes at dummies. And yeah, from then on, nothing that Kanga can do. No plant denial opportunity and no hope.
Look, there's a reason why Ying had been receiving a lot of the bans there, and I think Shade's kind of putting on the display why. As you mentioned, you can drop down and, well, you basically just got sitting targets.
Need to locate and defuse.
I'm not sure if Ferox going to win every round like that manner. I'm not going to be able to win every round in that manner, but making hay while the sun shines as we head up to Master and Jim. The Ying pick paying dividends right now. Shade up to 4 kills. He's leading the line for Ferox and Clubhouse. They get it to 3 rounds now, and at least they guarantee an even half as a worst case scenario. You mentioned, though, that you kind of favored the defending side based on these bans, so then it makes it even worse for Kanga with how this is transpiring.
Very much so, and it's exactly what I was thinking. I just... The way that... If you ask me, well, why is this a defender favored if Ferox are up 2-0 on their attacks? Well, it's because something can be defender favored. The reason it's defender favored is because it's difficult to open up a lot of the hard breach areas when Thatcher and Maverick are banned because you can't counter the hard breach denial. But Ferox didn't even worry about opening. Like the only thing they really needed to open was primarily the kitchen hatch and secondarily dirt. Aside from that, it didn't really matter what else. And then they just used the Ying to brute force that issue. Oh, the Ying, speaking of, has been taken down. Going to be finished off. Come on, Boats. Surely. No. No. We didn't secure the kill. Oh, well, Shade's going to get rezzed, but at least the Ying is so low on HP. Boats is really desperate for this one. Doesn't have an impact grenade to throw out through there. Anyway, Shade walks away with just a bit of HP left. Boats can fix up this castle barricade to protect the bandit.
As long as Shade's got enough health to throw Candelas, I think that's all that matters at the point when they elect to push in. Obviously won't be able to be as aggressive as he was down in Church and Arsenal, but it's okay. Sushi just gonna clear out the ADSs. Are they gonna push through here? Minute 47 seconds. Bit of pressure over on the balcony with depth shot. And it's the second floor without the Maverick. You know, you usually see the Maverick opening up like Kennel's Wall. It's going to be up to Warden and Sushi now on the Habana and Thermite if they elect to do that.
Attackers have located the bomb.
Oh, that's a nade.
Oh, no.
Campo got a bit more than he was bargained for there. Trying to just smack that castle barricade 11 times so that it was vulnerable to just a single hit and he could use it, but nope, he eats a nade. Nice work there for Todd.
1 minute remaining. 5 versus 4. Leb's low. Boats almost half health. As you mentioned before, Shade also pretty low. Smoke's going to go out, but a lot of peak room available for Todd, utilizing that. Does have one frag grenade left to throw over into this wall that he opened up, and it's successful. Todd, 2 for 2.
Oh no! He's having trouble breathing there. Gets choked out, but Shade finds one. He can be low HP, but he can still have an impact. Leb and Spruce to hold. Leb, we've talked about how on point he's been recently. Spruce, no doubt, here's that Candela. It runs out and just him left now. No C4. Must deny the plant or make his way up the main stairs. He hears the howling of the Candela chasing him. Spots out the Hibana in bar, but surely this isn't possible. Sushi gonna force down this diffuser. No chance of Spruce gonna plant that one. And Ferox are flawless round here on their attack. 3 in a row.
Flawless round, and so far Clubhouse has been flawless as a whole. 3 rounds in. There's been a bit of mess down in basement, which looks like where we're going to head again at Church and Arsenal for a third attempt to now. So far, all unsuccessful for Kanga. I hate to say it.
Warden.
I hate to say it, Dev, but this is more of the Kanga that we're used to seeing in this season of Six Masters. Coastline was kind of like, I guess, they showed their best, really. Just not quite able to execute as much here on Clubhouse. And Ferox, on the other hand, well, I don't want to say they're playing amazing. They're kind of just scrapping by, but doing enough that the 3-0 lead is justified.
I just really hope we can see some changes here from Kanga, because third time defending this bomb site, which really should be defender favored with no Thatcher and no Maverick. It should be difficult here for Ferox to execute, but Kanga are just really struggling to deal with this Ying push down the kitchen hatch. And I think that one of the things that has changed is Leb is now playing the Legion, as it was previously Campo, and the Legion does have those 2 impact grenades, which are essential for denying that kitchen hatch. It's possible Boats will actually place an electric law on the kitchen hatch, forcing Ferox to attempt to remove it. Boats is, right now, if we can have a look, there you go, he's opening up these angles that will enable Leb to throw his impact grenades through the floor and smack into that bench, which will then destroy any X-Kairos placed on the hatch. So with 2 impact grenades in the pocket, Leb can in theory destroy 2 X-Kairos rounds, which is 2 out of the 3. Hopefully maybe even another one could be destroyed by an electric law. And if that hatch is denied, I really don't see Ferox making much progress on this round. So if Kanga can keep that kitchen hatch intact for the entirety of the round, Surely that just puts a stop to this cheese from Ferox.
Well, you say that, we'll see if it happens. We are halfway through this first half. Another thing to remember is you keep sort of going on about the defense having a bit more of an advantage. Well, then Ferox are going to go on their defensive half as well at some point. They get one more round here on attack, and then you can all but say that definitely favored to go ahead and win this map. The other thing as well is a 7-0 here for Ferox could be the difference between 4th and 5th, depending on round differential. It's a long way away from happening and not something that they're probably thinking about, but it is true. Spruce on the pulse does find 2 targets above him, which is not a surprise, but the C4 is going to be placed, and unfortunately isn't able to find the target.
And remember that kitchen hatch is still intact. Oh, what was that? Not sure what happened there. Kitchen hatch is still intact. There should be 1 set of X-Kairos left for Warden, but there's no more impact grenades for Leb. Just a single pellet detonated, which isn't enough to actually break the hatch. You need 3. Warden's going to give this another shot in a minute, but he needs to worry about Spruce down below. No shots exchanged either way. On the land anyhow. I believe that's an electric claw on the kitchen hatch. I'm not sure, I didn't quite see, but yep, there is indeed. So should be pretty much impossible for Warden to open that hatch. Ferox have to change their attack here.
And they've only got 55 seconds as well to adapt to this change. Shade. Of
Like
course, whenever you... It's like, all right, we're ready? Are you ready? I'm ready. No, really, it's a matter of, are you ready, Shade? Throw those Candelas in. Go and find 2 kills. That's all he's really got to do. It's easy. He's done it a couple of times already here on Clubhouse. Is he prepared for it here again? No. Oh, no. Yes, that means they've lost the diffuser. Well, it's time for Shade to make a play here with the Candela. Throws one in. Boats found another one. Leb gets Todd as well. Candelas, you can throw in the middle. You're like, he ran past one. Picks it up on the boats. May still come back for what he left behind. He gets Campo. The one he left behind is the one that meets his demise. Oh, a strange round. Kanga get a win. They're on the board here on Clubhouse.
This is so enjoyable. This is just crazy. Every single round. What is this? This game just plays out so strangely on Clubhouse when you have both Thatcher and Maverick banned and Ying is being abused to its full effect. I love it. And yeah, so many unfortunate mishaps there. I'm like, it was not only the fact that I think it was Leb playing the Kaid. Not only did he manage to get Sushi, who was playing Thermite, but also managed to get the second player who fell on through there. And then Shade ran right past the guy who was playing on the church wall. I mean, that was, one little swipe of the mouse from Shade to check that left corner. It was one swipe of the mouse away from being a Ferox round there.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
We go to CCTV and Cash for the first time. Fifth round in on Clubhouse. Does this turn the tides for you and Kanga, and your thoughts on how they're sort of progressing here on Clubhouse? Do they have to got, 3 rounds for you to be confident for them, or is 2 enough? I sense probably 2 is not enough. I think they've got to at least halve it up here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I mean, if you gave me this ban phase and you said, how many defenses should you be winning? I would be saying 4, maybe 5. And Kanga, maximum they can do is 3. So not a great look. And I'm not just trying to harp on Kanga. I firmly believe that this Thatcher and Maverick ban is just very difficult to deal with.
Attackers are heading out to defuse the bomb.
Ferox weren't, perfect at it, but it also relies on the attackers abusing it. And I think this is a great example from what Campo is doing right now. That first electric claw on the left side, there's just no way you can destroy that. Unless if you maybe throw a grenade in through the drone hole, but of course you have the ADS there to protect it. There's just no way that you can destroy that electrical from below, from above, from any other direction unless you're at the top of red stairs, which the attackers will never be able to get to. And that second electrical through the floor, I don't believe that it can be shot from lounge. I might be wrong on that one, but it'll be very difficult nonetheless. So Ferox, surely we'll see something crazy from them. Looks like maybe a construction side push, not potentially going for that main kennel's wall, as Ferox begin to mount on the master side.
Problem is, if you don't have pressure on that kennel's wall and then it just takes away one less avenue of attack in. We've seen time and time again teams pushing through construction. Can you get control of garage? And then you've got Kennel's wall. Garage is tough because typically you'll have a player up in rafters. Yep, just having a cheeky peek. He found one, but getting behind the counter from Cash. Not sure exactly who it is, didn't quite see in time, but oh, it just gets completely demolished by Spruce though.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Magnets ready.
Still players pushing in from Con. Warden at the moment, contesting the same angle as his dead teammate. Oh, spots out Spruce on the rotation. Sushi opening up this wall. Ooh, an impact thrown over to Deny. That's from Spruce, who's getting very aggressive here. Takes a lot of damage for it, but he's still peeking. Warden and him exchange shots, and now Spruce completely exposed as the wall from construction is opened into Cash. Still, remember, nothing on the Kennel side. Oh no, missed flash.
The attackers
Now pushing on through. A lot of time to work with. There's the kill on Spruce. Nicely done. Evens up the numbers.
You mentioned the time to work with, and yes, you're right. 45 seconds still remaining. It's enough time for Ferox. Oh, but that's not going to be handy. Shade just walking straight into the path of Campo. This is the problem, though. Where do you find an avenue to push in? They're just going to have to funnel through construction. I mean, Sushi can make a play, I guess, from the balcony, but that's it. They don't have garage. They don't have a Kennel's wall open. It's very easy for Kanga to just hold these angles. Novaix is going to pick off Warden. Trades will follow as the kills do follow suit afterwards in a quick manner. Kanga take the round in a probably not too surprising fashion.
And that really impactful pick there was Campo taking out the Ying of Shade. You mentioned that there were really so few avenues for Ferox to push through, and yeah, that's very much because they just had no chance at opening up the Kennel's wall. Garage was a long shot as well, pushing up from Red was probably a long shot. They didn't have anyone pressing from below like a Buck to displace the positions in sight or top red. So it really relied on using that Ying to just force down the bottleneck. And as soon as Shade was taken out, they lost all that utility with it.
Crucial, though, that Kanga go on and take this next round, make it 3-3, because if they don't, you know, you can quite evidently see how difficult it is without that Maverick Thatcher to open up more avenues on this map of Clubhouse. So it is very much defender-sided in that sense, and yet 2-3 in favor of Ferox. Flawlessly took that third round. Since then, though, Kanga have stepped up their game a bit.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back defenses. It's not everything, but it's something. I'm going to come back to us for a second when we just get this rehost done and dusted. But, I mean, yeah, it's a fair point. And look, if Kanga can come out of this at 3-3 at the half, that's not bad. And it means that as long as they can get a couple of attacks, maybe there's a chance of sending this to overtime, maybe even closing it before overtime. I don't see them getting 4 attacks, not unless a Ferox is doing something really wrong on their defensive side, which I just don't see very likely. But I can totally see us a world here where Kanga just come back with another defense. Finally, they start to realize how to counter some of this aggression and the Ying in particular from Ferox, and just play into the bans that are there and get back into the game. It's definitely on the cards.
It's easy to counter the Ying if you just take the Ying play out of the equation altogether and eliminate Shade early on. So that's one way of doing it.
What I would love to see is when, let's say Kanga is trying to abuse the Ying. Let's see if Ferox bring the Warden, and I want Warden to play it so I can see Warden playing Warden, because that would just be beautiful.
I mean, I agree with you. I mean, that would be awesome to see. But look, moving forward with this matchup now, it's what, 2-3. We've got one more round in this half, and for Kanga's sake, you know, we've touched on it. You've touched on it explicitly that they should have done better on their defense. They've got one more opportunity here to at least tie it up 3-3. I don't think it's out of the question to say if they can tie up this half, there's no reason why Kanga can't then, you know, perform in a similar manner to Ferox and pick up 3 themselves. We may still yet have another overtime on our hands here in Clubhouse, depending on how this plays out. I will say if Ferox make it 4-2 at the half, makes it a lot more difficult than for Kanga.
Very much so. And even if it is 3-3, I still think that Kanga are probably going to be at best seeing overtime. Maybe they can win it out in overtime, but I just don't see them getting 4 attacks. So look, maybe I'll be proved wrong here, but just keep in mind that Ferox, not only did they pick this map, so they knew they were going to it, but they also were the team that chose to add that Thatcher on top of the Maverick. Kanga banned Maverick, and then it comes to Ferox, and they decide, look, we know that Maverick is banned. Do we want to get rid of the Thatcher? Because that's going to completely change the landscape, especially on our attacks, especially in respect of Kaid. If the Kaid is brought on the defense consistently and played well, then it's almost impossible to open up certain walls with Thatcher and Maverick banned, unless you could try to bring a Kali, but even then it's not always going to be it's not always going to get the job done. So Ferox were the ones who not only picked this map, but also decided to create this environment with no Thatcher and no Maverick. So they're the ones who are going to be, in theory, better prepared to deal with it. And they did have a cheese strat. I don't really like using the word cheese, but it's just like an unorthodox brute force strategy of the Ying, and it was working against Kanga until it wasn't. So they, in theory, should be just much better prepared to deal with this environment than Kanga should be. So I got Ying on the brain.
Yeah, Ying's on the mind right now. I think it's because we haven't really seen much of her in really this season of Six Masters, and we're probably seeing her put to use the most here in this matchup than what we've seen in recent times. It's almost like how I had Mira on the brain, I think it was last night. She's been banned 13 times in a row, and she wasn't banned that one match, and I was like thinking she was banned when I was talking. No, she didn't,
got played
because
once on that match.
they ran the Goyo instead. But so for Kanga, big opportunity. I keep saying it. They had their opportunities on Coastline. That didn't work for them, but they win this round. At least they tie up the half. They know what happened last time on Coastline when they tied up the half. They were able to then send it all the way to overtime. Ferox started strong. You win 2 in a row. That's cool. But you win 3 in a row. That puts a bit of doubt into the minds of Ferox as well.
Yeah, if Ferox do let this next one slip, then sure, there's going to be a bit of doubt there. Maybe a bit of hesitation going into their defenses, which is where Ferox should be more comfortable here, like I've been hammering on about. But if there is that doubt and they're a little bit less comfortable, maybe they're going to be a bit more susceptible to some crazy stuff coming out from Kanga to get around these weird bans. Maybe Ferox, if they're a bit on the back foot, they'll just make some silly mistakes, won't take advantage of these operator bans as they are present. So there's definitely an opportunity here if Kanga can close this one out. If they don't, that's just going to be a huge task going into the second half on the attack, winning 4 attacks. And I don't really know if Kanga have like as prolific a Ying player as Ferox do with Shade. We've seen him before. He loves it. He froths it. So Kanga, without that, they're going to have to figure out something else. Funnily enough, just touching on that Ying again for Shade, he's played every single round so far, 5 rounds in a row. That said, just before we had the rehearse, we got a peek in and saw the operator select phase. He picked the Ying again, no one's surprised, and then he 6-picked onto the Ash. Maybe there's something there. Maybe we're actually going to see a little bit of a change, and the Ying won't get picked.
Maybe. Could also be reading too much into it. Could be something that they want to just try something a bit different going into this, last attack for them in this half. They've got a little bit of time now because of this rehost to also maybe plan it out, maybe change their mind, and maybe change their game plan as well going into this final attack. Since you've got one more, you can do things a little bit more unorthodox when it's that last round and just try and surprise rather than play the usual style. What's been interesting for me is that, the fact that there's no Maverick, no Thatcher, and yet those 2 basement sides were able to get taken, I won't say comfortably, certainly not with ease, but the fact that Ferox was able to get them twice, and it wasn't until we headed up to that second floor that we saw success for Kanga, which is probably where you're going to see a bit more of the use out of the Maverick as well, which is interesting how that plays out and the difference between the 2 sides. So we'll see if that trend continues when we switch sides. Eager to see whether or not Ferox has trouble, say, with basement, but is fine up on that second floor. I would have thought it would have been maybe the other way around. I mean, basement's hard enough as it is, but that second floor, typically we see Maverick is usually always going to be opening up that Kennel's wall. That's not a case here. As you mentioned, it's not going to be possible on the Habana and Thermite.
Yeah, I think that the reason why Kanga just struggled on that Church and Arsenal defense was just because Ferox were too good at opening kitchen hatch and then abusing the absolute heck out of Ying to completely overrun all the defenders and force that plant down. And the strategy for Ferox wasn't necessarily to kill everyone, but the Ying is just distracting long enough for them to force the plant down. And every time the plant went down, they were in a low numbers post plant, 2v2s and such, but the attackers were still favored out of those. And so, I mean, it could be the same. It depends on whether Kanga adopts a similar strategy. There's not really any other way you can do it other than with a Ying on that kind of rush, but you could adopt a completely different strategy. You could do the more methodical take, try and actually remove some of the electroclaws, let's say on the moto hatch using grenades or such, and do a more like stereotypical take. But it's interesting to see how the bans change the way that the game plays, because what we would typically see, at least a lot of the time on that basement these days, is the roam, the SSG roam with the castle, mute, Mozzie, vigil. That's super prevalent these days. And when you've got Thatcher and Maverick banned, Kanga were just thinking, no, we're so like, the operator bans have set us up perfectly for a full total, so we're going to do that. And maybe that's also going to flip on its head when Ferox get down there. Maybe they're going to decide to do a more default roam despite the operator ban. So there's definitely a lot of flexibility, and it'll depend on, I think, primarily how Ferox decides when they switch to the defense eventually to take in their mentality into this game. Is it business as usual, or do they really try to play into the bans? And then how does Kanga work around that?
The other thing as well is also for Ferox's sake, again, going back to what I mentioned earlier about round differential, how that's going to play into things as we get towards the end next week, and whether or not that's going to play a card. The way it's been this season is a lot of teams have sort of beaten up on Kanga. They've been able to increase their round differential, plus because of the fact that there's been a lot of 7-0s or 7-2s. Obviously wasn't the case in Coastline, 8-7. But here on Clubhouse, I thought maybe coming into it, especially the fact that it was 3-0, Ferox might have had an opportunity to get a bit of that round differential go their way here in this match. It may not be the case, and it may just be another scenario where they just honestly would be happy to just get the 3 points here on Clubhouse and vacate. But then it stems to the question, Ferox have got Sinister next week, and right now they've really been put to the sword from Kanga, the team that's 0-10, the team that has struggled week in, week out this season. They've got new debutant. It's been a rebuilding season. Is Ferox a team that's really going to be able to compete for top 4 if they can't get past the team that's in 8? Even if they do get past them like they did on Coastline, it's not in a convincing manner.
Yeah, it's a great point. Coastline was definitely anything but a landslide for Ferox, so you make a good point. It's not just that they're going to have to dispatch with Kanga in a 2-0 here, but then Sinister next week. That's not the only game Ferox have remaining. I'm just going to double check. It's also LFO. So I think Ferox would be banking on the 2-0 here, hopefully the 2-0 against LFO, and then that puts them with a chance at making top 4. Against Sinister, I think, obviously, we're a bit more skeptical about Ferox's chances, but hey, it's possible. In the past, those two teams have been very competitive with each other. That said, last time Sinister played Ferox, it was Sinister who edged away a 7-5, 7-5 victory. That was back in March for the Pro League. So, look, there is a bit of movement there. I think for Ferox, like you're saying, the stakes really are that if you want to make playoffs, you need to do away with Kanga, you need to do away with LFO, and maybe if you can take a map off of Sinister, that'll be on your side as well.
Yeah, exactly, right? I think that's sort of the game plan they probably had. 2-0 Kanga, at the very least draw with Sinister, and then 2-0 LFO, and see if that's then enough to get you into that top 4 position for placement. That would put them at around 24 points from just the very quickest of quick maths, which may be enough. And a lot of that then comes down to also how teams like Akami and LFO themselves perform too at the end of next week, right? Since this is, of course, the last game for this week. So Ferox have got games in hand. They're still, like the other teams that are also going to have games in hand, LFO themselves, Akami, and WILDCARD. WILDCARD's is a bit of a non-factor in that regard, but for Akami, LFO, and Ferox, I mean, I'm putting my stake to the claim here, but one of those teams, or maybe even 2 of those teams, I should say. Actually, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say 2 of those teams are going to make top 4, joining Sinister and WILDCARD Gaming. So, and by me saying that means I think Knights and Elevate won't make it. My reason for that is because Knights have got WILDCARD next week, and they're only sitting on 18 points. And it seems like 24 points might be the ballpark figure needed to make top 4. So that's sort of where I'm at there as we continue to hopefully not too much longer wait through this rehost.
You reckon 24 points is the ballpark for getting top 4? Because that's currently where we see Sinister sitting at the moment on the 24. And I mean, I'm actually just on Wikipedia right now. It says Wildcard are on 24 as well, but I don't think that actually factored in tonight's games. Oh, it's got the first of tonight's games, but not the second one. So what we would have Wildcard on 27, Sinister on 24, Akami currently 21. You reckon 24 is the standard you need to get into the playoffs?
Well, I said it's around the ballpark figure, right? It might not be that exact It might not be that exact number as we have a look at the standings while we
Thank you,
push
production.
through this rehost. Yeah, this is perfect. Lovely. Best production team in the world. So that just sort of, I guess, relays that. Team Ferox, by the way, I've got to say, have jumped out of the bottom too. So that's, and from there onwards, they will actually jump above Elevate if they win this clubhouse because of the round differential. They haven't got the round differential compared to the top 4, but if you beat Akami, it's not going to matter.
So I'm just trying to figure out the round differential of all this. So Knights have played Ferox, right? I'm just trying to scroll through and find that game. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. No, they have the round differential against Knights as well, according to my stats, because it was a 7-4 and then a 7-3. So Ferox actually have one more round against Knights. So they've got the head-to-head against Knights. They don't have the head-to-head against LFO because that game's yet to happen. And they've played Akami as well, and they don't have the head-to-head. Actually, they have the head-to-head against Akami as well. What is this? Xenox, my dude. Ferox actually has... I'm just saying, bro. Ferox has the head-to-head. They have one more... Because how it works, guys, for those who don't know, we have a tiebreaker system. So when teams are on the same number of points, there's several factors that then get kind of like, there's a hierarchy of factors. So it's like, okay, if teams are on the same number of points, then check this, who wins that tiebreaker. If that's even, then check this, etc., etc. And basically what you need to know is that when the two teams played each other, who won more rounds in that series? Not just who won more maps, but who won more rounds. So for example, when we go against Ferox and Knights, that was a 7-4 to Knights and a 7-3 to Ferox, which means in total, Ferox won 11 rounds in the series and Knights only won 10. So Ferox win the head-to-head, and they do the same against Okami. So that means if Ferox end up with like 18 points or 21 points in that same kind of vein as Okami or Knights, it's totally possible that Ferox steals ahead. And I'm starting to think that because of that, and because of the fact that Ferox have not only this game right now where they can get points, but also a series against LFO and a series against Sinister, it's totally possible that they could end up in that top 4 as long as they lock this out against Kanga.
I did actually make a call. I think you pinned it in one of our messages. I already have gone ahead very early and made the call. I think Wildcard, Sinister, Akami, and LFO will be the 4 teams. And you know, it's interesting when I say that LFO sitting in second last, and you're like, what? How? I mean, LFO can do it simply because of the fact that it comes down to what I think will be the series between Ferox and LFO to decide who gets 4th. That's how I think it's going to play out. It may not happen that way. We say all this and we think about all the possibilities, but then maybe next week Pittsburgh just come out in 2-0 wildcard. Something crazy like that. And then all of a sudden they would be on 24 points while they wouldn't have the difference with Ferox. That still puts them in the equation.
We're definitely putting a lot of stake on Sinister here too, because if Ferox can take a map or 2 off of Sinister, that again just blows the standings out of proportions. We're about to jump into the game, guys, but you get to see our faces one more time before we do. I think with all of this, like, you know that GIF, which is just like all of the like numbers floating in front of the person's face?
Yeah.
You know that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I feel right now talking about this. Yeah. That's how I feel talking about standings right now. And like, I'm not just saying this because it's, fun and hype, but Ferox in 3rd last place still have a chance at making top 4. LFO in 2nd last place still have a chance at making top 4. We have 7 teams and 3 of them aren't going to make it, but 4 of them definitely are. And any 7, it could be any combination.
It's something that wasn't expected to happen with the structure of 6 Masters as we get back into Clubhouse, but the the Playday last week being delayed has really brought upon not this issue, but this circumstance. We would have had Alpha and Ferox already played last week. You would have had those matches on the standings. We would have already had Akami and see, okay, do they get anything from Wildcard? And so that would have then made this whole guessing game a lot easier, but a lot less fun. It would have been a bit more boring because we would have had a bit more of an idea. But since we don't have those games played, it means you're going to have those double ups. That fact that Akami, LFO, and Ferox are all going to play 2 series next week, whereas a couple of others, of course, are playing their final matches, like Pittsburgh, for example, and Elevate and Sinister.
So the 2 TLDR for you guys is make sure you're watching Six Masters next week. We have a super week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday nights, 7 p.m. AEST. That's Sydney/Melbourne. That's Eastern Australian time, except for Queensland. Oh, actually, no, we're on the same time zone as Queensland, aren't we, at the moment, because we don't have daylight. So there you go. Be there or be square.
Bit of a long TLDR.
Damn it.
Time zone information. Dev, it's okay.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
I've
Back
failed
in the
you.
clubhouse, we can breathe a bit here and get back into the games. And well, Shay did commit to the Ash. We spoke about it before at the start of the rehost that he has been playing Ying, but for this final attacking round of Ferox, we'll go over to Ash. I don't know, actually, I didn't see if he 6-picked it or not a second time, but regardless, it is the Ash.
Don't quote me on this. I can get an admin to confirm, but I'm pretty sure that you have to pick the same operators you picked for your
No, but
like when
did
the
he
rehost
6-pick
happened.
it?
I assume so, but it doesn't matter because the team,
Right.
like, it's been more than 3 minutes, so the team could have watched the stream and saw that he picked it anyway. Oh, there's a player in logistics already. Campo sees that. That office control is huge here for Deptra and Todd. Have to be careful. They are vulnerable to C4s. Of course, the bomb site is gym and bedroom. This is quite aggressive from Ferox thus far, and Shade droned up from below, but he's taken out from Lounge. Spruce on the roam. Not sure what he was doing there, but it works. Shade punished. He's now a null factor. Is there a C4 in Spruce's pocket? There is. Can he find this C4 onto the player in office? They moved away just in time. Todd and Deptra still safe. Todd, Spruce, short of a C4.
Well, still with 2 impact grenades, he was able to be precise with them in one of the previous rounds. Spruce has found a second one, this time onto Sushi. Well, we've spoken at great lengths how important it would be for Kanga to win this round and tie it up at the half. Fortunately, though, Todd was able to find one back there. Still over in logistics for Ferox. Close by to the bomb site. 40 seconds, a lot of time. But they've got a disadvantage in the numbers department. 3 versus 4. Campo's half health. Down to the final 30 seconds of this 6th round.
Still, Warden is alive for hard breach, but all 3 players from Ferox are just funneled in that logistics office. C4 comes out, but Boats connects bullets with the UMP. Warden to find a trade back. 2 versus 2. Warden for another one. How close is this? Can Warden secure this plant? No, the ACOG casing just makes it so. Todd can't see, and now Warden has to clutch against 2. Can't even find the first one, and Kanga do even out our half, 3-3. So it's looking possible going into their attack.
And just like Coastline, the first half all tied up at 3-3. Will we have another similar second half as well and another 3-3? About to find out. Although Dev doesn't believe in the Kanga train. He thinks that ship has sailed. Doesn't suspect that they'll be able to get 4 attacking round wins. The interesting thing, though, is now that we switch halves, 3-3, mentioned before that you think that the defense is at an advantage here for Ferox. Well, this is their time to show that. If they lose, say, one of the first opening 2 rounds, a lot of pressure then on their shoulders. And everything that happened then on Coastline may be for naught. Kanga might still get this map win, and Ferox may still lose their chance of playoffs.
it's true. There's definitely a possibility here for Kanga. Mind you, a lot of work to be done. I've just been harping on all game about the Maverick bans and the Thatcher bans, but really does enable the Qaid, which Detra is playing, to deny so many opportunities, so many walls. So I just don't see it happening here. But Kanga, of course, look, it's on them. They will have to deal with not only that heavy anchor of Ferox, but also Sushi, who's going potentially for a bit of a spawn peek. No, just looking for drones at the moment. He's actually going to run outside just to look for more. And on the Vigil, using his ability to hide from those drones, Kanga will have to be ever so cautious. Even when Sushi's on the bottom floor, while he has his gadget activated, it's very difficult for Kanga to figure out what floor he's on, because the radius of that gadget is a sphere, not just a circle, so it works vertically as well as laterally.
It's an arsenal for Kanga's defense. I can't recall, but I'm pretty sure they never won a round defensively down to the basement. I may be wrong. Definitely didn't win the first couple. Yeah, they won one at the end, but the first two attempts at it went into the favor of Ferox. Nice roam. As Campo is going to be spotted.
Yeah, I don't really know how that first pick came out so easily, but Warden just gets a freebie. It's a bit less utility there on the board for Kanga. And of course, a man down. Campo's going to have to sit on drones. Leb taking that control, just keeping an eye out. Wants to see where that Vigil is as well. Of course, you can detect Vigil using that electronic scanner from IQ. Droning up. Vigil on site here, but using his ability. And that'll give a little notification to any drones in the area. Make them unaware of his position, make them think maybe he's upstairs. But I think Kanga have figured this out. A nade's likely going to come out here to destroy that electric core. Surely that's it from Spruce. Clearing out the ADSs. Is this going to work? Nope, it missed. Oh. And the electric core is still there. So Spruce needs to work on his baseball technique. Maybe the second one got it. I'm judging by the fact that Boats has abandoned that it didn't get it. And that's unfortunate for Kanga. And basically all hope of opening up this Moto hatch basically gone.
"45 seconds as well. A lot of time wasted trying to get rid of that electric claw. And in the end, for nothing. No real result coming from that. Now they're going to have to change their plan of attack. And then push through dirt, try and so on. At least get a different avenue of attack. It's very one-dimensional. Doesn't clear the smoke in time. Able to be detonated quickly by Shade before losing it. Spruce might send two now through here for Kanga. Shade is waiting very close by, though, here in dirt. Throws out another smoke. So much time just pushing through. No chance, really, to flawless round for Ferox as they open up their defense.
Not even a look in for Kanga there. No chance at opening any of those hatches. No chance filing in through dirt. Ferox had all of their bases covered. Kanga just had absolutely no answer. And the bomb site that they failed to defend 2 rounds in a row before finally getting one on their third attempt. Well, Ferox get a hole in one.
Over to CCTV and Cash, though, and without the Maverick, without Thatcher, not many avenues of attack are going to be available for Kanga. And this is where you expect we should be seeing Ferox take this site and hold it successfully. If they're able to do that, 3-5, and they can just gain a bit of space on the scoreboard away from Kanga this entire series, both Coastline and Clubhouse. Back and forth, back and forth. A lot of messy fights. Structure out the window. Just pure instinct at play. But we've spoken about these bans, the Maverick, the Thatcher. And this is where it's really going to play into effect.
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned those bans both being present, of course. It's going to be nigh impossible to open up that Wall on Kennels with those electric claws placed in clever positions from Ferox. I like this too. This Goyo shield placed quite close to this construction door. Where is he going to put it? Hasn't quite decided yet. Just provides a little bit more protection if that construction wall is opened up late round. Sushi has a little bit more protection playing inside a cache. Also, of course, he can blow it and then denies any kind of entry for Kanga. Boats using some X-Kairos on the garage walls. So potentially a garage-centric take for Kanga. It could work out, but of course you have to be mindful that Shade is on the rafters. With those magnets in pocket, he can protect himself from any projectiles as well.
I mean, Garage has to be an option, though. We saw on Team Ferox's attacking round, they didn't attempt through Garage at all. Instead, they could only funnel through construction. Definitely didn't work. Wasn't even close to working. If they can get through Garage, get control of rafters, you don't even need the kennel wall at that point open. Send a couple through construction, you can have one on the balcony, and then one coming through Garage. Makes it very difficult then for Ferox, but losing Leb and that Jackal, not ideal at all now for Kenka's attack. 3-5 may just be looming. Makes it even more difficult now to take Garage because they don't even have the numbers. They can't really overwhelm that position and commit, say, 2 players walking through. Although this Kennels wall has been opened up, Vaix does give Kanga a new avenue if he wants to push through that eventually at the last second.
It's actually quite significant. They're opening up the Kennels wall. Looks like this is shaping up to be a very normal kind of attack. It's as if the Maverick and Thatcher weren't banned. But of course, Garage is the next question on the agenda for Kanga on this attack. Shade been droned out multiple times. There are 2 players pushing him. Novaix lands the shot. Essential here, and now in this 4 versus 4, Kanga have a huge opportunity to push on in.
And they've still got a minute. Kennels is open. I mean, Garage is now in control. And if they want to send someone back through construction, you've got the balcony, you've got every avenue now open and available. As you said, this is going to be a bit more of a normality round now for Kanga's attack. Big opportunity to capitalize here, tie things up, send it back to 4-4. They did lose Leb, but as you said and as we saw, Shade did get taken out. Novaix can now just push in, put this bomb down in CCTV. Smokes are out from Todd. Is he going to be able to deny it? No. Novaix is going to suffer and choke on that gas, but he does get the plant down. Todd gets the elimination, but it's a 3 versus 3 with 35 seconds. The counter defuse for Ferox is vital.
Good coverage downstairs from Spruce. There's another defender down there. Spruce spots him. It's the smoke, and he wins that fight as well. Kanga, against all odds, do manage to steal away an attack here onto Cash, and it almost looked like those bans weren't relevant when Kanga stepped into the server. Great stuff. There was the early pick against them as well on the Jackal. Cleared out nice on an early, but they had Kennels wall open once half the round was over, and only 30 seconds later, Garage was clear. Once they got the plant down, there was, I mean, even before, as they were attempting to get the plant down, Ferox had inadequate plant denial. That first smoke babe missing, the second one securing the kill, but it just wasn't enough. And of course, leaving your team on a 3 versus 3 post plant is just something that's not possible. Not ideal for the defense here.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
So
defused
Jim
by
and
attackers.
Master Bedroom not going very far. Is Ferox still on this 2nd floor? Can Kanga find a lead here on Clubhouse? The tune is now shifting. Was 1K's thought to be a very Ferox-sided map. It's now been 4-1 in the last 5 rounds there. Kanga have been able to bring what they had on Coastline over the Clubhouse, continue to extend this series and keep us all guessing. Will they pick up their first map win? 0-11 at the moment. Will it be 0-12 or 1-11?
The 4-4 is actually looking pretty good, mind you. Ferox still on that defense. I have no doubts that if Ferox re-attempted that Cash defense, Cash and CCTV, they could win it. But not yet. They're just going to keep on moving on. As Kango begin to get some early pressure in through Garage, is to Be very wary of that oil pit presence from Deptra. That said, if Deptra's droned out, he's a freebie. Doesn't seem like Campo is very cautious of this position, however. Mostly distracted by Warden, who's found the 2 opening picks 2 rounds in a row. Liner pellets ringing out as well. Not sure where that Xcaris was placed. In garage, in fact, looking into CCTV. So far, Deptra, no presence, no pressure.
Does have the presence, but not the pressure. I mean, the presence is not visible to Kanga, but it doesn't need to be, not at this point anyway. We can push up, become a bit more of a playable figure later on in this round. Still a lot of time here to be played. Deptra doesn't have to panic, doesn't have to move. May still expect someone from Kanga to rotate back down through Oil Pit, or he may just make the push himself at some point. The AX is now going to push in through Kennel's wall and join Campo over towards Cash as they get closer and closer. Now electing to push through Construction. They've got presence on the balcony as well. Kanga are playing this really well. You said no doubt you thought Ferox would have been able to defend CCTV and Cash. Similar site, similar location. So far, Kanga are still playing this very well in a similar vein to how they played the last round. Minute 15 remaining.
Yeah, this is excellent from Kanga. They have all the map control that they like, but they don't have that wall open onto Jacuzzi, so there's a lot of power positions, for example, where Sushi is, that can be impactful. Deptra's on for this flank, however. The binder pellets may be not useful. This hole might not be enough, and there's still a player on the Kennel's wall he has to be so cautious of. Potentially there's a drone that would have seen where Deptra was. Leb pushes in, and maybe Deptra actually can enable this flank as Leb jumps outside. Deptra could save this round for his team.
Definitely going to be able to find one as he takes down Leb, who is just starting to look through the window towards gym and bedroom. Now the push is going to come in from the rest of Kanga. They're responding to losing Leb. They can take the bedroom. 20 seconds remaining in what is now a 4 versus 3. Warden is injured, though. It's actually a 4 versus 2. Is the round slipping away from Ferox? A lot of Kanga's members are very, very low. Sushi sitting in the bathroom. The SMG is able to take out both. He can get more. Oh, the C4 gets through from Sushi. The VX and Campo didn't realize what hit them. And all of a sudden, the 4 versus 3 turns into a 1 versus 3, but in the favor of Ferox. Deptra, the flank, it was successful. He gets the counter defuse, and Ferox gets the round.
I mean, that was a huge play from Sushi. That double C4 was what clawed Ferox back into that game. I was wondering all the while, where is Deptra? He was on for that flank, but he didn't seem to get too excited on it. He wanted to hang back. He didn't want to get picked off, and Kanga was no doubt suspicious of that flank after the first pick from Deptra. But an excellent round for Sushi, not only to get that pick onto the player peeking him in bathroom, but then the double C4 to turn that post play into a winnable scenario. A huge play. And Ferox are back in this and can head down to Church and Arsenal room for another attempt.
Kanga's so close to taking a 5-4 lead on Clubhouse. Still yet to lead here on Clubhouse, in fact, though. That was the closest they'd been for a very, very long time. As you mentioned, back down to Church and Arsenal here for round number 10. This entire series has gone the distance. We had a 8-7 overtime on Coastline, and Clubhouse at this point is shaping up to be similar, unless Ferox can hold the defense down in the basement, 6-4, and that's a lot of perceived scoreboard pressure then onto Kanga. It'll be 2 match points for Ferox.
How you doing, Sushi? What is this? Oh. All right. Just get it's abandons it. He's like, nah, I'll just chuck it here instead. What's he doing?
Like, wait, it's like, oh no, wait, what if I? No, okay, I'll put it here.
They're trying to destroy
Check
the
it.
wall.
Yeah, that'll do.
All right. That'll do, pig. So, Ferox won this bomb site last time. Both grenades from Spruce missed the electrical that was on Moto Hatch, and it looks like Ferox just changing their strategy. They're going for very similar to an SSG roam, but they're not actually roaming, of course. Well, at least 4 players are on the bomb site. Not quite sure where... Oh no, Shade's on the bomb site too. Yeah, all 4 players back on site. I like this. Not only have they done the kind of SSG roam with the castle barricades, no doubt mute jammers, and Mozzie Pest upstairs, but they have still reinforced the 3 main hatches because they know that's going to be a thorn in Kanga's side. Typically, SSG roam, you wouldn't reinforce those hatches because you would just have your roamers drop down late round, but Ferox know that it's going to be really hard for Kanga to open those hatches, especially with the electric claws on them, so just leave them reinforced, especially since the roam is just a fake bait anyway. They're not actually roaming.
To be fair to Kanga, they've been pretty quick getting onto, or at least around near site. This may slow them down, so Ferox have sort of identified that. Thought, okay, what's one way we can really slow them down? Put a bit of clock pressure on them towards later in the rounds. Don't give them so much time. Leb just pushing through, clearing things out. They'll definitely catch on pretty quickly. Fair to say for Kanga, minute and a half remaining. But as you said, by the time you do catch on, by the time you do try and then open up those hatches, you're giving yourself very little time, and it will end up being, say, a 20 or 30-second push from Kanga at the end. They can get a bit of presence over in kitchen if they want to open up this floorboard. C4s still obviously have to be careful of those. And well, speaking of being careful of C4s, there's another double kill C4. We heard one in the last round. Deptra finds one here. Campo at least able to find a trade. It's only one onto Warden. I'm not sure, did Warden push up?
I'm not sure about that, but man, Deptra with that C4, huge. A couple of nades thrown out from Spruce trying to take out Deptra in church, but nothing so far. Campo walks into a lesion mine near oil pit. Sushi just dueling with it at the moment. Campo still in his pocket. And he's going to go down there to Sushi. Ferox in a 4 versus 2 now, and there's just no time for this to work for Kanga.
Spruce is injured as well, so Nevaix is the only one left standing, although he's hardly standing. He's more like crouching and trying to avoid the fire. He'll take out, well, Todd will take out Nevaix, but Spruce actually getting back up means that it's a 1 versus 2, but not going to get any plants down. So 4 versus 6 on the scoreboard now. Ferox have got 2 match points as Clubhouse is slipping away from Kanga.
If anything, that was a more convincing defense round. And once again, Ferox get that opening pick, and not only was it a 1 in this case, but it was the 2K of the C4. Yes, you mentioned there was a trade. Warden was taken out, but from then on, there was still no answer for Kanga. I didn't actually see what operators it was that were lost nice and early, but I'm going to assume that after that C4 went off, Kanga thought, okay, our hopes and dreams of opening up any of these hatches are just gone. So move on, and they tried to do a dirt push with 2 players, but we've seen how good Ferox are holding against that. Fun fact, every single round in this half, every single defense from Ferox, they have got the opening pick. Really just never letting Kanga get a look in. Now going back to Church, rather Cash and CCTV. This is the bomb site where I really feel like they could have won last time if they just had a little bit better plant denial or a little bit better wall denial.
Yeah, being able to protect the electric claw a bit better. I don't think we actually saw how it was taken out. We saw obviously on the attack from Ferox, they weren't able to take it out themselves. And that Kennel's wall stayed put, made it really difficult for them. They then lost the round. And Kanga being able to open it up obviously helped them win the round.
10 seconds to go.
And this is their match point now. If you go for a risky play, I mean, it wasn't a convincing win. You said if you fix things up a bit, Ferox should be able to take this.
Well, we'll see. Where is Deptra putting these electric claws? Is it just the 1? Because he's got 2 in his pocket right now. I really like the electrical we saw from Kanga, which was 1 right near the TVs, just in front of where... okay, he's just doing 1 on that wall. He wants to save 1 for the garage wall. Now, I understand that, because there was a strong push on garage from Kanga last round, and if Deptra can put 1... Oh, he's actually going to wait for the X-Kairos to detonate so that he can trick it and then save his second one. He hears the X-Kairos go out, starts to detonate. He knows he's not going to get that one, so Does manage to trick that single hole, and that's all 3 X-Kairos gone. But there is a crashable hole into Garage for Kanga.
It's not going to be enough, though. They need to get kennels open at some point, too. To be fair, if they can get control of Garage and then Rafters after that, it's a start. Novakes was able to open this up last time. They get rid of the claw. No, they don't. No, they do. No, they don't. I think they missed the initial grenade. You can actually see the explosion just shy. And Deptra's going to make sure that it doesn't get droned out.
I think Campo tried to use a lifeline from the Zafia to impact it on the floor, but as you can see, the lifeline was just shy of its mark. And now Kanga have basically abandoned any hope of opening that Kennel's wall. Rotated it mostly to this garage side. A couple of drones coming in, but Shade's holding onto it with the MPX. Is Novak's going to push this? Shade's ready to take a fight.
Only a minute and 10 seconds remaining. Shade's going to find one. He could have even got a second one. Does get flashed up in Rafters. Novakes will peek through. Garage door. Quick peek back up from Shade. Doesn't find what he was looking for. He's going to get flamed out, though. Rafters control is now lost, at least for the time being. Of course, though, you still got Deptra over towards CCTV. Can keep an eye on that if he wants to. Never mind, he's actually falling back to top red. 45 seconds. Match point, of course, for Ferox. It's all vital here in these last 40 seconds. If Kanga are going to have a chance to come back, they've got to win this round. 4 versus 3.
Novakes to Thermite open the wall. Onto the plant spot. Campo to find another one. Just 2 players left for Ferox to hold on. Can Kanga stay in this a little bit longer? Novakes to start that plant. Is there denial? Deptra has a C4 in hand. The plant gets off. The drone sees him, though, so they're going to try and go deep. Is this plant going to work? Deptra has no idea where it is. He's just going to go for a blind C4, but it's not the right spot. It does find Campo, but that's not the planter. But it's now a 2 versus 2. Even in this post-plant, this is possible for Ferox.
It might not have been the planter, but it's job done nonetheless. And the VX is also very low. And because of that low health, Deptra was able to get the injure, the follow up kill. Ferox will win it all. Deptra's C4 did the job. The counter defuse from Todd, 7-4 on Clubhouse. And Ferox will beat Kanga 2-0 in a fascinating, tantalizing series. Amazing from both teams.
From a 2 versus 4, Todd and Deptra. What a clutch for the map in the series. Well-deserved MVP for Deptra there on the Kaid. I love that Grand Larceny headgear there as well. We did have the rehost, so that's not your full scores just there, but man, that was such a long ride. That was only 4-7 there, but on top of the Coastline 15-round massacre, that was, I mean, it's been a long night.
Been a long night and a long series. It's hard to believe that earlier on in this night we had the wildcard Elevate matchup, which we thought was probably going to go in a similar manner in terms of the closeness of the series. That didn't happen. Wildcard won pretty convincingly, 7-5 in the first map on Conceal and then 7-3 on Villa. But hey, Ferox get the job done in the end. Big congratulations to them. Their top 4 hopes are still very much alive now. But you've got to say, Dev, the last place Kanga really pushed them, especially on Coastline. They had 3 match points, and then on Clubhouse, it was still pretty close for what we thought was going to be a pretty comfortable map for Ferox.
Yeah, a bit of an F in chat there, though, for Kanga. I like what production have put on the little ribbon down the bottom there. But yeah, they did a really good fight, especially on Coastline. Especially that last round, that 15th round on Coastline, could have gone either direction in the last 30 seconds. And I felt the same way just there. I was very surprised to see Deptra and Todd pull off that 2 versus 4. Kanga did well to get themselves in the position to even potentially plant, potentially win that one. Kill after kill, garage control, rotating off kennels when it didn't work. Really good stuff. But again, Ferox was just too good to be overcome in that situation, and that's really great for Ferox because, like you're saying, it keeps the dream alive of potentially getting to playoffs, getting in those top 4. Next week they're going to play Sinister and LFO, and every single map that they win is going to increase their chances of making it up there in the top 4.
You know what's seriously intriguing is that we had the battle between 7th and 8th tonight. Well, next week will be the battle between 7th and 8th once again. It'll actually open up the first Playday next week as well, LFO and Kanga. LFO obviously being leapfrogged by Team Ferox. They weren't the only team though. Elevate have been dropped to 6th. So LFO and Kanga opening up next week, 7th and 8th. Elevate dropping to 6th, and Ferox all the way up into 5th. As I said, competing for a top 4 position now. They're going to be playing against Sinister. We spoke about it at length as well during the rehost. What sort of calculations need to be sort of created in the mathematical minds as to how everything's going to proceed. But really, for a lot of these teams, even Pittsburgh to a degree, Akami, as long as they win their games and take care of things, the likelihood is they can still make top 4 convincingly. The problem is a team like Pittsburgh is going to be playing a wild card. That's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, there's still a lot of movement in the standings we could see. I know LFO's now sitting in 7th, but Ferox, they've made their way up a little bit, and they can definitely go even further than that.
We've got our first set of the interviews between this series. It's going to be Spruce from Kanga. First and foremost, Spruce, commiserations on that coastline performance. It was amazing to watch. It would have been heartbreaking to lose, though.
Very.
Oh, Spruce, you poor thing. It's been a tough season, hasn't it, man? I know it's we usually have lively interviews, but after a performance like that, you guys gave it your all. I just want to ask, what happened when you saw that Maverick and the Thatcher ban? What were you guys thinking about ways to kind of get around it? How did you try your best to deal with that on Clubhouse?
It wasn't so well. It was more our defenses which let us down on Clubhouse than anything. With that bans, you need to be able to defend bottom floor easily, which we lost twice. I'll leave up to how we lost that up to not the spectators, see if they actually saw why we lost that. But say our impacting will be better next time. So that way, it was just mainly our defenses where we messed ourselves up.
Mate, one of the, I guess, pleasing things, though, tonight's been the performance of Nevaix. It's certainly something that I wanted to highlight. He's been incredible coming in, debuting last week, played really well tonight. A bit of responsibility as well with, having the diffuser a lot of the times. He played really well, and I think as a team, I think you mentioned it 2 weeks ago, this is a bit of a rebuilding sort of season. That must be good signs, though, going forward, future of the team, that, you found a nice replacement. You can build off that. Does that at least sort of lift spirits a little bit?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, having a fresh face and who's motivated helps. So he's been also stepping up in terms of his comms and IGLing. So he's doing a lot of late game stuff for us, so that helps out as well. Something which we lacked previously. He's been playing really well. Can't really comment any more on that. Shame that we can't go through with him.
I mean, you guys were pretty close. I really do hope to see you freshly shaved soon enough. Hopefully it doesn't get too long a beard. Hopefully it's next week. Best of luck against LFO, mate.
Yeah, cheers. Best of luck on the cast, and hashtag free anti.
A bit of a somber Spruce. We usually be seeing lively, upbeat. Not the case tonight. I think it's more crushing when you're in a winning situation, as they were on Coastline a few times in that fact, than not come away with the win and what would have been their first map win as well.
I think it's also tough for Spruce. You could very much see there, he felt like he knew exactly why they lost Clubhouse. He knew that they needed to win more defenses, and he knew what exactly needed to happen. And I think that frustration of knowing exactly what went wrong, but not being able to change it and just watching that car crash while you're in it, I think that was really the most hurtful thing there for Spruce and for Kanga. That said, they've had so many close games against these teams this season, and 8-7, they've had 8-6s time and time again, even to teams like Okami, so they've got to be proud. I know it was tough, but to move on, you got one more chance next week. LFO, give it your best shot.
We've got our final interview for the night in what should probably be a happier manner. Depture from Ferox. Although Depture, I'm not sure how happy you would probably be as a team. I know you'd be ecstatic to just get away with the 6 points, but I think as a team you might feel like you could have played a bit better tonight.
Oh, look, definitely. to be completely honest, we didn't really expect Coastline. We didn't actually prep it as much as we would have liked. That kind of threw us off a bit. We knew our defenses were our trouble areas, and it showed. We kept on giving away early picks. We're a bit more confident on attacks, but yeah, I think we just needed to stop giving away those early picks, and that would have helped us not have some more rounds up on them.
So Deptra, this was a tough series for you guys, and I mean, right at the end there, you're in a 2 versus 4. Somehow Kanga had managed to rotate and take control of Garage. They were in a position where they could plant. You didn't have a lot of plants at all. You'd failed on that bomb site defense previously, and it's just you and Todd. Run me through everything that happened. What's going through your brain? Because you guys pulled that through, and it was insane.
Yeah, so pretty much, it was a 2v4. We're both on red. I'm like, oh, I've still got a nitro. I'll go below. We can't both just funnel red. We had a Valk come on site, which gave me a free nitro kill onto the Zafia. Todd was able to manage to get a kill in cash, I think it was. And then we both ran up red. He went cash side, I went server side. We kind of split up. I got one, and then he managed to get the last. So yeah, it worked well. It was good coordination, good intel from the team. So just really thankful to all the boys helping out.
Deptra, I'm not sure how much you guys as a team or even yourself have looked too much in terms of standings, the mathematics behind being able to qualify for the top 4. Now that you've got the next week to look at really your 2 upcoming matches, is that something that you guys are sort of taking into mind a bit? The fact that you're going to have to sort of get certain results against both Sinister and then LFO?
I mean, yeah, definitely. At the start of the season, we wanted this to be a learning season. We weren't really expecting top 4, but we've actually kind of surprised ourselves by how well we've done. We actually got head-to-head against Elevate, Pittsburgh, Okami. We've got head-to-head against those 3 teams, so we end up tied. We actually go ahead. Against LFO and Sin, we're looking to at least minimum get a tie out of each, and hopefully we're going to push for those 2-0s to secure us in that top 4 spot. We're feeling pretty confident going in. We just have to put in the hard yards to get there, so.
Well, you guys have put in the hard yards so far this season. It's definitely paying off. Best of luck next week in both your matches.
Thanks very much. Cheers for the cast, guys.
Well, that wraps up our lovely interviews this evening, Dev, and what's been a tantalizing night of Six Masters action. You know, started off with Elevate and WILDCARD. WILDCARD just putting on a bit of a clinic and showing why they're now probably considered the best team in the region in terms of actual teams in the region. And then, of course, Ferox 2-0 against Kanga, but the 2-0 doesn't tell the full storyline. Of course, that 8-7 win on Coastline, where Kanga at various times had a couple of match points banked.
And a very close second map as well. A lot of those rounds coming down to dire circumstances. And it was great to hear from Deptra just what was happening in comms in that last round, in that clutch with Deptra and Todd in the 2 versus 4. And, you know, great job, Deptra. He really gave credit to his teammate who gave him the call on that Valkyrie camera. So it shows that Rainbow Six is most definitely a team game, and you need to have a good team to have success.
Well, in the end, Ferox jump up to 5th in the standings. Kanga, unfortunately, still in that 8th position. They'll play LFO, actually, to open up next week's game. So it will be, as I said before, 7th versus 8th once again. Big opportunity there for LFO to sort of be the final team, I guess, to beat up on Kanga, because that will be Kanga's final series. So hopefully for their sake, they find a map. I do want them to get one, at least, by the end of the season. It didn't happen tonight, though.
Yeah, and looking at the standings as a whole, WILDCARD, Sinister, I get the feeling that in general, those are the 2 teams we feel are most solidified in those top 4. Remembering that Sinister only has 1 more game to go, though, so there's every chance that Okami, with their 2 games remaining, mind you, they're both they're 2 difficult games. It's Elevate and WILDCARD. They possibly might jump back over Sinister. Knights, they only have that 1 game left. It's going to be a toughie as well. So there's still a lot of movement that can happen. We're definitely seeing the rise of Ferox here with that head-to-head victory over Elevate, putting them just in front. And yeah, I mean, Elevate, they've only got that 1 game to go. We're really going to have to be looking for them to absolutely show up next week against Okami and lock out the full 6 points for them to even have a shot at making that top 4.
Well, we're going to wrap things up here tonight for Playday 11. An amazing night of Siege. Cannot wait for not only next week's Playday 12, but then, of course, our Super Day after that. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We've got Six Masters action almost all days next week. Make sure you tune in next week. I've been Xenox, joined by Dev Marta. We'll see you next week.
Has been dropped.
hard line and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's on mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life.
Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring me back to life. Bring me to life. No. I stopped to my side, tried to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. Does she bring me back? Not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to You bring me to
Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? A heart for your mind.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make